students? Now am I? Now am I? Yes. Good morning. Now. Now. Okay, great. So welcome everybody. Welcome to the session. I'm your biology educator Ambika Sharma, and today it is the part 2 of your class 12th biology marathon. So correction is here. It's not the zoology, it's the complete biology marathon. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So as I said earlier that in 3 parts we are going to finish the syllabus. Why? Because we know that this syllabus, this part is even important for the board exams as well. So if you are preparing for state boards or especially for the CBSE, these lectures are helpful for all of you. Right? These lectures are literally helpful for all of you. Right, bache? So today we are going to discuss about the principles of inheritance and variation, the ecology unit, microbes and human welfare. This is our target for today. Okay. And in the next part, we will finish the human reproduction, reproductive health, sexual reproduction and flowering plants, your human health and disease and evolution. That we are going to cater in the next class. Okay. Okay, so in the last class, I know many students were like, ma'am, why molecular basis of inheritance for 8 hours? Why? That's an important chapter. How can I miss it? How can I miss it? As a teacher, I cannot compromise with most important things, na? Yes, I know there are many students, those who are just dependent on our lectures. They are, blindly they are following our advice, our channel. So we are here to help them. Literally, we are here to help them. So let's continue, guys. Right, let's continue and let's give our best here. What say? Ready? So what do you want me to start first? Yes, what do you want me to start first? Ecology or principles of inheritance and variation? What do you want me to start first? Principles of inheritance and variation or ecology? Eco. And what about microbes in human welfare? What about microbes in human welfare? Yes. What about microbes in human welfare? Nobody is talking about that chapter. That's a chapter. That's a very simple chapter, isn't it? That's a very, very, very simple chapter, isn't it? Okay, so majority is for the ecology, right? The same thing I got from your side on Telegram as well. So let's go. Let's finish that particular unit. No worries. So guys, here you people can see, you guys can join our Avengers Fast Track Reloaded batch for NEET 2025, where you people are going to get the test every week. Yes, bache, every week there will be a test, right? And currently here in this particular batch, what are we doing? We are targeting the diversity. We are discussing the genetics, right? So it's the right time to join the batch because you will, this week, we are going to finish the most important chapters of physics, chemistry, and biology. So it is the right time to join this batch. And as I said, every week you people are going to get the test. So till 31st March, we will finish your syllabus. Okay, after that also, you will have the access of the recorded classes. And in the month of April, my dear students, in the month of April, right? Yes, in the month of April, you will get 30 full syllabus tests as well. So we are not going to say tada bye-bye to you in the month of March only. No, we'll stay together till the month of April, and obviously you will get the revision classes before your exam as well. So without any delay, be the part of this batch. It is for 3499. There is a link in the description box, and this is the coupon code that you have to use, and you will get the lightning deal. Okay, so be the part of the batch. So let's start. So what about microbes in human welfare? Nobody is interested in knowing this chapter. Nobody is interested. Nobody is interested in starting the lecture with this particular chapter. Yes. Yes. Arey, tell me. Let's have a discussion first. Let's have a discussion first. Huh? It is one of the easiest chapters, microbes in human welfare, right? If you will analyze the paper, you will see that every time, right? Every time you are getting the questions from previous year questions, right? Every time. Okay, so they are going to ask you the same type of questions. They are literally going to ask you the same type of questions. Okay, bache? Okay, so I have repeated it, Mr. Banot, right? And this is for the second time I'm telling you. We have already completed molecular basis of inheritance in our last marathon. Today we will target principles of inheritance and variation. Okay, so if you are thinking to skip this chapter, you people should not, because it is one of the easiest chapters, number one. Secondly, you will get same kind of questions from this particular chapter. So because you people are demanding this, so I cannot say no to you all. So we will directly start with the organisms and population. No worries, we will finish the ecology first and then we'll discuss the other things. So you know that, right? In this particular unit, ecology, they have deleted many things. Do you have any idea of it? Yes, do you have any idea of it? Please tell me, do you have any idea of it regarding your syllabus? Because majority of students, this is what they are demanding. So we will start with the eco part. Don't worry, we will start with the eco part. But what about your syllabus? Do you have any idea of that? See, so let me tell you. Okay, so there was a time when we used to think that eco is the difficult part, but now it is not, right? Why? Because they have deleted so many things and it is not even difficult. It's like some students, sometimes they are not able to relate with the things. But honestly, ecology is very interesting. You get to know about your surroundings. You get to know that how even the organisms, they interact with each other and how do they interact with their surrounding, and why surrounding, why environment, it matters the most. We get to know about the biodiversity here, its conservation. Why is it important to conserve the biodiversity? Plus, we talk about the ecosystem. We talk about the different types of pyramids here in this particular chapter. So when it comes to the ecology, now you just have 3 chapters here, right? One is organisms and population. The second chapter is your ecosystem, of course, and the third chapter is your biodiversity, right? Biodiversity and conservation. That is what we have in this particular chapter. So of course, we are not going to read anything beyond NCERT. We will target the NCERT only. Now, when I talk about this chapter, right, now so many things are deleted from this chapter. So when you talk about the organisms and population, yes, so we start with the population interaction first. How do we start, students? We start with the population interaction, right, bache, where mutualism, competition, predation, parasitism, everything is there. Then population attributes. Yes, then population attributes, and after population attributes, what do you have here, right? The population attributes will include growth, birth rate, death rate, and age distribution. So this is what we have to read under this particular topic. So it's not lengthy, right? It's not lengthy. So that's what we have here in the syllabus. Okay, that is what we have here in the syllabus: population interaction and population attributes, right? But are we going to start directly from the population? No, you need a basic introduction here, right? You need a basic introduction here. So after that introduction, we will go forward. So you tell me if you people are having any doubt from this particular part, right? If you guys are having any doubt from this particular part, do let me know. Any doubt from the syllabus part, I'm asking. But evolution we will discuss in the next class. Can we just focus on the topics that we are going to discuss today? You people can join my Telegram, our official Telegram. You'll get the details there. So Tripti, I am not saying that it is not there in the syllabus. I am saying it is there in the syllabus. Why should we need, Aishwarya, we will only talk about the topics which we need to read here. No, there is no need to talk about the deleted syllabus. Okay, chaliye, so let's start. So define ecology. What do you understand? What do you understand with the word ecology here? Yes. What is ecology? What is ecology? Yes, please. Interaction. What kind of interaction it is? Yes, please tell me what kind of interaction it is. You are right that it is the interaction, but what kind of interaction it is? Yes. Yes. So, bache, when you talk about the ecology, the term ecology, when you talk about the ecology, term ecology was coined by, yes, term ecology was coined by Ernst Haeckel. Who coined this term? Ernst Haeckel. I'm not talking about the definition here. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm firstly talking about this term. Who coined this term? Ernst Haeckel. This is important. Yes, it is. Who's the father of ecology? Who's the father of Indian ecology? Please tell me. Professor Ramdev Mishra. Okay, who's the father of Indian ecology? Professor Ramdev Mishra. He is the father of Indian ecology. Is that clear? Yes, bache. So when you define ecology, how do we define it? It is actually the study. It is obviously it is the branch of biology, without any doubt. Right? Without any doubt. What is it? It is the, if I talk about the definition here, so it is the branch of biology that deals with the study of, yes, study of what? That deals with the study of interaction. Yes, that deals with the, yes, students, the study of interaction between organisms. Yes, that deals with the study of interaction between organisms, right, and their environment as well. So here you are not just talking about, yes, students, here you are not just talking about the interaction between organisms. We are also talking about the interaction between organisms plus their interaction with their surrounding. And when you talk about the surrounding, we are going to include everything. We will include the organisms of other species also. But here, most important is we are also talking about the abiotic component. We are also talking about the environment here. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? Yes. So when you talk about the ecology, there are levels of biological organization. What do we have? There are levels. Levels of what? There are levels of biological organization. Do you know about these levels? Yes. Do you know about these levels? Anybody? There are, as I said, there are levels of biological organization here. 1 minute. Yes. Levels of biological organization, right? Or you can say that ecological organization. So we start with the, right? We start here with the organism. How do we start here, students? We start here with the organism. And when you talk about the organism, organism is the basic unit of ecology. What is organism? Organism is the basic unit of ecology. So you need to understand these basics, right? First, right? You need to understand these basics first. Obviously, you should take the notes. Okay, so ecology, who coined this term? Ernst Haeckel. Who's the father of Indian ecology? Professor Ramdev Mishra. If somebody asks you who's the father of ecology, the word is writer, R-E-I-T-E-R. Okay, so definition includes, it is the branch of biology, definitely. And what do we study under this branch? We study the interaction between the organisms and with their surrounding. Right, bache? So when we are talking about the levels of biological organization here, we are starting with the organism. It's simple, bache. How do we start? You know that atoms, they form the molecules, the same molecules will form the elements, then compounds, right? Inorganic compounds, organic compounds, and finally, right? You know that we will get the protoplasm, right? What do we get? We'll get the protoplasm, physical basis of life, right? We talk about the basic unit of life there. We talk about the cell. Right, we talk about the cell. So group of cells. Yes, my dear students, group of cells. What is there? Group of cells having common origin, having same structure, function and common origin. They'll form the tissue. You know about it, right? The tissues together will form what? They'll form organ. Organs together will form organ system, right? Organs together will form organ system, and that organ system together will form an organism, will form a living body, will form an organism, We are aware of it. So when you are talking about the ecology, you start from this part. You start from this part. You start from the organisms here. Are you getting my point? So cells will form tissue, tissue will form organs, organ will form organ system, right? Bache, organ will form organ system, and that organ system will finally form what? They will form the organism. So in the ecology, we start with the organism part, and these organisms are what? The organism is the basic unit of ecology, right? What is that organism? That organism is the basic unit of ecology. Is that clear? What is that organism? Organism is the basic unit of ecology. So the next thing that we need to discuss here is population. So anybody in the class who can define what population is? Yes. What is population? Yes, organism is the basic unit of study in ecology, right? Basic unit of study in ecology. What about the population? What about the population? So it is the basic unit of study in ecology. So what about the population? Group of organism. Is it so? Group of species. Are you kidding me? Group of species it is. So yes, what should be the definition here? You're talking about the population. Yes, you're talking about the population. So it is group of individuals of same species. So it is group of individuals of same species. This point is important. Of same species inhabiting a particular area at a particular time. At a particular time. This is important. What are we talking about here? We are talking about the population here. What are we talking about here? We are talking about the population here. So we are saying that they are group of individuals. They are group of individuals of same species. Yeah, these are, right, this point is important here. They belong to same species. They belong to same species, and they are inhabiting, yeah, they are living in a particular area at a particular time. They are living at a particular area at a particular time. This is important. This is important. For an example, let's consider the example of a forest. Okay, let's consider the example of what? Let's consider the example of a forest. You are talking about the forest. You cannot say that the lion, elephant, deer living there, they are making the population of that forest. Basically, when you are using the word population, you have to be specific that you are talking about the group of individuals of same species. What are we considering here, bache? What are we considering here? We are considering the individuals of same species. The species has to be same, right, bache? So basically, let's consider, okay, if in the case of forest, the lion population will be considered, the elephant population will be considered, you can say that the deer population, the bear population, etc., etc. That is the way to consider it, right, that the individual, they should belong to the same species, right? They belong to the same species. For an example, I'm currently staying at Noida. So when you talk about the population, you are going to talk about the humans there, living there, right? I'm not saying that we are going to ignore the individuals of other species. No, that will also come here. That is also coming under the level of biological organization. But when it is the population, be specific here, the individuals of same species you have to consider, right? Just say, if you are talking about the dogs, you will consider all the dogs living there. If you're talking about the cats, you will consider all the cats living there. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So that is how it is. So when it is the population, yes, bache. Yes, bache. So it is the individuals of same species. Okay. Done. So we start with the organism, which is the basic unit of study in ecology, or you can say that it is the smallest unit of ecological hierarchy. So the things that we are discussing now, these are the levels of biological organization, or basically you can say ecological organization. This is the ecological hierarchy, right? This is the ecological hierarchy. So here I would like to add one line that, yes, so now you know what, one second. Now you know what organism is and what population is. And this is the title of our chapter, organism and population, right? So organisms of same species, they are making the population, right? Organisms of same species living in a particular area at a particular time are making the population of that particular, right? They are making the population of that particular area, right, bache? So ecology at organismic level is basically the physiological ecology. So do you know what is the meaning of this line? Yes? Ecology at the organismic level, ecology at the level is essentially physiological ecology. What is the meaning of this particular line? It's simple. You are talking about an organism. It can be a unicellular organism, multicellular organism, right, bache? So it is the basic unit of study in ecology. So when you are talking about an organism, what are you going to read about that organism? About its physiology, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Of course. Yes, of course. So this is what you need to remember. This is what you need to study. Why? Because all that things are required, right? They are important to answer statement-based question, to answer assertion and reason-based questions. Okay. So even in the population, you have, many things to discuss. Okay, that is again not the part of your syllabus, and we are not going beyond NCERT. So that is why we are just talking about the definitions here only. Otherwise, there are many things. What is local population? What is sister population? Right? So these are also the things that we consider. Yes or no? So after this population, what do we have under this ecological hierarchy? So we have the community. You talk about the community, because right now we are just talking about the individuals of same species living in a particular area at a particular time. But we know that in that area, right, it's not like only humans are living or only dogs are living. No, it's literally not like that. It is not like that. If I'm talking about the community in simple language, what is it? Let's say we are living at a particular area. Plants are also there. Other animals are also there. We cannot ignore them. So when you discuss, right, when you talk about the populations, different populations that are inhabiting that particular area, right, then that comes under the community. Then that comes under the community. Is that clear? Is that clear? So when you talk about the different kinds of population living under the same set of environmental conditions, then it is the community. Is that clear? Is that clear? So it is assemblage of different populations. Assemblage of what? Assemblage of, yes students, different populations living under same set of environmental conditions. Yes or no? What's the point here? So the word is community here. So we are saying there is the assemblage. Assemblage of what? Assemblage of different populations or different kind of populations living under the same set of environmental conditions, plus they are interacting with each other. They are interacting with each other. That's how we define the community. So when you are talking about the community, you are not just talking about the humans living there, plants, anything, right? The word here is same set of environmental condition, right? Same set of environmental conditions. So, or you can simply say they are living in a common area, right? So they are interrelated as well as interdependent. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Yes? Yes or no? Yes or no? Any doubt here? Yes, students, any doubt here? So this is about the community. So community, when you are talking about the community, you have to consider everything. Plant community, animal community, and the microbial community. So they all will make the biotic community there. Okay? Okay? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, bache? Take. So this is the community. This word is here is the community. So as I said, when you are saying biotic community, you are considering everything. In your notes also, you can include this. So if you want to understand the ecology properly, you need to focus on these things. So plant community, animal community, plus microbial community. They all are making, right? They all are making the biotic community. So organisms, they are interacting here. Sorry. Yes. So individuals of say different species here, they are interacting with each other. They are interdependent as well. That's what you need to keep in your mind. Is that clear? That is what you need to keep in your mind. Is that clear? And when we are talking about the community, obviously we will see the species diversity here without any doubt. We'll see that which species, which individuals of which species are dominant there. So obviously even dominance will also be the characteristic here, right? Right, so we'll see the species diversity, right? We'll see that which different types of species are present there, plus the dominance. Just like in Himalayas, pinus, it is dominating like that. Like that. Is that clear? Sure. Sure, write down. Please write down. See, today I'm not just using the slides, this, right? I'm using one slide and I'm writing everything properly. Dekha? Improvement. Okay. Chali, let's move to the next part here. Let's move to the next part here. So any doubt? So now we will talk about the ecosystem. So write down a community integrated with its physical environment. A community integrated with its physical environment. Yes, bache. A community integrated with its physical environment. When we are using the word community, we are talking about the individuals of all different species. We are saying they are integrated with its physical environment through exchange of energy and through how are they interacting or integrated? There will be an exchange of energy and obviously recycling will also be there. That's the rule here. Right, that's the rule here. The recycling of nutrient is important. So when this is the case, right, bache, it is called the ecosystem. What do we call it? We call it as ecosystem. What's that? It is ecosystem. So when community, it is integrated with its physical environment, plus there is exchange of energy, there is recycling of nutrients, then what is the word that we use? Ecosystem. So when you talk about the ecological hierarchy, organism, population, then community, and then ecosystem will be there. Organism, population, then community, and then ecosystem will be there. Organism, population, community, then comes the ecosystem. Is it clear? Is it clear? Yes or no? Is it clear? So after ecosystem, what do you discuss? We discuss about the biome, and then biosphere will be the word. Next thing is biome. So biome is an ecosystem which is spread over a large area. Yes. What is biome? It is an ecosystem which is spread over a large area and have, which is spread over large area and have specific, yes people, Do you know about biome? Do you know about biome? And have what? And they have specific latitude, precipitation, temperature. Temperature, even the fauna. Fauna means you're talking about the animals there, and flora. They are making the biomes. Is that clear? They are making the biomes. Is that clear? Is that clear? And sum total of all the biomes form a biosphere. Okay, right? So sum total of all the biomes, it forms biosphere. It forms biosphere. Is that clear? Right? So this is about the ecological hierarchy. I'm writing it here again, that you start with the organism, then population, then so organism, population. After population, what will be there? There will be community when you are considering the population of different populations living under the same environmental condition. Then the word we use will be ecosystem, and then we talk about the biome, and then finally you talk about the biosphere. That's how it is. So these are the basics that you need to understand before starting this chapter. Yes, before starting this chapter. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Are you sure? Very good. So now we will be talking about the population here. But tell me, this part is clear, right? This part is clear, right? Okay, so you answered this question that when you talk about the abiotic factors, what do you consider actually? Yes, bache, what do you consider actually? See, from this chapter, we need to focus on the population part. Okay, we are not talking about anything else. We are directly starting with the population part. And let me tell you, even when you talk about the evolution, right? Just when we are starting with the population part, and you know that population means organisms of same species living in a particular area at a particular time, they are making the population of that area. Okay, so yes, so when you are only talking about the organism, you will consider its physiological ecology. Now you are talking about the population. So remember one thing, even when we discuss the evolution, when we talk about the natural selection, right? When we talk about the evolution, or when we talk about the natural selection, right? So in that case also, na, you'll see that population should be affected. We are not saying that if one organism, if it is having some, some changes, or if it is showing some different characters, so we are saying that particular organism has evolved, yeah, that particular species, we will not use the word that particular species has evolved. So when you even talk about the evolution, we consider the population, right? The changes should be there in that particular population living in a particular area at a time. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Yes? Yes? Okay, chaliye. So let's start it. Let's start it. So do I need to define the population again? I think no. Right? I think no. So community and population all clear? Yes? Okay, chaliye. So if I have to compare the organism and population here, so do you think there are certain qualities which population contains but organism is not having that? That we can talk about the certain qualities that population is having but organisms are not having that. Do you know about any such thing? Do you know about any such thing where we are saying that yes, these characteristics are there in the population but they are not there in the organism? But they are not there in the organism. Just for an example, in the case of organism, you will talk about the death or the birth. right? You will talk about the death or the birth, right? But when it is the population, you will not simply talk about the death or birth. You will talk about the rates, death rate, birth rate. Are you getting my point? There are many other things like that, because here you are talking about a single individual that is living or dying, right? Okay, it's like that. But when we are talking about the population, right, we have to consider the birth rate, we have to consider the death rate. Okay, okay. So population ecology is something very, very, very important, right? Right, it links the ecology to population genetics as well as to the evolution. Okay, so now we have to start the important characteristics, or you can say that the important attributes of the population. So now let's stick to the NCERT. So what are you going to talk about here? You are going to talk about the population attribute. So open your NCERT. Yes, bache, open your NCERT. So see, in nature, we rarely find isolated single individuals of any species. Majority of them live in groups in a well-defined geographical area. They share or even they compete for the similar resources. Just see, you all belong to the same species. You're fighting for the same thing, right? That is the MBBS seat. That is the MBBS seat. Your requirements, right? They are same, right? You are all are NEET aspirants, so your requirements, they are same. So it is in well-defined geographical area they are staying. They share or compete for similar resources. They are potentially interbreed. Why? See, they are the individuals of same species. So when you talk about the individuals of same species, obviously when we define the species, we say that they can breed and can give birth to the fertile organisms. That they can breed and can give birth to the fertile organism. So that is why this line is given here, that when you are talking about the, like in nature, we do not see the single individuals only. We see that people, they prefer to live in groups, right? Right, bache, they fight for the same resources, they have same requirements as well, and they potentially interbreed and thus constitute a population. They make a population. So obviously when you are talking about the population, that individuals can interbreed definitely, right, bache? So now they have added something. Please pay attention that although the term interbreeding implies the sexual reproduction, right, interbreed, individuals, they are interbreeding. You're talking about the sexual reproduction, but you know that we also have group of individuals that can, that go for the asexual reproduction, isn't it? Isn't it? Right? So group of individual resulting from even asexual reproduction is also generally considered a population for the purpose of ecological studies. Just here, we are talking about the bacteria. Bacteria, they are dividing, right? They are showing the fission, right? Right. So that is not the sexual reproduction. That is the asexual reproduction. Okay, bache? Okay, right? So all the cormorants in a wetland. Okay, do check the cormorants if you don't know that. So all the cormorants in a wetland plus rats in an abandoned dwelling, teak wood trees in a forest tract, bacteria in a culture plate, and even the lotus plant in a pond, they all are the example of population. So we have the population of the cormorants there, rats there, the lotus plant there. It's like that. Okay, it's like that. Okay, yes. Yes or no? Yes or no? So what are they saying? This line is very important. Please make sure that you highlight, okay, that in earlier chapters, you have learned that although an individual organism is one that has to cope up with the changed environment. Yes, right? We have to adapt ourselves to the changing, to the change. We have to adapt ourselves to that change which is there in our environment. Definitely, we have to, Abhinav, we have to. So we are saying, but it is at the population level that natural selection operates to evolve the desired trait. So this point is very important, that it is at the population level that natural selection operates to evolve the desired traits, right? It is at the population level that natural selection operates to evolve the desired traits. Is that clear? Yes. Please tell me. Please tell me. Okay, chaliye. So population ecology is very important. I told you it links eco to population genetics and to evolution. Is that clear? Chaliye. So now you are talking about what? You are talking about the attributes. What are you talking about? We are going to talk about the attributes here, the characteristics here, right, bache? So these characteristics are not possessed by, as I said, individual organisms, but population will show that. Say individuals will have birth and deaths, but population will have birth rate and death rates, right? So these rates refer to per capita births and deaths. These rates expressed are change in number, that is increase or decrease with respect to the members of population. So birth rate and the death rate. Birth rate and the death rate. Just like when you are using the word rate, right? Birth rate or death rate. So basically, for an example, that in a year, how many new births are there? How many deaths are there? Now you are specifying it like this, right? So that's why it is written here that these rates refer to per capita. Okay, these rates refer to per capita. So I hope you guys are aware, right? Just say when you are using the word rate, birth rate, new birth, right? New individuals are added. N, natality, natality. Okay, then the word is death rate. Mortality. Mortality is the word here. So when we talk about the population attributes, the birth rate is there, bache, the death rate is there, even the sex ratio, age distribution, age pyramids, they all are considered here, right? Age distribution. I'll tell you the meaning of age distribution here. Age pyramids, and not just that, we also discuss about the carrying capacity, and there are other things as well. Okay, so these are the characteristics that you need to keep in your mind. Okay, so population size, biotic potential, everything will be discussed here. Any doubt? Yes, students. Any doubt here? Yes, please. Any doubt? This is important. Kindly do not miss it. Okay, chal. So let's discuss it from the NCERT directly. Okay. So if in a pond there were 20 lotus plants last year, and through reproduction 8 new plants are added, taking the current population to 28, we calculate birth rate as 8 by 20. 8 by 20. See, it's simple. You are talking about the birth rate here. Chalo, before explaining this, I'll tell you. B, birth rate minus death rate is equals to R. What is R? Anybody here in the class? Right, then we'll follow the NCERT only. Yes, what is this R here? What is this R here? Anybody? R is the rate of natural increase. R is the rate of natural increase. And students, it's a PYQ. Sometimes they are what this. Sometimes they ask what this R is. It's the rate of natural increase, or not just the rate of natural increase. Not just the rate of natural increase. There are other things also, right? We also use some other terms for this R. Anybody here in the class? Just say biotic potential, rate of natural increase. Sometimes we also call it as biotic potential, right? So it is the rate of natural increase, or it is the rate of yes, biotic potential it is. Yeah, anything else that you know about R? Anything else that you know about R? R is equals to B minus D basically. B minus D basically. So it is the rate of natural increase. Yeah, biotic potential. Yes? Don't know. So now do you know na? Just give it a try. Just give it a try. Yes, please. As I said, it is the biotic potential. So what else you know about it? What else you know about it? But it is the intrinsic rate of increase as well. Sometimes it is also referred to as intrinsic rate of increase. Basically, it tells us about the population, that increase in an population. So I am saying R is equals to B minus D, right? What am I saying here, bache? I am saying that R is equals to B minus D. B, birth rate and death rate you are talking about. Dekho, you are talking about a population, right? We'll cover all the factors. You try to understand. Obviously, you know that every year new individuals, they take birth. Many individuals, they die. Accordingly, we count the population. Accordingly, we know the number, accordingly, we have the things. We know it very well. It's something very simple. It's something very simple, right? Do not just think about it as a as a topic for your syllabus. It is something which you need to know, right? It is something that you people should know, right? It is regarding general awareness as well. So you are talking about the R. What am I saying? It is defined as it is the rate of natural increase, or you can say that intrinsic rate of increase, or you can call it as biotic potential. What is it? I am talking about the population. I am saying many individuals. Let's say you are discussing the humans only. So bache, when you talk about the humans, if you need to see whether there is an increase in population or not, right? You will see the number of birth and death. Whenever you talk about the population, you know that not all the individuals present, they are fertile. Isn't it? Not all the individuals present are fertile. For an example, here under the attributes of the population, we talk about the age distribution and age pyramids as well. Just say for an example, and let me tell you, this topic is important for your exam, for your NEET exam. Just say for an example, age distribution is the word. Pre-reproductive age group is there. Those who are not reproducing. Reproductive age group is also there. Post-reproductive age group is also there, right? Just say you can consider the puberty concept here, right? That once we attain the puberty, it means our reproductive organ has started functioning, right? Our reproductive organ has started functioning. The gamete formation is there. That's what we know. That is what we know. Of course, ma'am. Yes, right. So pre-reproductive age group, those who are not able to reproduce. Those who are not able to reproduce, right? Reproductive age group that can reproduce. Post-reproductive age group, again, after that reproductive age, the individuals present there. It is like that. Now, this is the age distribution. Accordingly, whenever you talk about any country, or let's say when we see the age pyramids, it will tell us about the population growth, right? That whether it is positive, negative, or it is stable. That's what we consider. But now, ma'am, suddenly from birth rate, why are we talking about this R, and why are we relating this R here? Basically, I'm telling you about the attributes of the population. I'm simply saying here that if we want to see an increase in the population, if we want to see that whether there is an increase or decrease in the population, we will focus on this R. Dekho, no doubt we have the individuals in pre-reproductive age group, we have the individuals in reproductive age group, and even in the post-reproductive age group. But all the individuals, those who are in their reproductive age group, are they reproducing? Are they reproducing? No. You cannot say that those who are in the reproductive age group, we cannot say that all of them are reproducing, right? Like if I talk about the R, it is also the biotic potential. It is the rate of natural increase when it comes to this population. But overall, if I have to tell you, just say, let's say, in the case of a female is going to attain the puberty somewhere in between 9 years or 11 years of the age. But it doesn't mean that every year, right, she is going to give birth to a human being. No, it's not like that. It is not like that. Right? It's not mandatory that every year she will give birth to the human being. She's not achieving her full potential. Right? Females can give birth every year, but they are not achieving that. Other factors are also there. Other factors are also playing the role there. Right? Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm talking about a single individual here. Okay. Now, when I'm talking about the population, if I want to see that whether there is an increase or decrease, right? What is the rate of that increase or decrease, right? So I will consider birth minus death. rates, right? I'll consider that. Oh, that will tell me, let's say we are considering the example of the lotus plants here. We are saying last year it was 20, now it is 8. So there is an increase. There is an increase, right? So birth minus B minus D will give me this R. It is that biotic potential. It is that intrinsic rate of increase. So all these things we have to discuss here, right? All these things we have to discuss here, right? Now I will just translate the NCERT. I'm giving you the context here. And when you are talking about the sex ratio, obviously male and female we are talking about, right? Chale. So let's discuss this part. So here you guys can see, because they are giving us the example of the lotus plant here, right? They are giving the example of lotus plant here. So they are saying last year it was 20, now they are 8, right? So if I have to check, so total population, just say for an example, if in 2024, it was 20 and now in 2025 8 more are there, means 28 it will be. Now what I have to check, I need to check the birth rate. If I need to check the birth rate, so it will be 8 by 20. I'm talking about the rate here, per capita birth, right? So 8 by 20 it will be. It's not 8 by 28, no. Last year 20, now newborns are 8, 8 by 20, 0.4 offspring per lotus per year. Same way, if 4 individuals in a lab population of 40 fruit flies means you are talking about your Drosophila here, they died during a specified time interval. They are considering the week here. So here, the lifespan also matters, right? The lifespan also matters. So here you are considering 1 week. So death rate in the population during that period will be 4 by 40, it will be 0.1. It will be 0.1 individuals per fruit fly. So that's how we check the birth rate and the death rate. Is that clear? Birth rate and death rate. And birth rate also expressed as number of birth per 1,000 per year. Sometimes that is also we define. So birth rate expressed as number of birth per 1,000 per year or number of deaths per 1,000 per year. That is also the way to define it. So another attribute characteristic is sex ratio. So in the paper, they can even ask you out of the following, which one are the population attributes, which one are not. So it is 8 by 20, okay? Okay. Okay. Take. Chale. So an individual is either a male or female, but a population has sex ratio. Jैसे 60% of the population are female, 40% are the male. You're talking about the sex ratio here. Now, a population at any given time is composed of individuals of different ages. Definitely. So if the age distribution, this is the next attribute, percent individuals of a given age or age group, right, is plotted for the population, the resulting structure is the age pyramid, right? So firstly, the age distribution, where various age groups in population determine its reproductive age. 1 second, let me write it. Firstly, what is it? Age distribution. Firstly, what is it, bache? It is age distribution. What's that? It is age distribution. So various age groups in population determine its reproductive status. Various, yes, bache, various age groups in population determine their, yes, bache, what do they determine? They determine their reproductive status. Okay, they determine their reproductive status. So pre-reproductive, reproductive and post-reproductive age groups are there. Let's use the short form here. Matlab I will use it, right, to show you the age pyramids. So I will use the PR, R and POR here. Take, okay, okay. Yes, bache. So these are the ecological ages. These are the ecological ages. So when there is the graphic representation of different age groups found in population, right, that will make the age pyramid. Just say here you have the age pyramid. See this. See this, if age distribution, right, is plotted for the population, the resulting structure is the age pyramid. So it is the graphical representation. Okay, it is the graphical representation. So graphical representation of different age groups found in a population, graphical representation of different age groups found in a population, where we consider pre-reproductive age group at the base, then reproductive, and then the post-reproductive one. So bache, the shape of the pyramid then obtained reflects the growth status of the population, that whether it is growing, it is stable, or it is declining. That's the point here. Take, that's the point here, and it is important. Just say for an example, okay, so pre-reproductive is at the base. Okay, pre-reproductive is at the base. Then there is reproductive age group, and then there is post-reproductive. If this is the condition, right, it is the triangular population, it is the expanding population, right? There is a growth here. It is expanding population, or it is the triangular age pyramid. So it shows that there is a plus, there is an increase, because pre-reproductive age group is more, reproductive is less than post. Jaise during the COVID time, jaise Italy mein, we were saying na, Italy, right, it was affected a lot. Why? Because the individuals, right, old age people were more there, right, new generation or young people, they were not there. Just in the case of India, we say that India can be the superpower. Why? Because we have more young individuals, right? Youth, we talk about the youth here, right? Young individuals are more. That's how we decide the fate of a country as well. This is not the only factor. I'm not saying it is the only factor here, but that are also the things that we consider. Right, that the individuals, they are more in the post-reproductive age group, means more old people are there, young people are there. So that is how we consider. So in India, we know that this is more in comparison to this. Okay, so in Italy, when you relate it with the COVID time, so old people, they were more. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Yes. Yes. So it will be the expanding population, or triangular age pyramid will be there. Why? Why? Because pre-reproductive age group is more, right? It is more in comparison to others. Okay. Okay. So number of pre-reproductive individuals, they form the largest group, right? They form largest group. Next is bache stable or bell-shaped, where pre-reproductive individuals are almost equals to reproductive individuals. So in stable, pre-reproductive, and reproductive are almost same. So are you going to see any growth here? No, population growth is 0. So it is stable, right? It is stable. It's kind of bell-shaped. Are you getting my point? Right? Are you getting my point? It is kind of what? It is kind of bell-shaped. Are you getting my point? Yes. So age pyramids are important. Next is the declining individuals. Yes. So declining may, what will you see? What will you see? You will see that here it's urn-shaped age pyramid. You will see that reproductive age group is more than pre-reproductive, right? Pre-reproductive is less, right? Reproductive is more in comparison to that, and even the post-reproductive is also sizable. So in that case, the population is not increasing, it is declining. The negative growth is there. The negative growth is there. Are you getting my point? The negative growth is there. So it is an important question for the NEET examination. Understood? It is an important question for the NEET examination. So next thing that we are going to discuss here is the population size or density that is denoted with N. Okay, so the size of population, how are we going to denote it? With N. So population size or density, this is the word that we can use. It tells us a lot about the status in the habitat. Just see, whatever ecological processes we wish to investigate in a population, it is the outcome of the competition. This is very important thing, right? We'll discuss about it. Competition with another species, the impact of a predator or the effect of pesticide application. We always evaluate them in terms of any change in the population size. So when you are talking about the population size, population density, right, that is also a very important factor here, right bache? It will tell us about the status in that habitat. Matlab, we'll see the competition here, right? That competition can be interspecies. Two different species are competing for same resources. Whatever is better, that is going to live, right? The individuals of same species, because they have the same demands as well, right? They have the same demands as well. They need the same resources as well. Again, there will be a competition. Plus predator. Predator is also very important. You know that, right? Even overall, you know that predator is very important to maintain the prey population. So we also discussed that predator has to be prudent, right? Predator cannot be something that will destroy that prey completely. No. We'll see under this chapter, we will also see that how prey is going to survive, how prey is going to fight back. Okay, these are the things that we consider. So when we talk about this part, when we discuss the population part, we consider all the factors. Are you getting my point? We consider all the factors. Okay, so size in nature could be, so we are talking about the population size. We will discuss the impact of all these factors. We'll evaluate in terms of any change in the population size, and size in nature could be as low as less than 10. So this example is of Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetlands in any year, right? It is less than 10. So when you talk about the population size, it can be less than 10. It can be into millions, just like Chlamydomonas, right? So what is a Chlamydomonas? Anybody here in the class? What is the meaning of Chlamydomonas? What is the meaning of Chlamydomonas? Yes, please. Yes, बच्चे. Done. So it is the population density or size denoted as, yeah, designated as N. Okay, and what is Chlamydomonas? Green algae. Acha. Anything else? Unicellular. Unicellular it is. At least explain something about the Chlamydomonas, na? Okay. So Okay, so when you are talking about the population size or density, do we need to measure it in the terms of numbers only? No, it's not like that. It's not possible for us to always count the individual then to say, array, this is the population size. There are other things also. We talk about the biomass here, right, bache? Just see the next thing they have given us, ki although total number is generally the most appropriate measure. So yes, statement based question can come from this part, that which one is generally the most appropriate measure for the population density. So remember, it is the number, it is the most appropriate measure, but it is not the only measure. Okay, try to understand the meaning, try to decode the NCERT here. So it is the most appropriate measure, but it is not the only measure. So it is in some cases either meaningless or difficult to determine. Just for an example, 200 carat grass, it is Parthenium, hysterophorus. It is also known as the Congress grass, bache, and it is the intruder, right? Invader it is. It is the intruder, it is the invader. It is the intruder, it is the invader. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay. Okay, so they are considering the example of 200 carat grass या Parthenium grass, right? 200 carat grass or Parthenium grass, but only a single huge banyan tree with a large canopy, right? It's stating that the population density of banyan is low relative to that of the carat grass, amounts to underestimate the enormous role of banyan tree. So basically, when you compare one banyan tree with 200 Parthenium, right, you can even imagine that. I hope you guys have seen the picture of Parthenium grass. If not, do check it out. Okay, it's very common, right? It's very common. So when you compare, like let's say you are saying 200 Parthenium grass, but one banyan tree, its biomass is more. We cannot ignore that fact. Okay, bache, we cannot ignore that fact, right, bache? So in such cases, percent cover or the biomass is the more meaningful measure of the population size. So number, biomass, right? This is what we need to consider. One more thing is there. Okay, total number is again not an easily adoptable measure if the population is huge and counting is impossible or time consuming. Jaise ki if let's say in a petri dish, if you have to count the number of bacteria, right? What will you do? What will you do? How will you check the population density? So now they are giving the example here that sometimes for certain ecological investigations, there is no need to know the absolute population density. There is no need to know the absolute population density. Relative densities, they serve the purpose equally well. So sometimes it is not important to go and to check each and every individual. Sometimes relative densities can also work. Just for an example, let's say in a lake, right, you will not just dive in there and you will check, okay, these are the total number of fishes there. No. Let's say you are putting a net there. If you are getting many fishes, you can say, right, that this particular lake is having so many fish, right? But let's say if that number is that number is less, you can compare. You can compare. So for instance, the number of fish caught per trap is good enough measure of its population density in that lake. So we are mostly obliged to estimate population size indirectly without actually counting them or seeing them. So the tiger census in our national parks and tiger reserve is often based on their pug marks and fecal pallets. So pug marks and fecal pallets, right, will be considered here. You will not go after each and every tiger and will be like, okay, I have to count it, I have to put a number there, then I'll count the rest. So that is how it works. So sometimes relative densities, biomass, this is what we consider over counting the individuals. Okay, bache, right? Now let's talk about the population growth, where we need to talk about two curves. Again, important one. Again, the important one, population growth. So this chapter is not difficult anymore. Okay, so the size of population is not a static parameter. It's not something, right? It's not something static. It's not something same, right? For any species, it will change with the time. You know that if competition is more, then also it is going to affect the population size. If resources are not available, it is going to affect the population size. If there is any natural calamity, it is going to affect the population size. Sometimes individuals, they move from one place to another. Sometimes new individual came to one area, they come to one area. So all that factors are going to decide the population size, right? So population density or the size of the population is not something static. static, bache. It changes with time. It depends on various factors, the availability of food, the predation pressure there, and the adverse weather, right? Adverse weather. Okay, so in fact, it is these changes in population density that tell us more about that what is happening to the population, whether it is increasing or it is decreasing, right, bache? Right. So the density of population, you can mark this line, in a given habitat during a given period, it fluctuates due to changes in 4 basic processes. So these are that 4 basic processes, right? They are the important. Mortality, natality, mortality, immigration, emigration. Natality, mortality, immigration, emigration. So next topic should be the factors that affect the population density, right? These are the 4 factors that we have to consider. Okay, so it is the number of birth during a given period in the population that are added to initial density. They say initially 100 individuals are there, new birth are 10, so 110 it will be. Now mortality is the number of deaths, simple. Then immigration, new individuals, they come to a particular area. So I means in, that's how you can remember. E means exit, I means in, E means exit. Okay, so these are the number of individuals of same species that have come into the habitat from elsewhere during the period under consideration. So let me tell you, these are the important factors. But let's say if there is a newly inhabiting area, right, then immigration there is going to be the most important factor, right? Just let's say there is a new building, new colony, new flats are there, right? So obviously people will come there, right? They have to come, right? They say, let's say even if these days, you know that the development is going on, there are so many buildings, there are so many flats available these days. So let's say if there is a new building, new society, so like for there if the number has to increase, what is the first requirement? People, they need to buy the flats there, they need to start living there, right? They will live there, they'll stay there for a longer period. The new individuals, they'll take birth there. Then we'll say, okay, these number of individuals are living in this particular area. So there, the immigration is very important. Immigration is very important when there is a new habitat. So that's what we need to understand. So these things are not difficult. They are just like I consider them as something, general. So look at this again. It's important for NEET. So population density, immigration. If people are moving to an area, so they will increase the population density. That's why plus is there. New birth, they'll increase the population density. That's why plus is there. And see, here it is capital B. Sometimes we use small b. So what is the meaning of this capital B, small b, capital D or small d? They have different meanings. So this is what you need to write in the comment section. Okay, this is what you people need to write in the comment section. Is that clear? So natality plus immigration plus population density, emigration will minus it, mortality will minus it. For an example, if at a place 100 people are living, new birth, new individuals that are taking, new individuals there are 10, right? And number of deaths are 7. Then tell me, let's say if in 2024, 100 individuals were there, in 2025, 10 new births and 7 deaths are there. Then what will be the total? What will be the total number of individuals there? What will be the population density or population size there? Please tell me. Please tell me. Yes, please. Yes, please. Obviously, right. So 110, then minus 7, it will be 103. There is an increase. Now let's say if I will add number of individual came to that place at 10, number of individual that moved out they are 2. So accordingly you have to add, you have to delete, and you have to add, you have to subtract, and then you'll get to know about the population size. So these two are the contributing factor, but these two will decline it. Okay, so remember this thing, that if n is the population density at time t, right? At time t matlab 2024, t plus 1 2025. Okay, just giving you one example. So if n is the population density at time t, so density at t plus 1 will be NT plus birth plus immigration, because these two are contributing factors there. They increase the population size. These two they subtracted. That's how you are going to put it. That's how you are going to put it. So please mark it as important. So understand what organism is, what population is. Then you need to understand the population attributes, and finally the growth, right? That how growth is possible. So this is important. Okay. So if birth plus the number of immigrants, they are more, then the number of deaths plus the number of immigrants, that the population will increase. If it is vice versa, population will decrease, right? So under normal conditions, as I said, birth and death are the most important factors influencing the density. But bache, right? Other two factors are important under special conditions only. Just let's say if there is a new habitat, it is just being colonized, immigration may contribute more significantly to the population growth than birth rates. Any doubt here? Any doubt here, Komuri? Anybody here? Yes, students, do you have any doubt here? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? Okay, so next is the growth model, the another most important topic, and after that we will move to the population interactions. Okay, again we'll follow the NCERT only. Okay, so after that population interactions, next chapter is ecosystem, again a very simple chapter, then biodiversity, then microbes, and finally POIV. Take, so let's target these chapters, and in the next biology marathon we will go for the complete reproduction unit, evolution, and yes, and human health and disease. Okay, and human health and disease. Understood? So next is the growth models. So does the growth of population with time show any specific and predictable pattern? We have been concerned about unbridled human population growth and problems created by it in our country, and it is therefore natural for us to be curious if different animal populations in nature, they behave the same or not, right? So when you talk about the growth models, we have two: exponential growth model, and the another is logistic growth model. These are the two growth models, and again one of the most important topics as well. Okay, so question can come from this part. So please do not miss the ecology for your NEET examination. Okay, okay, I believe it is the most easy part, right? And the scoring part as well, ecology. So we have two things here: exponential growth, your J growth, or your Verhulst-Pearl logistic growth model. Number one is exponential. Then there will be logistic growth model or Verhulst-Pearl or it is sometimes known as sigmoid growth curve, right? It is sigmoid growth curve model. So it's something like this, or here. That's how you're going to see. Okay, that's how you are going to see. So this side is showing us N, that is your population size or population density, right? Right, and the x-axis will show you the time. Okay, so this side is N, this side is your T, that is time. Okay, so there are two growth models. What do we have? There are two growth models, dn over dt. So dn over dt means change in n. Change in n means change in population size. It is equals to Rn. It is equals to Rn, right, bache? And here it will be dn over dt. It is basically, you're talking about the delta here, you're talking about the change here, right? It is Rn k minus n over k. right? So this is what we need to discuss. It's simple. Before starting this, you already know what R is. I told you R is B minus D. R is B minus T. It is the rate of increase. Yeah, it is the biotic potential of that population. It is telling us about the increase in the number of individuals. So how can we check it? Birth minus death, right? It is the biotic potential. And I told you that all individuals, they cannot achieve their full biotic potential. It's simple. It's not our only job to just reproduce. There are other factors also. So nobody can achieve their maximum biotic potential here. And how do we check it? B minus D. The another thing here, which is new for you, is K. What is this K here, students? This K here is carrying capacity. What is this K here? K here means carrying capacity. So there are things which we need to focus here, and trust me, one question will come from this part. So when it is carrying capacity is equals to N, there will be asymptote, there will be no further increase. That's what we need to understand. So what is this K? K is the carrying capacity. K is the carrying capacity. See, there are many examples. When you talk about this K or carrying capacity, there are many things that we need to consider here. Dekho, I'll give you the example of Malthus growth curve, Malthus population growth curve model, something like that. I don't know whether you know about it or not. It's simple. Whenever you talk about any place, just say our Earth, right? Our planet is having a carrying capacity. Yeah, a particular area is having a carrying capacity. When you are saying the carrying capacity, the number of individuals that place can accommodate. In a simple way, I'm going to explain it first of all. Okay, right? When you are saying K, when K is the word, when K, that is carrying capacity, when K, that is carrying capacity is the word there, carrying capacity is the word there. So here you have something very simple, right? Here you have something very simple. The number of individuals that place can accommodate, right? The number of individuals that place can accommodate. Now when I'm talking about this K, obviously if individuals are living in a particular area, they have a demand, they have some demands, they have some requirements, the resources availability and all, that will be considered. Let's say if there is a place, right, as per the resources and everything available, only 100 individuals can live there, right? Maximum 100 individuals can live there. So when initially it is 10 or 20 or 30 or 40, there is no problem because resources are available, every individual is getting this, right? But slowly with the time, when there is an increase, let's say now it is becoming 60, yeah, it is becoming 70, obviously, because people are fighting for the same resources, right? They all need the same resources. They will fight for the same resources, isn't it? They all need the same resources. They will definitely fight for same resources. Am I clear here? Yes, they'll fight for same resources. A competition will be there. Those who are better, they will get, right? Those who are better, they'll survive. We know that, right? We know that there is the survival of fittest. So obviously, a kind of competition will be there. But now imagine, now individuals are 80 and that place can accommodate 100 people. That kind of, we'll feel a kind of suffocation there. No, we feel a kind of suffocation there. Na? Ki yaar, let's say, now let's take the example of NEET examination. Right, now number of aspirants, they are even crossing 20 lakhs, 24 lakhs. Right, but if I talk about the MBBS seats here, they are approximately 1 lakh only. But there was a time when the number of individuals that are fighting for these number of seats, and even the seats were less, right? They were also very less. Those who are writing the NEET examination, their first wish is to get the MBBS seat only, right? No doubt other options are there, other courses are there, but the first preference we have is this only, MBBS only, right? Now see the number of individuals, see the number of seats, the level of competition. Right? You know that even a single mark is important. Even one mark is important. We cannot compromise that even. Right? That if, let's say, one individual is having 719 marks, right? Another is having 718 marks. So you know that the rank and everything will change. Same is the case here. If a place can accommodate 100 individuals, that is the carrying capacity of that particular place. That is the carrying capacity of that particular place. So when number of individuals will increase there, obviously initially to okay, fine, right? But then the competition will be there, fight, that struggle will arise. Okay, those who are there will be the survival of the fittest. That's what I can say in simple words. So 70, 80, 90. Now let's say population size is 100, carrying capacity is also 100, right? So we will not see any further growth. And even that 100 individuals, they'll fight, they'll die, they'll live. This new birth will be there. Some will die. The competition will be there. You know the situation. Just say these days, poverty, due to poverty. Poverty is the issue. Unemployment is the issue, right? You know all these things, isn't it? You know all these things, isn't it? Poverty, unemployment. Why? Because number of individuals are more. But the jobs, the opportunities, they are comparatively less. So those who are best, they are getting it. They are getting it. So same thing is there. So when it took this, K is the carrying capacity of that place. So when K is equals to N, there will be no further growth, right? It will be asymptote. And when I'm writing it like this, right? It is, I'm talking about the environmental resistance here, right? What am I talking about? I am talking about the environmental resistance here. What am I talking about? I am talking about the environmental resistance here. Am I clear? Am I clear? So basically there are two types of growth models. So in simple words, if I have to tell you, when I'm saying exponential growth model, I am just talking about the growth here only, right? I'm saying that resources are unlimited, right? No competition is there, unlimited food, unlimited space, and the individuals are just growing. They're just reproducing, and they will attain their maximum biotic potential because there is no environmental resistance here. That's what I'm discussing. So that's why we are saying here that dn over dt is equals to Rn, right? But, and what is this R? B minus D, birth minus death. So this is the J-shaped growth curve, exponential rise. But when I'm talking about this part, it is realistic. It is realistic approach. Because initially what is happening, just let's say individuals are living in a particular area, they'll take time to survive. The number will not be that much initially, right? So this initially will be the lag phase, right? Then comes this one, log phase or exponential phase. Then comes what? Log phase or exponential phase. And finally there will be the stationary phase. So if this is the population size, when that stationary phase will be there, when it will touch that carrying capacity, isn't it? Isn't it? This is what we consider. So this is realistic, that initially the individuals will take time, the number is even not that much, they are getting the food, they are getting the resources, they will reproduce, there will be an increase, but the resources are limited, carrying capacity is there, environmental resistance is going to play the role here. So obviously the stationary phase will come. Okay, that's the point. So here we are talking about the environmental resistance. We are also discussing that food and space is limited. It is not unlimited. Are you getting my point? It is limited. It is not unlimited. Okay, chaliye, let's go. So resources availability is obviously essential for unimpeded growth of the population. So ideally when resources and habitat, they are unlimited. So here resources, they are unlimited. Each species has the ability to realize fully its innate potential to grow in number. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? Done? Yes? So, as Darwin observed while developing his theory of natural selection, right? So, then the population grows in an exponential or geometric fashion, bache, if n is the population of size n, if in a population of size n, the birth rate, right, are represented as b and the death rate as small d, then the increase and decrease will be, see this, in given time period. dn over dt is equals to b minus d into n. This is Rn. That's what we read here in the exponential phase where resources are unlimited. Right, bache? So R in the equation is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. What is this R? It is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. What is this R, bache? It is the intrinsic rate of natural increase. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right, and it is very important parameter chosen for assessing the impact of any biotic or abiotic factor, because it will tell, see, the biotic and abiotic factor, definitely they will affect the birth rate and the death rate, and accordingly we will get R, right? So next thing is, so magnitude of R value for the Norway rat is 0.015, and for flow beetle it is 0.12. So in 1981, the R value of human population in India was 0.0205, right, bache? And this is your homework. I'm not going to tell you this. You will tell me that current R value for human population, right? Right? So above equation describes the exponential or geometric growth pattern. We are talking about the J-shaped curve here. So here, right, so if we plot it, so they are saying if you are familiar with the basic calculus, you can derive the integral form of the exponential form. So nt is equals to n naught ERT. So E is what? You should know this. E is what? Nt is equals to n naught ERT. Right, that is also the way to represent it. So what is this E, bache? It is the base of natural logarithm. It is the base of natural logarithm. We also discuss these things. Yes, we also discuss this part in one chapter, plant growth and regulators, na? We discuss it there. Okay, so it is base of natural logarithm. It is 2.7 point something it is, right? Its value. Okay, its value. Okay, so this is for the J-shaped growth curve where there is no environmental resistance. Where there is no environmental resistance, nothing like that. So dn over dt is equals to Rn. So see, no carrying capacity, nothing at all. Nothing at all. And what is here? This is the environmental resistance. What is it? It is the environmental resistance. Am I clear? It is the environmental resistance. Am I clear here? So nt is equals to n naught ERT. I told you already. So do remember this. This is important. Okay, so any species growing exponentially under unlimited resource condition can reach enormous population density in a short time, right? Now, Darwin showed how even a slow growing animal like elephant, you know, the slowest breeder it is, right, could reach enormous number in the absence of checks. The following is an, yes, bache, okay, done. So next is the logistic growth model. Next is the logistic growth model. So logistic growth model mein, this is what you need to focus. Ki dn over dt is equals to Rn. But here environmental resistance is there. So as I said, it is realistic. Okay. So no population of any species in nature has its disposal unlimited resources to permit the exponential growth, right? We know that the competition between the individuals will be there because resources are limited. So the one which is fittest will survive and will reproduce. Okay, okay, right? And even the government of many countries, they have also realized this and they have introduced various restraints with a view to limit human population growth. Clear, bache? With a view to limit human population growth. Clear, bache? Clear. Right? So there is a number beyond which there is no growth possible, and that is the carrying capacity. Right? So just because even nature tries to maintain that. So that is why the catastrophic effects are there. Sometimes the drought, the earthquakes, right? All that things happen because they have to maintain that number, right? They have to maintain that number. Okay. So when resources are limited, initially there is a lag phase, then acceleration or deceleration will be there, and finally an asymptote. So what is the meaning of asymptote? When your population size and carrying capacity is same, right? Right, bache? So n in relation to time, when you plot this, here you will get sigmoid curve. So when will you get sigmoid curve? When resources are limited, when there is a competition, food and resources, food and space, it is limited. Okay, food and space when it is limited. Okay, bache, right? So we know that resources for growth for most animal populations are finite. They are not infinite, they are finite. And that's why they become limiting sooner or later. So logistic growth model is the more realistic one. Understood? It is the more realistic one. Understood? Sure? Sure? Any doubt? Next is the next thing that we need to discuss is the interaction. Okay, the next thing that we need to discuss is interaction. Okay. Chali, 1 minute. Done, bache. So next is the population interactions. Any doubt? Yes? Any doubt? No, directly these two topics are given there only in your syllabus. Okay, so for the population interactions, this thing is very important. So you know that in the nature, it's not like that only humans are living, other population, right? Other individuals are also there. They have their own population. So obviously the interaction is there, right? Sometimes there is a competition, sometimes coexistence is there, right? Predator-prey relationship, parasitism, we know about it, isn't it? We know about it, and it is important for our exam. So mutualism, competition, predation, parasitism, commensalism, amensalism, all that things are there. Species A, B, plus, plus means both are getting benefited, right? When there is minus, minus means both. For both, no benefit is there. There is a competition. It can be detrimental for both, right? When it is plus or zero, it means, yes, plus or minus. One is getting benefit. One is getting benefited. Another is harmed. When plus or zero, one is getting benefit and other is at zero level, means no effect. And no benefit, no loss. It's like that. So that's what we need to understand. And again here, just stick to the NCERT. Okay, again here, just stick to the NCERT. So next 20 minutes more, chapter will be over. Then there will be a break and we will move to the next chapter. Okay, then we will move to the next chapter. Okay, ready? Yes, ready? So there is no such habitat and such situation is seen where you will see that one single species is living, right? Always you will see that more than one species are present at a place, isn't it? Isn't it? So for any species, the minimal requirement is, yes, for any species, the minimal requirement is one more species on which it can feed. Yes, it is important. Just even if I talk about the plants, right? If plants will not be there, if only humans are there, how are we going to survive? From where we are going to get our food? You even talk about the food chain, you talk about the food web, you know that how we are dependent on others, right? You know this flow, isn't it? It's something very basic. So even a plant species which makes it its own food cannot survive alone. It needs soil. It needs microorganisms to break down the organic matter in the soil and return the inorganic nutrients for absorption. So plants, those who are autotrophic, even they cannot survive by its own. Is that clear? Even they cannot survive by its own. So then how will the plant manage pollination without an animal agent? Right? So basically, even the plants, they need the microbes, they need the other animals so the pollination can occur. Okay, okay. Right? So it is obvious that in nature, even animals, plants and microbes, they do not and cannot live in isolation. They interact in various ways, bache, to form the biological community. I told you already, right? So even in minimal communities, many interactive linkage exist, although all may not be readily apparent. But yes, this interaction is important. Okay, bache. So interspecific interaction. It arises from the interaction of population of two different species. The word here is simple, na? Interspecific, two species, right? Interspecific competition is always there. Just say you all belong to same species, you are fighting for the MBBS seat. So it's a competition. It's a competition. Those who are better, those who are more focused, right? Those who are preparing, those who are studying, they'll get the seat. They'll get the seat. Okay, those who are not, they will not. Simple, they will not. Right? So intraspecific competition is there. Interspecific competition is also there for the resources. Right? Just say for an example, if there is a tree in your garden, right? Just say for an example, let's say there is an orange tree or guava tree. Obviously, monkeys are also there. If monkeys are also there in your surrounding, what will you do? Here, I just need to take out these fruits as early as possible. Otherwise, monkeys are going to destroy it. Right? That is also a kind of competition. Na? You also want that. They also want that. Are you getting my point? So we experience such things always. So beneficial, detrimental or neutral, these type of interactions we are going to see. So when it is beneficial plus, detrimental is minus, neutral is zero. Okay, neutral is zero. You already know about it. So let's start with the mutualism, right? Which is the symbiotic association where both are getting benefited, where it is plus plus always, right? And when it is the competition, there will be minus minus. Right? So in both parasitism and predation, only one species benefits at the interaction is detrimental to the other species. So very common example, just for an example, mutualism, we know that we have the example lichens, right? Algal partner is there, fungal partner is there, both are getting benefited there. You have the example of mycorrhiza there, right? Right? There are many examples. So mycorrhiza, you know that symbiotic association between the fungal hyphae and the roots of higher plants, right? Between the fungal hyphae and the roots of higher plants. So we are well aware, isn't it? We are well aware here. So parasitism, so competition, when two different species, they want the same resource. Competition. Parasitism, mein host parasitic relationship, where host will get the benefit, where host will, for host it will be detrimental, but for parasite it will be a plus, right? Right? Just let's say the tapeworm. You can take the example of tapeworm. You can take the example of Ascaris, which is there, the part of our system, right? It is getting benefited. It is harming us. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So interaction where one species is benefited and the other is neither benefited nor harmed, commensalism. Plus or zero, you need to remember this. Commensalism mein one species is harmed, minus, other is unaffected, zero, right? So predation, parasitism and commensalism, they share a common characteristic. The interacting species live closely together. They need to live closely together when there is the predation, parasitism or the commensalism. So let's start with the predation part. So they are saying that, okay, exactly, right? They are saying ki, let's say plants, right? Plants are making their own food. If animals will not feed on it, what about that energy? This energy flow is important. That's what we will learn in the chapter ecosystem. Okay, so you can think of predation as nature's way. Predation is important. We can think of it as a nature's way of transferring the energy to higher trophic levels. Right? So just for an example, if plants, they have fixed the energy, animals, the herbivores are going to feed on them, right? Then the carnivore will feed on that herbivore. So that's how the energy flow will be there, right? That is how the energy flow will be there. Yes or no? Yes or no? So when we think of predator and prey, most probably it is the tiger and the deer that readily come to our mind. But a sparrow that is eating the seeds is also a predator. Okay? Okay? Right? So herbivore term, you know that the animals that are feeding on the plants, we use the term herbivore for that. Okay, so this is also the example of predation. Now they are saying besides acting as conduits for, means channels for, right? In addition to acting as a channel for energy transfer across trophic level, predators, they are also very important. So firstly, we started the discussion with the predation, where we know that predator is getting benefited and prey, it is harmed. So you know that it is a nature's way to transfer the energy as well. So predation is also important, and it is also important to maintain, right? It is also important to maintain the population level as well, right? If predator is not there, that prey population will spread, it can harm others also, right? So just to maintain that balance, all these things are important. Even predation is important, but as I said earlier, the predator has to be prudent, right? It's not like that the predator in one go will destroy the prey population. No, even the prey, they know how to survive, right? Just you talk about the camouflage, right? These are the ways, these are the adaptations by which they are surviving from their predators. Okay, these are also the things. Fine, bache, these are also the things. So any doubt here? Yes, any doubt here? Sure? Sure? Chali, let's go. Okay, so they keep prey population under control, predators. What are they going to do? They will keep the prey population under control. But for predators, prey species could achieve very high population density and cause ecosystem instability. So when certain exotic species, right? What is the meaning of exotic species? Jaise ki the species that don't belong to a particular area, right? Right. So we are bringing them here. So they don't have predators. They don't have predators there. So obviously they'll spread a lot. They'll spread all, and it can be a nuisance for other species. Okay, so this is what they are explaining here. So when certain exotic species are introduced into a geographical area, they become invasive. They start spreading very fast because they do not have any natural predator there. Right, there is nobody to stop them. It's like that, right? Just as parents, they are important. Obviously, there is no predator-prey relationship, but parents, right, they are important. Their restrictions are important. If they will not restrict us, we don't know what are we going to do. So restrictions are also important, right? Restrictions are also important for us. Are you getting my point? So same thing you have to understand here. So they have given you the example. Focus on the example. Write down that this example is under the predation. That's it. That's how you are going to prepare this chapter. So the prickly pear cactus, it was introduced into Australia in early 1920s. It caused a havoc by spreading rapidly into millions of hectares of rangeland. Right? Why? Why? Because its natural predator was not there. Finally, the invasive cactus was brought under control after a cactus feeding predator, a moth, from its natural habitat was introduced into the country. One example. Next example. So biological control methods adopted in agriculture pest control are also based on the ability of the predator to regulate the prey population. Just for an example, Gambusia fish. Remember, it feeds on mosquito larvae. It feeds on mosquito larvae. It is also, right, it is very important because it controls the mosquito population. That is again good, right? That is again a natural way to control the mosquitoes. Okay, so this relationship benefits us a lot in different ways. Okay, so predators, they also help in maintaining species diversity in a community. Please mark this line and make sure you write it in your notes that predators, they are also helpful in maintaining the species diversity in a community. They maintain the diversity in a community by reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species, right? Among competing prey species. So they will reduce that competition between that prey species. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? That's how they maintain the species diversity in a community. So in the rocky intertidal communities of the American Pacific coast, the another example, the starfish possessor is an important predator. right? So again, it's important for your exam. The starfish possessor is an important predator. In a field experiment, when all the starfishes, they were removed from that intertidal area, bache, more than 10 species of invertebrates became extinct. Why, bache? Why, bache? Because obviously they'll fight with each other, right? The interspecific competition is there. The predator is not there, right? That is not going to control them. So in between that species, the competition will be there. So see, predators are important. This field experiment you have to remember. So if the predator is too efficient and overexploits its prey, then again it is a problem, because predator will get nobody to feed on, right? Even predator will also become extinct. So it's important to have that balance. So if a predator is too efficient, bache, and it overexploits its prey, then the prey might become extinct, and following it, the predator will also become extinct, because food is not available. So that's why predator in nature, they are prudent, right, bache? Right? So prey species have evolved various defenses to fight with that. So jaise ki you know that cryptically colored, yeah, blending, right, appearance, that is camouflage. You know about the camouflage. So it is to avoid being detected easily by the predator. Some are poisonous. Some your prey, they are poisonous, right? And therefore they are avoided by their predators. These are the protective mechanism. Jaise monarch butterfly is highly distasteful, right, to its predator, bird. Right? So because of the special chemical present in it. So monarch butterfly is having a special chemical, right? It is distasteful, so its predator is not going to feed on it. So that's how it protects itself, right? So butterfly acquires this chemical during its caterpillar stage by feeding on a poisonous weed, right? So when it feeds on a poisonous weed, it will get that particular chemical. Understood? Yes, please. Yes, please. This is for plants, herbivores are predators, right? Herbivores are predators. So nearly 20% of all the insects are phytophagous. Phyto mane plant, they feed on plant sap, right, bache? Right? So basically, plants cannot move here and there. So even they need to evolve the mechanism so that they can protect themselves from the grazing animal and from these insects. So we have the example here also, right? Just say in the case of thorns in the case of acacia and cactus, they are the most common morphological means of defense, right? They have the thorns, so that grazing animal, that grazers will not be able to, like, these thorns protect this acacia and cactus species from the grazers. Number one. Now many plants, they produce and store chemicals that make herbivores sick. If they will feed on it, they'll get sick, right? Just if you have the example of Calotropis, very important it is. If I'm not wrong, it belongs to Apocynaceae family, right? I need to check it again, but yes, Apocynaceae family. It belongs to Apocynaceae family. Apocynaceae, huh? But still, I'll check it, huh? Apocynaceae. So Calotropis. So it is growing in abandoned fields. The plant produces highly poisonous cardiac glycosides. Again, this example is important. So you will not see any cattle or goat browsing on this planet, right? On this plant. So wide variety of chemical substances that we extract from plants on commercial scale, जैसे nicotine, caffeine, quinine, right? Strychnine, opium. They also produced by them for their defense against grazers and the browsers. Okay. Okay. Note down. Yes, please, write down. Is it clear? None? Okay. So next is the competition, right? Competition, interspecific and intraspecific competition is there, and both are important for evolution as well. So when Darwin spoke of the struggle for existence and survival of fittest in nature, he was convinced that interspecific competition is a potent force in organic evolution. Important it is, right? Important it is. They can mix this line with the ecology, evolution part, and they can frame a question. Okay, right? So it is generally believed that the competition occurs when closely related species, they compete for the same resources. And yes, the point here is that resources are limiting in nature, right? That resources are limiting in nature. So commonly, so basically, closely related species, they are fighting for the same resource, and that resource is limited. So those who are the best, they'll utilize it and they'll survive, they'll reproduce. Simple as it. Right? So firstly, the totally unrelated, and it is not always like that closely related species, they need the same resource. Sometimes unrelated species, they could also compete for the same resource. So that is not the case that if two species, they are closely related, then only they need the common resource. Sometimes they are not closely related, right, bache, but they still need the same resource. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So in some shallow South American lakes, visiting flamingos and the resident fishes, they compete for their common food. So imagine, one is flamingo, one is a fish, right? Bird and a fish, they are fighting for the same resource, right? That is the zooplanktons of the lake. So they are unrelated, right? So secondly, resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. So if resources are limited, then next is saying resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. In interference competition, the feeding efficiency of one species might be reduced due to the interfering and inhibitory presence of the another species. We are considering this factor. We are considering this factor that, let's say, species, whether they are closely related and not so closely related, they are fighting for a resource. That resource is limited, competition is there. Even if the resource is not limited, right, the point is the feeding capacity. Just for an example, these days, right, just say, you know that I am teaching you here free of cost. All you need is a mobile phone, a laptop, internet connection. You can access my lectures, right? You can access my lectures. And here I'm not, it's not like that in my batch I will teach you something extra and here I'm not doing it. In the batch there is a decorum, right? The tests are there, proper practice is there, proper revision is there, proper doubt solving is there. These are the factors there in the batch. But here, okay, you have the access to the YouTube, you will just watch this lecture. But the point is, not just me, many teachers are teaching. They are teaching free of cost. On YouTube, you will get the entire syllabus. But still, you are not able to qualify the NEET examination. Some students are, but some students are not. Why? Those who are serious aspirants, those who are giving their best, those who are better at grasping the things, obviously they'll get the benefit out of it. Those who are focused, they'll get the benefit out of it. But not everybody. Same is the case here. So sometimes they are saying that that feeding efficiency can vary, interference effect can be there, like one species is present, other species in the presence of that might not be able to feed. It's like that. So competition is best defined as a process in which fitness of one species, right, is significantly lower in the presence of another species. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So when you are saying fitness, you are talking about the R here, right? Okay, so it is relatively easy to demonstrate in lab experiment as Gauss. This is the Gauss competition exclusion principle, and other experimental ecologists did. So when resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the other species, right? But evidence for such competitive exclusion occurs in nature is not always conclusive. Strong and persuasive circumstantial evidence does exist, however, in some cases. So in simple words, if I have to tell you, there are many experiments. We talk about the Gauss competition or Gauss exclusion principle, where we say when resources are limited, two species, if there are two species, the one which is better will replace the another one, right? Will replace the another one. So it is the competitive exclusion. So when two species compete for same resource within the environment, the one which is superior will replace the another. Okay, The one which is superior will replace the another. So it is the Gauss competitive exclusion principle that two closely related species competing for same resource will not coexist indefinitely, and competitively inferior one will be eliminated eventually. Right? But in the nature, this is not the only thing that we see. This is not the only thing that we see. We also see the resource partitioning. There's a for an example in our home. Basically, I'll give you the example here. Just let's say it's very common to have that fight with the siblings for the remote. Right? It's not like that every time you are going to fight. Sometimes it's like, na, ki theek hai yaar, I am going to watch TV from 12 to 2. You can watch it from 4 to 6 or 4 to 8. Right? No, you do not interfere in that time slot. I will not interfere in your time slot. It's like that. So these are the things that we can focus. Hai na? Done. So now they are saying that the Avigdon tortoise in Galapagos Island, they became extinct within a decade after goats were introduced on the island, apparently due to the greater browsing efficiency of the goats. So resources, sometimes they are not limited, but maybe the other species is better than the first one. Okay, and now, so the another evidence for the occurrence of competition in nature comes from what is called competitive release. So when I'm saying that one superior species will replace the another inferior competitive species, it is the Gauss competitive exclusion principle. Now the term is competitive release, right? Where expansion of the range of species when a competitive for its niche, right? When a competitive for its niche is removed. What is competitive release? Expansion. You can write down. Expansion of the range of species when a competitive for its niche is removed. Expansion for the range of species when the competitive for its niche is removed. So species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area because of the presence of a competitive superior species is found to expand its distributional range dramatically when the competitive species is experimentally removed, right? It will expand its range, right, when that competitive species is experimentally removed. So here you have the experiment. So you need to remember the experiment. So competitive release is the part here that Cornell's elegant field experiments showed that on the rocky sea coast of Scotland, the larger and competitively superior barnacles, that is Balanus, it dominates the intertidal area and it excludes the smaller barnacle, that is your Cathamelis, from that zone. So in general, herbivores and plants, they appear to be more adversely affected by the competition than carnivores. Okay, then carnivores. So focus on the experiments here. Here also you have a very simple experiment, students. Jaise Gauss ka competitive exclusion principle, I told you already, when two closely related species competing for the same resource, they will not coexist indefinitely. Competitively inferior one will be eliminated eventually, right? But this may only be true if resources are limited, okay, but not otherwise. No interference, nothing else. Here you are talking about the resources that they are limited. Okay. So more recent studies do not support such gross generalization, right? And they talk about the resource partitioning. Right? So they are saying the species that are facing the competition, they might evolve a mechanism so that both can, survive rather than the expulsion or rather than the exclusion rather. So one such mechanism is resource partitioning. Again, NTA's favorite question. So if two species compete for the same resource, they could avoid competition by choosing, for instance, different times for feeding or different foraging patterns. Just I gave you the example of remote. right? The solution for remote fight. So MacArthur showed that 5 closely related species of warblers living on the same tree were able to avoid competition and coexist due to their behavioral differences in their foraging activities. Some are using the top of the plant, right, the sides of the plant like this. So next is the parasitism. So bache, we are about to finish it in next 20 minutes, next 10 minutes. Right, so then I'll give you the break. So parasitism में क्या आ जाएगा कि considering that the parasitic mode of life ensures the free lodging and meals, it is not surprising that parasitism has evolved in so many taxonomical groups from plants to higher vertebrates. ठीक है, one parasite is going to live on the host, but the point here is that parasite has to fight with the host's immune system also. So it has to evolve in such a way that it can fight with that, it can survive there. So when you talk about the host or parasite ka relationship, you also see the co-evolution there, right? If host is evolving so that it can protect itself from the parasite, parasite also needs to evolve so that it can feed on the host. So they co-evolve, right? So you can see here that many parasites, they have evolved to be host specific, right? They need that particular host only in such a way that both host and parasite tend to co-evolve. If the host evolves special mechanism for rejecting or resisting the parasite, parasite has to evolve mechanism to counteract and neutralize them. Okay, right bache? So in accordance with their lifestyle, parasites evolved special adaptations. You know that they don't have the unnecessary sense organ, they have the adhesive organ, suckers, hooks, right? So they can attach itself to the host. They don't have digestive system, they have high reproductive capacity. They will use the host food, they will just simply absorb it. Okay, so life cycle of parasites and other complex and often complex, evolving 1 or 2 intermediate hosts or vectors to facilitate the parasitization, right? Parasitization. Okay, so human ka liver fluke bache, right? It depends on 2 intermediate hosts to complete its life cycle. So malarial parasites need a vector to spread. So these are all the adaptations there, you know na, female anopheles. Okay, ठीक है. Okay, so they are saying that the parasite, they harm the host, they may reduce the survival, growth and reproduction of the host, they can reduce its population density. Okay, done. So parasites that feed on the external surface of the host are ectoparasite. You know that we have the example of endoparasite also. So here just they are giving the example of human ticks on dogs. Many marine fishes are infested with ectoparasite copypods. So again, you will write the examples of it after the class in that comment box. Okay, I'll wait for this. This is your homework. You have to answer this question. Then Cuscuta. What is Cuscuta? It's a total stem parasite. Cuscuta. So it is also known as dodder plant, or Hindi we call it as Amar Bel. So it's a parasitic plant that is commonly found growing on the hedge plants. It has lost its chlorophyll. It is yellowish in color. You might have seen that. And leaves in the course of evolution. So it will take its nutrition from the host plant, bache. The female, right? So this is the example. It's a total stem parasite having that hostoria by which it will take the nutrition from the host plant. Okay. Right? Okay. Done? Any doubt here? Sure. So rest the example is of endoparasites, bache, where they are saying they live inside our body, right? Liver, kidney, lungs, anything it can be. So their life cycle is more complex because of their extreme specialization. Their morphological, right? Their form and even their internal features are simplified while emphasizing their reproductive potential. So that is the thing. One is brood parasitism, right? We have seen this example in the movie 3 Idiots as well. It is there in the birds, right? The example is of, just say, your cuckoo and crow. So the parasitic bird, it will lay its eggs in the nest of its host and let the host incubate them, right? It is not doing anything. It will just lay the eggs in the nest of another bird, a host bird. So during the course of evolution, the eggs of the parasitic bird, they have evolved to resemble the host's egg in size and color to reduce the change of the host bird, detecting that foreign eggs. So the example is there in the case of, see, movement of cuckoo or koel and the crow in your neighborhood park during the breeding season. So that is the example of brood parasitism. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Please tell me. Yes. Yes, बच्चे. Yes, बच्चे. Okay. So now here, I want to ask you one question. I skipped and I try to answer it. Ki female mosquito is not considered as a parasite, although it needs our blood for the reproduction. Why is it so? Why is it so? Human, like the female mosquito, it is not considered as a parasite, but it needs our blood for the reproduction. Why? Yes. But it's simple. The mosquito is not biting humans, right? The female mosquito is not, it is sucking our blood for the reproduction, right? Not for its meal. That's the point. When you are saying that parasitism, host and parasitic wala relationship, there are certain factors. Just that host, that parasite is totally dependent on host. It is living on that host. It is completely dependent on it. But in the case of mosquitoes, it is not like that. It is not like that, right? Right? So that female mosquito is taking our blood for the reproduction only, but it is not for its meal. Are you getting my point? Not for its meal. Are you getting my point? Right? And it is not living in an association. These mosquitoes are not living in association with us. Right? So there are certain criteria for that parasitism. So this is something that this is your second homework. You have to type it in the comment section. Right? And please do it. Please do it. So next is bache commensalism and amensalism. Chalo, let's discuss it and finish it. So commensalism mein one species is getting benefited plus and another is neither harmed nor benefited. This. So orchid growing as an epiphyte. Epiphyte. Epi means above. So orchids, they grow on another plants. They are using that space only. They are not taking the nourishment from that plant. Right? They are not taking any nourishment from the plant. Right? You know na? Orchids, they have the velamen. If you remember velamen, their roots are having velamen. This tissue is hygroscopic in nature. It can absorb the water from the surrounding. So an orchid growing as an epiphyte on a mango branch and a barnacle growing on the back of a vale benefit, while neither the mango tree nor the vale derives any apparent benefit out of it. Right? So if that orchid is growing on that mango tree, it is not harming it at all, but it is getting benefited. Okay? Okay, so cattle aggregate and the grazing cattle in close association, a site you are most likely to catch if you live in a farm in a rural area, right? So when there is a grazing cattle, that cattle is feeding on the grass, right? And that cattle aggregate is moving along with it. So the insects that are coming out, it will feed on that. Right, bache? Right, bache? So the aggregates always forage close to where the cattle are grazing, because the cattle, as they move, stir up and flush out insects from the vegetation that otherwise might be difficult for aggregates to find and catch. So this is also commensalism. One is sea anemone, right? Because it is having that stinging tentacles. You know, na sea anemone, Nidaria it is, nematoblast, remember that. So it is having the stinging tentacles, and the clownfish that lives among them, The fish gets protection from predators which stay away from the stinging tentacles, and anemone doesn't appear to derive any benefit by hosting the clownfish. So plus and zero benefit. Okay, right? So this is showing the mutual relationship between fig tree and wasp. You know, no, fig tree. This is hypenthodium. What type of inflorescence it is? Hypenthodium. There is the opening, right? The wasp will come here. It will lay its eggs there. And meanwhile, when that wasp is moving from one fruit to another, it is helping in the pollination. So they are totally dependent on each other for their life cycle. So that's why it is mutualism, right? Bache, it is mutualism. Okay. Okay. So next is mutualism. So I already told you about mycorrhiza. I told you about the lichens as well, right? So when you are talking about the mycorrhiza, that particular plant will not be able to grow if fungal hyphae are not there, because fungus will absorb nutrients, will provide it to that particular plant. Okay. Okay. And fungus in return is also getting what? Fungi help the plant in the absorption of the essential nutrient from the soil, while the plant in turn provides the fungi with energy yielding carbohydrates. So most spectacular and evolutionary fascinating examples are found in plant-animal relationships. Just a plant need the help of animals for pollinating their flowers and dispersing their seeds. Animals, they have to pay the fee by so animals obviously have to be paid fees for services that plants expect from them. So plants, they offer the rewards or fees in the form of pollen and nectar. So you know, na, they are the rewards here. They are the rewards here, right? And juicy and nutritious fruits for seed dispersers. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So no doubt this is the mutually beneficial system, but some cheaters are also there. There are some animals that try to steal the nectar without helping in the population. That's it. Okay. And when it comes to the co-evolution in that plant and animal wala part, so you can take the example of Pronuba moth and yucca plant. Remember, Pronuba moth and yucca plant, their life cycle depends on each other. Their life cycle depends on each other. Okay. Okay. Our fig tree is also one of the examples there. That's it. So female wasp uses the fruit not only as an oviposition, that is egg laying site, but uses the developing seeds within the fruit for nourishing its larvae. So wasp pollinates the fig inflorescence while searching for suitable egg laying sites. So that's how it is. Then another example is of orchids. They show a bewildering diversity of floral patterns, many of which have evolved to attract the right pollinator insects. So here we have the examples of bees and bumblebee. So bache, it is the example of pseudo copulation, right? So bumblebee, and in the case of an orchid, it's that petal looks like the bumblebee. It is having the patterns like the bumblebee. So male bumblebee, male bumblebee will think that that is a female, right? But it is just the orchid plant, the petal there. The petal there. Okay, so that is also one of the examples. Fine. So Mediterranean orchid Ophrys employs sexual deceit to get pollination done by the species of bee. So one petal of its flower bears an uncanny resemblance to the female of the bee in size, color and markings. So male bee is attracted to what it perceives as a female. So it is the example of pseudo copulation. Okay, so in this way it is helping in the pollination. Okay, done. So examples here are important. That's it. So next chapter is the ecosystem. So let me tell you what we need to read here. 1 minute. Yes. So here, bache, you will talk about the ecosystem patterns. What we need to discuss here, we will talk about the patterns, components, productivity, decomposition, the repeated topic of course, energy flow, then pyramids, right? That's what we need to discuss. So this topic is very important here, and this topic is very important here, and one question can also come from productivity. Take done. So that's what we need to discuss. So let's have a break. So break time till 2:30. Okay, so this will be a lunch break, then we will finish the ecosystem will hardly take 1.5 hours, and then we'll go for the biodiversity and conservation. Again, we'll move very quickly, and then the genetics. Take then the genetics. Okay, but see, in the ecology there are so many things that we can learn, right? And it is interesting as well, but again the time constraint is there, right? Your paper is having a syllabus, so we have to stick to that. So it is more like NCERT reading for you, but it is important. Even if you will solve the previous year questions, you're not going to get anything beyond NCERT. Okay, so that's what we have to discuss. So let's join the class after half an hour. Hi guys. Am I audible? Hi, hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Do let me know in the chat section. Am I audible? Do let me know in the chat section. Okay, so let's start the next chapter, that is ecosystem. And I already told you what are we going to discuss here. Yes, please tell me. What are we going to discuss here? What are we going to discuss here? We will talk about the ecosystem pattern, right? Ecosystem components, productivity, decomposition, energy flow, energy pyramids. So pyramid is a very important topic here. Okay, pyramid is a very important topic here. So when you talk about the ecosystem, who coined the term ecosystem? A.G. Tensley. Who coined the term ecosystem? A.G. Tensley coined the term. He coined the term ecosystem, right, bache? He coined the term ecosystem. Who? A.G. Tensley, right? And who coined the term ecology? Ernst Haeckel. Who coined the term ecology? Ernst Haeckel. Who coined the term ecosystem? A.G. Tensley, right, bache? A.G. Tensley, right, bache? Who coined the term ecosystem? It is A.G. Tensley. Understood? Understood? So you know what ecosystem is? It's a self-sustained, if I have to define it. Right? If I have to define it, it's a self-sustained and self-regulated functional segment of nature. It is self-sustained and self-regulated functional system of nature. Yes, self-sustain and self-regulate functional system of nature. Yes, yes, bache. Where living organisms, they interact, they exchange material among themselves and with their physical environment. So self-regulated functional system of nature where living organisms they exchange. Make sure you write the definition. Okay. Make sure you write the definition where they exchange. They even interact, where they interact and exchange between and with the surrounding physical environment. Is that clear? With the surrounding physical environment. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. So what is the word? The word is A.G. Who coined the term? A.G. Tensley. Important? Yes, ma'am. It is important. So self-sustained, self-regulated system of the nature where we talk about the interaction between the living organisms, where they exchange the material, where they interact and they exchange the material in between and with the surrounding physical environment. This is what ecosystem is, and you know the ecological hierarchy now, right? That's why I'm discussing this all together. So organisms and population, you know that we start the story with the organisms, then population, then community. We talk about the ecosystem, biome and the biosphere. So keep it in your mind. Okay, so see, here it is written. Here it is written that an ecosystem can be visualized as the functional unit of nature. Functional unit of nature is an important line, right? Functional unit of nature is an important line here. So basic unit of study in ecology is your organism. Basic unit of study in ecology is organism. And here what is it, bache? It is the functional unit of nature. Is that clear? So ecosystem, it varies greatly in size. Like here, if I have to tell you about the ecosystem, right? So you will talk about the terrestrial, aquatic, even the natural system, artificial system, large ecosystem, small ecosystem, all that things are there, which we discuss. And when we talk about the structural components, biotic factors, living organisms, abiotic factors are also considered here, because it is not just about the interaction between the living organisms only. We are also considering the physical environment. So physical environment also contain the abiotic factors, right? So we need to consider everything here, right? We need to consider everything here. So ecosystem varies greatly in size from a small pond to a large forest or sea. Okay, so many ecologists regard the entire biosphere as a global ecosystem, bache, and as a composite of all local ecosystems on Earth. Together, they are making that large, right, the entire biosphere. Okay, bache. So this system is too big and complex to be studied at one time. So it is convenient to divide this ecosystem. So that's why we divide it like this: terrestrial and the aquatic. So forest, your grasslands, your deserts, they are the examples of terrestrial ecosystem. Your forest ecosystem, your grassland, and along with that the desert ecosystem. The ponds, the lake, wetland, river, estuaries, they are the examples of aquatic ecosystem, right? Even this point is important, that crop fields and even the aquarium, which is man-made, they are also the ecosystem, but they are the man-made ecosystem, artificial ecosystem it is. Okay, bache. So now they are saying that firstly we need to look at the structure of the ecosystem in order to appreciate the input, the transfer of energy, and the output. So three things are discussed here: input, transfer of energy, output. Input, transfer of energy, output. So input, we are talking about the productivity here. Transfer of energy mein food chain, web, nutrient cycling will be there. But now nutrient cycling is not the part of your syllabus. We will not discuss it. The output will include degradation and energy loss. Okay? So all that things are there in the ecosystem. So yes, we need to start with the structure and function. This is what we need to consider. So it is more like NCERT highlight today, and trust me, this is all you need for this particular chapter. Is that clear? Yes, it is all you need for this particular chapter. Is that clear? Yes, bache. Is that clear? Chale. So in earlier classes, you have looked at the various components of the environment, abiotic and biotic components, right? What have we done? We have discussed the various components of the environment, abiotic and biotic. I told you abiotic and biotic, both the components are there. Okay, so let us look how these components let us look at these components in more integrated manner and the flow of energy. That's what we need to discuss here. So they are saying, so again I'm saying, when it is the abiotic components, you're talking about the inorganic material, organic material, climate, right, soil, everything like that, right? Inorganic material, organic material, edaphic like soil particles, right? All that things, etc., we consider here. Biotic will include your living organisms. Jaise ki biotic mein, here you will talk about producers, consumers, decomposers, right? So when you are talking about the ecosystem and you are talking about the biotic component, that's how we are going to see them. Producers are there, consumers are there, right, bache? Decomposers are there. Okay, that's how we see this. So now what are they saying? That identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem, give it the species composition, right? We'll give it what? We'll give it the species composition. So species composition, you can put it under the characteristics of the ecosystem. So if I have to write the characteristics of the ecosystem, if I have to write characteristics of the ecosystem, yes, right, we have to talk about the species composition first. Right, we have to talk about the species composition first. We will talk about the stratification here. Yes, we will talk about the species composition here. We will talk about the stratification here. We will also talk about the trophic structure या food structure here. Right, please write down trophic structure or the food structure here. And you talk about the standing crop and the standing state. Right, that's what we consider under the characteristics of the ecosystem. Is that clear? That is what we consider under the characteristics of the ecosystem. So species composition, stratification, trophic structure includes the food structure, standing crop and standing state. Is that clear? Standing crop and standing state. These are the characteristics. And when you talk about the functions of the ecosystem, when you talk about what? When you talk about the functions of the ecosystem. So anybody in the class who can tell me about the functions of the ecosystem? Anybody in the class who can tell me about the functions of the ecosystem? Yes? Let's make the session interactive. At least try to answer the questions. Guys, if you are not interested, I will. Right? I'll be very happy to end the class. So tell me, functions of ecosystem, you know about it. Productivity, right? Decomposition, energy flow, and then, so productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and then we talk about the nutrient cycling. So other than nutrient cycling, all the three things are the part of your syllabus. Is that clear? So the characteristics of the ecosystem, these are the functions of the ecosystem. So let's discuss this part. So when you are talking about this, so as I said, species composition. So identification and enumeration of plant and animal species of an ecosystem will give the species composition. Is that clear? What will it give? It will give the species composition. You have to identify it. You will see their number as well, right? So even the plant species, even the animal species, and that will tell us about the species composition. Is that clear? Then this stratification, it's a PYQ. This stratification, it's a PYQ. So vertical distribution, right? What is it? Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level. Strata, strata means layers, right? Strata means layers. This word is associated with layer. That's how I remember this. So when it is the stratification, it is what kind of distribution? Vertical distribution it is, right? Vertical distribution it is. Are you getting my point? Vertical distribution of different species occupying different level. So it is a previous year question. So do not confuse it with the horizontal distribution. It is the vertical distribution, that too of species occupying different levels, right? We'll discuss about it. Okay, जैसे forest में trees, they occupy top vertical strata, shrubs the second, grasses the bottom. That's the point now. जैसे in a forest, you have the grasses, shrubs, trees. So tree will be the topmost, right? It will be at the topmost position there when you will do the stratification. So that's how you can keep the things in your mind. The trees occupies the top vertical strata or layer of forest. Shrubs, the second, herbs and grasses will go for the bottom layer. So that's how it is. That's how it is. And here itself I have used the word, just a trophic structure. I'll discuss it here only. I told you about the trophic structure, standing crop and standing state. Let's discuss that part here only. So when you talk about the trophic structure, what will we consider here? Guys, it's something very basic. Yes, it's something very basic, right? So you know that what energy source, right, the organisms are dependent on and how much energy they produce as an organisms. On the basis of that, they are present at different trophic structures, yes or no? Yes or no? Matlab, all organisms, they are placed in trophic levels, right? Here you are talking about what? You are talking about the, here you are talking about what? You are talking about the placement of that organisms at different trophic levels, and it depends upon their source of energy, right? They are the source of energy, they are dependent on how much energy they produce. Just say if your plants, they are the producers, they will take the sunlight, they'll use that, they'll make their own food, right? Then the energy flow will start, isn't it? They are the transducers, they are like plants, they are the autotrophs, right? And even plants, what will they use? They will use that light energy, they'll convert that into the chemical energy, right? So I just use the word transducer. It is basically something which will convert one form of energy into the another. That's why I use the word here. Okay? So the trophic structure is the word. Then other than that, these are also the terms that I have used. Standing crop and standing state. This is important. This is important. So here you have to remember one thing, that is cis. Here you have to remember one thing, that is cis. Sister. Cis. That's my way to remember this. Sister, cis, matlab standing state, I, inorganic. Inorganic is the word. So when you are saying standing crop, amount of living biomass present in an ecosystem. So when you are saying standing crop, you are talking about the amount of living, yes, what's that? Amount of living biomass present in an ecosystem. amount of living biomass present in an ecosystem at its different trophic level, right? So amount of living biomass present in an ecosystem in its different trophic levels. In its different trophic levels, right bache? Right bache? So here when it is the standing crop, what are you talking about? In the paper we confuse this part. We are talking about the biomass. Biomass mane organic. Standing state mein you are talking about the inorganic component. And remember, whenever we talk about the biomass, we prefer to measure the dry weight. Why? Because there will be no seasonal variation. Right? Whenever we measure the biomass or the organic matter, we go for the dry weight, right? When the water is evaporated. What is the reason behind? The reason behind is very simple. When you talk about the dry weight, you are not considering the water component. So water component can vary in different seasons, right? So we will get the different value. So to avoid that, the biomass is measured in terms of dry weight. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? Because it will not change with season. Okay, so standing state mein amount of inorganic material, right, that is present in soil at given time. It is amount of inorganic material. Amount of inorganic material present in soil at a time, at a given time. Understood? So amount of inorganic material present in soil at a given time, that is the standing state. Just like you are talking about the nitrogen, the phosphorus, the calcium here. Okay? Okay? Is that clear? Sure? Chaliye. Let's start the productivity part. Let's come to this part, the functions of ecosystem, right? Let's come to the part, functions of ecosystem. So before going forward, let's finish this paragraph and then we will move to the productivity. Again, a simple topic, and yes, the question is expected from that particular portion as well, right? To understand the ethos of an aquatic ecosystem, let's take the example of a small pond as, right? So this is fairly, you're talking about a small pond and we are saying that is self-sustainable. It is ecosystem. It will be self-sustainable and self-regulated. So this is fairly self-sustainable unit, and rather simple example that explain even the complex interaction that exists in an ecosystem. That's what they are talking about. Chalo. So let's discuss it. 1 minute. Done? Okay, so a pond is a shallow water body in which all the above mentioned 4 basic components are well exhibited. Just say abiotic component, there is the water, right? And that water will have all the inorganic and organic substances, right? Soil deposit is also there at the bottom of the pond. Solar input, the solar energy will be there, temperature, day length, other climatic conditions, they also regulate the rate of function of that pond. So they are saying the autotrophic component because it is a aquatic ecosystem, right? It is the phytoplanktons there. So bache, when we use the word plankton, what is the meaning of plankton? They are free floating, right? Planktons are what? Passively floating. Right? They are passively floating aquatic organisms, free floating aquatic organisms they are. Planktons, phytoplankton, you are talking about the plant part that will undergo photosynthesis, right? They float passively with the water current. Remember, plankton, they flow passively with the water current. And when the word is zooplankton, zoo mane, you are talking about the animal there, that will be, right? Zooplankton, that is the word. Now, we are saying here, right, what are we saying here? The autotrophic components include the phytoplankton, even some algae, because they will perform the photosynthesis, and floating, submerged and marginal plants. If you have seen any water body, you know that it's not always the floating plants there. Some are submerged, some are deeply, right? Some are submerged, right, bache? Some are deeply rooted there also. Okay, some are just free floating. We know about this, isn't it? We know about this. So here they are talking about the producer part first, right? They are talking about the producer part first. I believe you all understand what producers are, what consumers are. Producers, autotrophs, plants, they are using the sun energy, they are making their own food. Then consumer, first consumer, the primary consumer will be the herbivore, right? Because that is going to feed on that plant, and that's a very important link, right? Then comes the a secondary consumer, that is your primary carnivore, because carnivore it is because it is going to feed on that particular herbivore, right, on that animal. So herbivores are very important. They are just like a very important link here, right, because they are converting that plant material into such a way that other animal can feed, right, other animal is going to feed on herbivore, and herbivore is feeding on the plant. So let's say if herbivores will not be there, the primary carnivores will not be able to eat the plant material. So herbivores are very important. So I believe you all have understanding of this food chain of this trophic levels. Okay, so now after these producers, they are talking about the consumers, जैसे कि your zooplankton. They are free swimming, they can be bottom dwelling forms that are staying at the bottom. The decomposers, very important, right? They are very important because they will bring that nutrients back to that cycle. So they can be fungi, bacteria and flagellates. They are abundant in the bottom of the pond, right? So you know that they will decompose that, right, the dead organisms, the organic material, and will add that again into that circulation. We will discuss about it again under the decomposition topic. So this system perform all the function of any ecosystem and of the biosphere as a whole, right, and of the biosphere as a whole. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Sure? Sure. So conversion of inorganic into organic material with the help of radiant energy of sun by autotrophs, consumptions of autotrophs by heterotrophs, right, and decomposition and mineralization of dead matter to release them back for the reuse by autotrophs. This will be repeated again and again, and it's a unidirectional movement of energy, right? It is the unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic levels, okay? And it's dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Is that clear? Is that clear? So there is a unidirectional movement. There is a unidirectional movement of energy towards the higher trophic level, and its dissipation and loss as heat to the environment. Is that clear? Is that clear? So next is productivity. Next is productivity, right? Next is productivity. Okay, very important it is. See, a constant input of solar energy is the basic requirement. Matlab, this solar energy is something very, very, very important, right? When you talk about the deep sea hydrothermal vents, there the solar energy will not be that source of energy, right? But ultimately it is the source of energy. Ultimately it is what? It is the source of energy, and it is the basic requirement for any ecosystem. This line is important. This line is important. If plants, if they will not be able to trap the solar energy, if they will not be able to use it, then how are they going to make their own food, right? How are they going to make their food? Okay? So when you are talking about the productivity, no doubt you will be dealing with the rate of biomass production. But yes, do not ignore such things as well. Okay? Okay, so firstly, primary production. It is the amount of biomass or organic matter. It is the amount of biomass or organic matter that is produced per unit area over a time period. That is produced per unit area over a time period. So primary production, what is it? It is the amount of biomass. What is it? It is the amount of biomass or organic matter It is the amount of biomass along with that organic matter that is produced per unit area. That is produced per unit area over a time period by plants during photosynthesis. So primary production mein you are talking about the plants, they are making the food, right? They are making the organic matter or biomass per unit area. So how are we going to express it in terms of weight? जैसे कि gram per meter square energy, right? But when bache you are talking about the rate of that production, just say it's like you are studying, okay, fine, you are studying, consider it as your primary production, but in like 1 hour, what are you studying? Yeah, how many questions you have solved? So now I'm asking about the rate. So when I'm talking about the rate, I'm talking about the productivity here. Right, when I'm talking about the rate, I'm talking about the productivity here. This is what you need to keep in your mind. So the first thing is the primary production, where you are saying that it is the amount of biomass production. It is the amount of biomass or organic matter that is produced per unit area. That is produced per unit area. Am I clear here? That is produced per unit area. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right, by plants during photosynthesis. So it is expressed in terms of weight or energy. So when it is the rate of biomass production, it is the productivity. When it is the rate of biomass production, what is it? It is the productivity. Is that clear? Is that clear? So if bache gm square is written, matlab gram per meter square is given, you are talking about the production. But now here gram per meter square per year is also given, the rate, productivity. So focus on this part here, right? Focus on this part here. Overall, this topic is important for you, right? Overall, this topic is important for you. Okay. Okay. So when you are talking about the productivity, we have GPP and we have NPP. So let me explain you the concept of GPP and NPP first, then we'll discuss it from the NCERT. Gross primary productivity, right? It is what? It is the gross primary productivity. Chalo. Just imagine your pocket money, right? Gross primary productivity, this is the plant, what it has produced, right? The amount of organic matter it has produced, right? It has produced, obviously per unit time. That is gross primary productivity. I'll give you a very simple example. This is for an example, let's say your pocket money is 10,000 rupees. What's your pocket money? What's your pocket money? 10,000 rupees. Out of the 10,000 rupees, your expenditure for, let's say, for food it is 5,000. For other things it is 2,000, right? For, let's say, for food, for your food it is 5,000. And for your stay, let's say it is 2,000, 1,000 is miscellaneous, right? So let's say total will be 8,000. Total will be 8,000. So 10,000 minus 8,000, that is your expenditure. That is your expenditure, right? What is left? 2,000 rupees. So this 10,000 rupees is your GPP. This 8,000 rupees is respiration. Matlab it is the loss. It is the amount that you are going to consume, and rest, this remaining part, is the NPP. Now, what is the meaning here? Just say, let's say a plant is going to make the plant is going to synthesize the food, right? It will synthesize that biomass. Now, obviously, plant is also having the requirement. Plant is also having the metabolism. Plant is also having the requirement. Plant is also having the metabolism, right? For that metabolism, whatever is lost, we consider it as R, respiration, loss it is. Right, this is what a plant need. This is what a plant need. And the remaining, right, out of that, whatever is remaining, that is the net primary productivity. That is the net primary productivity after all that expenses. Now you know that here, this is the story. We have the producers, then we have the consumers. When you talk about the consumers, right, the one that is going to feed on plant material, that will be your herbivore. And when I'm saying herbivore, I'm talking about the primary consumer. I'm talking about the primary consumer. And you know that who's going to feed this primary consumer? My secondary consumer. So that secondary consumer will be our primary carnivore, right? Because now it has started feeding on the animal material, not on the plants. Are you getting my point? So producer, let's say for producers, NPP is 2,000. So this NPP will be available to the consumer. This NPP is available to the consumer. For consumer, right, for your herbivore, this 2000 will be its primary productivity. Or you can say that will be its primary productivity. That is the word I'm using here. Right? That is the word that I'm using here. Right? Right? Yes? Right, so it will be overall, so it is its primary productivity, but actually it is the secondary, right? Actually it is the secondary productivity, it is the rate of formation. So now consumer, right, now consumer will also, right, so now consumer will also synthesize the organic matter, that will be the secondary productivity. So that is how it is, right? That is how it is. So let's discuss it. So what are they saying? They are saying that when you are talk about the productivity, you have GPP and you have NPP. So GPP is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. What is GPP? Plants, they are performing photosynthesis, they are making that biomass, right? So it is your gross primary productivity. It is the rate of production of organic matter during the photosynthesis. What is it? It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. What is it, bache? Rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Is that clear? Is that clear? It's like you are earning. If you are earning, obviously you have the expenses to bear. You'll bear that. After that, whatever is remaining, that is your savings. Same as the plant, same is the case here. Plants are going to produce the biomass, right? Plants are going to produce the biomass, right, bache? Right, bache? Right, bache? It is the rate of, right? It is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. So plants are going to produce that biomass, right? And they will, the considerable amount of GPP is utilized by plants in respiration, right? Right, they will, the loss will also be there. So GPP minus respiration loss, it is the net primary productivity, right? GPP minus respiration, it is the net primary productivity, and the favorite question of your examiner from this chapter. So secondary productivity is rate of formation of new organic material. It is the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumer. That is the secondary productivity. Is that clear? So plants NPP will be, plants NPP is available for the next consumer. Is that clear? Okay. So here we can see that net primary productivity is the available biomass for the consumption of heterotrophs, and definitely it is the herbivore or it can be decomposed. So secondary productivity is the rate of formation of new organic matter by consumer. Any doubt? Any doubt here? This is the concept of productivity. Keep it in your mind. Then primary productivity depends upon plant species, obviously. Right, it depends upon the plant species, जैसे कि environmental factors, availability of nutrients, photosynthetic capacity of plants, all that things are going to decide the primary productivity. So yes, these are the factors responsible for that productivity. So obviously it depends upon the area, the environmental factors, the nutrients availability, the photosynthetic capacity, everything has to be considered. Okay. Okay, so this productivity is different for different types of different types of ecosystems. Jैसे higher productivity areas में you can see coral reefs, right? Not just the coral reefs. I'm just giving you the example. Coral reefs are having higher productivity. Your sugarcane fields are having higher productivity, right, bache? Tropical forests are having higher productivity. Sugarcane fields. Yes, my dear students, sugarcane fields are having higher productivity. So that is what we have here. That is what we have here. And when you talk about the low productivity, low deserts, we can consider the deserts, right? But other than that, you can consider the deep seas, deep sea also. So that's why we say it depends. So annual net productivity of the whole biosphere, this information is important, please pay attention. 170 billion tons dry weight of organic matter. 170 billion tons dry weight of the organic matter. Of this, despite occupying about 70% of the surface, the productivity of oceans are only 55. They are occupying 70% of the surface, but out of this 170 billion tons, 55 billion ton is just for the oceans and rest is on the land. Just imagine, right? So oceans are having the low productivity. This is what you can mention. Okay. Next, decomposition. Let's talk about that. So when you are talking about the decomposition, breakdown is there, definitely breakdown is there, and that breakdown is of complex organic matter. That breakdown is of complex organic matter into the simple inorganic substances. Let me teach you this again. Dekho, here they are talking about the earthworm. You know that earthworm is considered as the farmer's friend, right? It increases the fertility of the soil. That's what we know. So overall, focus here. Earthworm is also a decomposer. They are saying, what is this decomposition? And this is what even earthworm will do. Breakdown of it is the breakdown of complex organic matter as well as in loosening of the soil. So breakdown of complex organic matter into inorganic one, of course, right? So I'm writing it here. Into inorganic one. Is that clear? Right? Into inorganic one, and that too is, yes, right? So it is by decomposers. So breakdown of complex organic matter into inorganic one by decomposers, right? How? By decomposers. Is that clear? Is that clear? So similarly, decomposers, they break down complex organic matter into inorganic substances like carbon dioxide, water. This is decomposition done. So dead plants, their remains, just leaves, bark, flowers, we use the word detritus for it, right? If you know it, very good. Otherwise, it is important. So detritus is that dead and decaying organic matter. It is dead and decaying organic matter. It includes fecal matter, leaves, bark, flower, everything. Right, bache? Right, bache? So it is the detritus that will undergo decomposition. Okay, it is the detritus that will undergo decomposition. Is that clear? It is the detritus that will undergo decomposition. So when you talk about the processes, it is written here: fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, breakdown definitely, humification and mineralization. So you should know these steps, and it's not like that it will take place one after another. Simultaneously it's going on, right? Simultaneously it is going on, right? So when you talk about the detrivores, जैसे कि earthworm, it will break the detritus. What is detritus? Dead and decaying organic matter. It will break it into more smaller particles. That's why it is the fragmentation. That's why it is the fragmentation, right? That is why we are calling it as fragmentation. Yes, bache? Yes, bache? Yes? So just let's say, even if you are talking about the earthworm is going to feed on that detritus. It will be the part of its system. Then what is going to happen in its system, right? It is feeding on that detritus, right? Some material will get digested. The undigested material will again come out. Isn't it? Yes, bache. So part of the detritus will be digested by the detrivores, right? By the decomposers, and undigested part will come out. So this is the fragmentation. So leftover detritus comes to have larger surface area. So whatever detritus will come out, that will have larger surface area, right, bache? So this is the first part, that is the fragmentation. Now let's move to the next step. Here we are talking about the leaching. As I said, all of it will take place simultaneously, but you can even consider the catabolism first. So now by the process of leaching what's going to happen? Water soluble inorganic nutrients. Please pay attention here. kindly pay attention here. What are we talking about? We are talking about the inorganic nutrients here. This is important. You are talking about the leaching. We are saying water soluble inorganic. And right, do not make mistake here. It is not water insoluble. It is water soluble inorganic nutrients. They'll go down to the soil origin and they will get precipitated as unable salts. So in the fragmentation, undigested detritus will come out from that decomposer's body. Let's say if it is the earthworm, that undigested detritus is having larger surface area, which is required here. And then when you are talking about the leaching, all you are saying is that water soluble inorganic nutrients will go down, they will get precipitated. But before that, just see this, that bacterial and fungal enzymes, they degrade detritus into simpler inorganic substances. This is the catabolism. So you discuss it like that. Firstly, let's discuss the fragmentation, then catabolism. Kata, cut, breakdown. So fungal and bacterial enzymes, they will break that detritus into simpler inorganic substances. And when there is the leaching, water soluble inorganic substances, they will come to the bottom, to the soil origin. Is that clear? Is that clear? So all these steps, they will take place simultaneously. Then comes the humification and mineralization, right? Humification and mineralization. Yes, bache. So humus and inorganic minerals, right? So decomposition process give rise to humus and inorganic nutrients, bache, by the process called humification and the mineralization. Theek? So humification and mineralization occur during decomposition. So humification, it leads to, what will happen in the humification? There will be the accumulation of dark colored amorphous substance, humus. Humification mein there will be the accumulation, ya formation, ya aggregation of dark colored amorphous substance, the humus. Is that clear? Is that clear? And this humus is rich in lignin, bache, you can write down. Right? It is rich in lignin and cellulose. That's why it is highly resistant to microbial action, because lignin is there. So obviously it is highly resistant to microbial action and undergoes decomposition at a slow rate. So question can come from this part. The degradation of humus is fast or slow? Slow. The degradation of humus is fast or slow? It is slow, right? It is rich in lignin and cellulose, and moreover its degradation, it depends upon its composition as well, right, bache? Right. So because of its composition, yeah, you can say that because it is colloidal in nature, it is acting like a reservoir of nutrients. Okay, reservoir of nutrients. Clear, bache? So humus is further degraded by some microbes and they release inorganic nutrients. That is mineralization. Right? So when we get the inorganic nutrients from the humus itself, that word will be mineralization, where inorganic substances will be released. Okay, where inorganic substances will be released and minerals will be released from organic matter. Okay, so this process of mineralization is also slow, bache, because of trapping in humus and immobilization in decomposers. Okay, okay. So this humus and immobilization prevent their washing. Chalo, leave it. So now focus here. So for decomposition, what is required? Bache, it is oxygen requiring process. Oxygen is required. It is important. Decomposition needs oxygen. So rate of decomposition is controlled by, as I said, chemical composition of detritus and even the factors, right? So they are saying decomposition rate is slower. If detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, it will be quick. If it is rich in nitrogen and water soluble gases, again important, right? So temperature and the moisture of soil are also the most important climatic factors that regulate decomposition through their effects on the activities of soil microbes. Understood? Understood? So warm and moist environment, they favor decomposition. Low temperature and anaerobiosis inhibit. Matlab Because in the decomposition, oxygen is required. So if oxygen is not available, decomposition will be inhibited and buildup of organic material is there. So decomposition is required because we are converting organic material into the inorganic one here, right? Because here the organic material will be converted into the inorganic one. Is that clear? Sure. 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 So factors responsible for decomposition are required, right? So just have a look here. So you can see this, a tree grows in soil, green leaf falls to the ground. Some are eaten by insect, other minerals, nutrient and energy enters the food bag. So see, some nutrients leach into soil by chemical action. And here what are they saying? See, organic rich soil. So decomposition by earthworm, bacteria, soil mites, fungi, etc. Right? It is happening now. Firstly, this is the plant material. That's how it is. So leaves are partially consumed by decomposer. They begin to lose form and become litter. So that's how it is. So ultimately, what we have to do? We have to put it in the soil bag so that plants can use it. Is that clear? Is that clear? Understood? So next is the energy flow, and after this energy flow, ecological pyramids, and I believe the topic will be over then. So now you tell me about the energy flow. First of all, it is unidirectional. Yes, madam, it is unidirectional. And yes, here we are going to follow the 10% law, right? What are we going to do here? We are going to follow the 10% law. Okay? So except for deep sea, this line is very important here. This line is very important here, that except for 1 minute, that except for the deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, except for deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, sun is the only source of energy for the ecosystem on earth. Except for deep sea hydrothermal ecosystem, it is the sun which is the primary source of energy, right bache? So of the incident solar radiation, less than 50% of it is photosynthetically active radiation. So let me tell you that if I'm talking about the incident radiations, so I'll use the word IR here, it is 100%. Am I right? It is 100%. So incident solar radiation is 100%. Yes. So out of that, photosynthetically active radiations, that is PAR, is 50%. And what about the remaining part, bache? It will be absorbed by gases. Yes, it will be absorbed by gases. It will be reflected back by clouds, etc., etc. can happen. But only 50% is behaving like what? It is behaving like the photosynthetically active radiations, that is PAR. So out of that only, right, the one that is captured in photosynthesis, is just 2 to 10% of photosynthetically active radiation. So can I say that overall it is 1 to 5% of incident radiation? Yes, can I say so? Can I say so? So the one that is captured in photosynthesis, it is responsible for that gross primary productivity. It is responsible for that gross primary productivity, isn't it? It is responsible for that gross primary productivity, right bache? right bache? And out of that, if I talk about the NPP, that will be around 1.62, yes bache, 8%, 1.62, 8% of your photosynthetically active radiation, and you know that the remaining will be lost. Yes, is that clear? So 0.2 to 1% will be lost. Okay, so this is all about that radiation. So 50% of that incident radiations are available for photosynthesis, and out of that only 2 to 10% are used. Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? Yes, bache. Done. Chaliye. So look at this part here. So they are saying that we know that plants and photosynthetic bacteria, right? Plants and photosynthetic bacteria, what they do? 1 minute, bache. Okay, so they are saying that we know that plants and photosynthetic bacteria, they fix the sun's radiant energy. They are basically converting that this light energy into the chemical energy, isn't it? Isn't it? So plants capture only 2 to 10% of the power, and this small amount of energy, sustains the entire living world. Just imagine, 2 to 10% of the power only, right? 2 to 10% of the power only, right, bache? Right, bache? Right, bache? So plants, they capture only 2 to 2% of the power, and this small amount of energy sustains the entire living world. Just imagine, this small amount of energy, it sustains the entire living world. So it is very important, yes, it is very important to know how the solar energy captured by plants flows through different organisms, right? And all organisms are dependent for their food on producers, directly or indirectly, we know that. So you know that there is a unidirectional flow of energy from the sun to producer and then to the consumer. So is this in keeping with the first law of thermodynamics? So bache, what is the first law of thermodynamics, right? What is the first law of thermodynamics? It is na, energy cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed, but it will be converted from, it can be converted from one form to another, right? What does it mean? Energy cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed, but it can be converted from one form to another, right, bache? Right? This is sunlight energy. Light energy will be converted to chemical energy of food and heat. So as food energy passes from one trophic level to the next, right, one trophic level to the next. This is the first law of thermodynamics. So now they are saying ki ecosystems are also not exempt, right? The word here is not exempt. Important MCQ from the second law of thermodynamics, right? So what is that second law of thermodynamics? Yes, anybody in the class? So no energy transformation, right? No energy transformation is spontaneous unless, what is the second law of thermodynamics? No energy transformation is spontaneous, right? No energy transformation occurs spontaneously unless energy is dissipated from a concentrated form. Are you understanding this part? From a concentrated form to a dispersed form. From a concentrated form to a dispersed form, right? So no energy, what are they saying? That no energy transformation occurs spontaneously unless energy is dissipated from a concentrated to a dispersed form. So basically energy of the food, it is in the concentrated form. It is in the concentrated form while it is highly dispersed form in heat, right? Food energy is in concentrated form. Food energy is in concentrated form, but in the form of, right, it is in the dispersed form when it is in the form of heat. So the transfer of food energy from one trophic level to another is also accompanied by degradation and loss of that food energy as heat, right? Because the energy in the form of food is the concentrated form basically, right, bache? It is in the form, it is basically the concentrated one, okay? Okay. So only a small fraction of food energy, 10%, is stored as a biomass. So you know that 10% law, only 10% will be stored as a biomass. So even the ecosystem is not exempted from second law of thermodynamics. They need a constant supply of energy to synthesize the molecules they require to counteract the universal tendency towards increasing disorderliness. Chale. So now I'm not going to discuss it. You know it already. What are these consumers and all? Producers, primary consumer will be herbivore, right? Then the secondary consumer will be primary carnivore. So I'm not going to write it. It's something very basic and I believe you all know that, right? I believe you all know that. Is that clear? So whenever energy will transfer from one level to another, never ever forget this thing, bache, that the energy, there will be the loss as well. There will be the loss as well. Without loss, it will not pass. And remember the 10% law here. Let me mention it here only, right? Let's talk about the 10% law given by Lindemann. I don't remember the year, but yes, that's the name of the scientist. So passage of about 10% of energy from one trophic level to the next is the 10% law, right? Passage of only 10% of energy from one trophic level to another is your 10% law. Just for an example here, if it is 2000, 10% of it will be, if at first trophic level it is 2000, I'm not using any units here. If it is 2000, then only 200 will pass to next trophic level, 10% of it will be, 20% will pass to next trophic level. It is like this, right? Right. So passage of about 10% of energy from one trophic level to next is the 10% law, right, bache? It is the 10% law. Is that clear? Sure. So look at this part. The producers, first trophic level, second trophic level is of herbivore. They are very important, right? Because they are converting this plant material into the material that these carnivore can eat. Okay? So third trophic level is your carnivore. That will be your primary carnivore. Then secondary. Then you can have fourth trophic level or your top carnivore. So remember the example of the food chain that is given there. Okay. So amount of energy flow decreases. Overall amount of energy flow will decreases with successive trophic levels, right, bache? So energy requirement for the maintenance of body is also 20% of the GPP in producers. Done. And when you are talking about the food chain, you consider only 3 to 4 trophic levels. So when it is the food web, it shows interlinking between different food chains. Let's say if it is a food chain, if consumer will not be there, other consumers will also die. If primary consumer will not be there. That's why in the nature, it is not the food chain that exists. It is the food web, right? Because if this particular producer, if this herbivore, let's say, this is the herbivore, this is a secondary consumer. If the secondary consumer is dependent on this herbivore only, and if it gets eliminated, rest all will die. So in the nature, it is not the food chain that exists. In the nature, it is the food web that exists. Okay. So we will talk about the grazing and the detritus food chain now. So let's discuss that. Okay. Take. So when you are talking about the detritus food chain, remember, here the primary source of energy is detritus. It begins with the dead organic matter, that is detritus. Here it is not the sun that is the primary source of energy. No, it is the detritus here, which is made up of decomposers. Okay. So primary source of energy is detritus. The size of this food chain is very small. Okay. So here you will see that detritus will be there. The decomposers are going to feed on it, that is fungi and bacteria. So they meet their energy and nutrient requirements by degrading this detritus. So they are also the saprotroph. Right, saprotroph, decomposers, they are all same. So they secrete digestive enzymes on that detritus. It will break it into dead and waste material into simple inorganic matter, right? And that will subsequently absorbed by them. So जैसे fungi में extracellular digestion is there. It's not like that fungi will eat something in their body, it will be digested. No, fungi, they are going to release their enzyme on the food. Food will be converted into the simplest form as it is written here into the simple inorganic materials, and then that fungi will reabsorb. Then that fungi will reabsorb it. So that's what you need to keep in your mind. Okay, take. Now, aquatic ecosystem mein, it is the grazing food chain. That is the major conduit. Conduit means channel for the energy flow, right? So in terrestrial ecosystem, a much larger fraction of energy flows through the detritus food chain than the grazing food chain. Important it is. So grazing food chain mein, first trophic level is producer here, bache, but in detritus, it will be dead inorganic matter. So grazing food chain mein, the primary source of energy is your sun, but here it is the detritus. Here it is the detritus. Is that clear? Is that clear? So in nature, grazing food chain and detritus food chains are the important one. Okay? Done? Sure? So grass, grasshopper, then frog, then snake, right? Then frog, then snake, then peacock. That will be the part of grazing food chain. Detritus mein, you can have decomposers, bacteria, fungi, earthworm can also be there. When it is the earthworm, sparrow can eat it, right? Yeah, frog can eat that earthworm, snake can eat that frog, peacock can eat that snake. So it is like that. Take. So one thing that you need to remember here, is this. जैसे as against this, जैसे in aquatic ecosystem, grazing food chain is the major channel for energy flow. As against this, in a terrestrial ecosystem, much larger fraction. Here it is the grazing food chain that is the main channel for energy flow, but here much larger fraction of energy flows through detritus food chain than through the grazing food chain. Keep it in your mind, right? So in aquatic ecosystem, grazing food chain is the main channel, but in terrestrial, it will be the decomposer, yeah, detritus food chain. So detritus food chain may be connected with the grazing food chain at some levels. Some of these organisms of detritus food chain are the prey to the grazing food chain animals and in a natural ecosystem, right? Right? This is some animals are omnivores. Now, what are omnivores? They can feed on animal material as well as on plant material. Fine. Right? So, nature may, we don't have the food chains. We have the food web. Okay. So, I'll give you the example of the detritus food chain. It can be bacteria or fungi, etc. Or here, if it is the earthworm, any small sparrow can eat that earthworm, and any falcon can eat that sparrow. So that's how they are even connected, right? Or you can also say frog is eating it, snake is eating it, and then peacock is eating it. The top carnivore. Yeah. That's how you can make it. That's how you can make it, right, bache? Right? So in aquatic ecosystem, which one is the main channel of energy flow? Grazing. In terrestrial ecosystem, which one is the main channel of energy flow? It is the detritus food chain. That's it. So baki organisms occupy a place in the natural surrounding. Okay, so these are the trophic levels based on the source of their nutrition or food. Right, organisms occupy a special place. In the starting of the lecture, I told you about this. Okay? Okay. Sure? Any doubt? Any doubt? Okay. Chaliye, let's move. So amount of energy decreases at successive trophic level, already told you. Or when any organism dies, it is converted to detritus or dead biomass that serves as a energy source for a decomposer. Again, the basic part. So baki bache, I told you what standing crop is. So when you are talking about the standing crop, it is measured as the mass of living organism. You are considering the biomass here or the number in a unit area. Take. So biomass we take in the form of dry weight. Why? Because it is more accurate. If we go for the wet weight, the water component will be considered. That can vary, right, in different seasons. So that's why if we want the more accurate thing, we go for the dry weight. We go for the dry weight. Any doubt? So the number of trophic level in the grazing food chain is restricted as the transfer of energy follows 10% law. Told you already. So producer, herbivore, done. So this is the sun, first trophic level, producers, second trophic level, that is primary consumer, herbivore. Then the third trophic level will include secondary consumer, the primary carnivore, then the top carnivore is given here. But at each trophic level, the form of the heat will also be because in the food, the energy is in the concentrated form. So in the heat, it is in the dissipated form. So obviously some amount of heat energy will also be wasted, and you can see that finally after the death of that top carnivore, right, that it will behave like a decomposer, or it will become a detritus that will be a source of energy for these decomposers as well. Take. So now the next important topic is this ecological pyramids here. Okay, ecological pyramids here. It is the most important topic. The question can come from this part here. Okay, so what are they saying? They are saying that you know about the pyramid. So base of the pyramid is broad, it narrows towards the apex. So one gets a similar shape whether you express the food or energy. So bache, when it is the pyramid of energy, one thing is clear, right? One thing is clear. And what is that? It is always upright. We are talking about the pyramid of energy. Basically, we are talking about the pyramids here. Overall, chalo, let me write it here. Let's make it simple. You are talking about the pyramids here. We have pyramid of energy, pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass. So when it is the pyramid of energy, it is always upright. It is always upright. Why? Because when we talk about this pyramid, we know that energy 10% law will be there. It will be followed. So if here it is 2220, right? So it is always upright. It is always upright. So you have pyramid of number and biomass as well. So let's say if I'm talking about the number here and here pyramid of biomass, organic matter. So when it is the pyramid of number, it will be upright, upright and inverted in different food chains. Here you can write it inverted or upright. You are talking about the biomass, means the organic matter. Let's consider the aquatic ecosystem. let's consider the aquatic ecosystem. Let's talk about the organic matter. बच्चे phytoplanktons or your phytoplanktons are having less, your zooplanktons are having less biomass in comparison to the small and then to the large fishes. So obviously that's why it is inverted. But if it will be, when it is the terrestrial ecosystem, it is going to be upright. You are talking about the organic matter there. It will be more when you consider the grasses. Okay, so it will be upright in terrestrial, it will be inverted in aquatic, right? And even if you are talking about the number, yes, even if you are talking about the number, just say number in the grassland ecosystem, that will be, the number will be more. Just say grassland ecosystem, grass. Then the one that is going to feed on that grass, the one that is going to feed on that herbivore, the one that is going to feed on that primary carnivore, you know that their number will decrease with each trophic level. It will not increase. So that's why it is upright. Even in the case of aquatic ecosystem, it is like this. You will have more phytoplankton, less in comparison to that, less small and large fishes. It's like that. And it will be inverted or spindle shaped. It will be inverted or spindle shaped in tree dominating ecosystem. I'll explain it. In tree dominating ecosystem, just say, let's say one tree having leaves, having insects, the birds that are feeding on that insect. So it can be inverted or spindle shaped. I'll explain it. So this flow chart will help you to get 4 marks, because one question for sure you will get from this topic. Now let me explain this to you. Look at this. This is for the pyramid of number in grassland ecosystem. Just say producer. Look at the number there. Primary consumer, secondary, tertiary. So number of individual is decreasing, right? So they are saying ki the base of each pyramid represents the producer or the first trophic level. Apex will represent the tertiary or the top level consumer. And 3 types of ecological pyramids are number, biomass and energy. That is what we have, right? So only 3 top carnivores. Just let's say if it is a lion, so you know that the number of lion is not more than, right, the other consumers. Okay, that's how it is. So now here you are talking about the biomass. Okay, you are talking about the biomass. So producer, primary consumer, secondary and top consumer it is. So dry weight also you can see it is, this biomass is also decreasing. Take now here it is in the case of aquatic ecosystem. So here you are talking about the producers, you are talking about the phytoplanktons here. So these phytoplanktons, they support large standing crop of zooplankton. Standing crop means biomass. Here you're talking about the biomass here. So that is again a PYQ. It's important question. It is an important question. So in the case of aquatic ecosystem, the pyramid of biomass is inverted. The pyramid of biomass is inverted. The pyramid of biomass is inverted. Understood? Now here you have an ideal pyramid of energy. So you know that 10,000 joules, 1,000, 100 and 10. That's how it will pass. Okay, that's how it will pass. So here you guys can see any calculations of energy content, the biomass or number has to include all organisms at that trophic level. So no generalization we will make will be true if we take only a few individuals at any trophic level into account. So what are they saying, that more than one trophic? So okay, so trophic level, they represents a functional level, not a species as such. Important. When you are talking about the trophic level, you are not stick to a particular species. It is just a functional level here. This line is important, mark it. So a given species may occupy more than one trophic level in the same ecosystem. Just for an example, grass. Your goat is eating that grass. Might be in other food chain, it can be at a different trophic level also. Right? That is just an example that I'm giving you right now. Okay, so a sparrow, just say sparrow is a primary consumer when it eats seeds, fruit, peas, and a secondary consumer when it eats insect and worms. Told you, isn't it? Right? right? Just we humans, those who are vegetarian, they are feeding on the plant material, but there are some those who are feeding on the animal material, right? Those who are non-vegetarian, right? They are the carnivores. They are the carnivores, so they will add a different trophic level. Are you getting my point? So in most ecosystem, all the pyramids of number, energy, and biomass are upright. Okay. Also energy at lower in most ecosystems. Okay. But here we have the exceptions also, that if you were to count the number of insects feeding on a big tree, I told you, this is a terrestrial ecosystem, tree dominating ecosystem. So number of insects that are feeding on a big tree, what kind of pyramid would you get? It can be spindle shaped, it can be spindle shaped like this, or it can be inverted. Right? Just say there is single tree, many insects are feeding on it, then many sparrows are feeding on that insect. That's how you can consider. Yeah, there is a single tree, sparrows are there, that sparrows are further, they are having some, endoparasite on it. That's how also you can consider it. Done. So the pyramid of biomass in sea is generally inverted. I told you, done it is. Energy ka, it is always upright. Even this one is also done and dusted. Okay. So some energy is always lost as heat at each step. Hanji, doubt? Yes, please. Doubt? ठीक. So spindle shape के लिए I can say tree. Tree. Many insects on that tree. Then small birds. Then large birds. It will be inverted. जैसे tree is one, herbivores can be insects, right? Then the next consumer, yeah, carnivore will be small bird, then large bird. Their number will be less. So it will be spindle shaped. It will be spindle shaped here. So that's all about the example. This is all about this chapter. And so here you can see there are certain limitations to these ecological pyramids, as it doesn't take into account the same species belonging to two different trophic levels. They are not even considering it. They are not even considering it. So these pyramids, for them, for these ecological pyramids, sometimes we also call them as Altonian pyramids. Altonian pyramids. That is also the word that we use for them. Right? So Altonian pyramids. Okay? Okay, so it's a graphical representation, you know it very well. Now, so it is not even considering that there are same species. They belong to two or more trophic level. So it assumes a simple food chain. In these pyramids, you're just assuming a simple food chain, right? Which doesn't exist in the nature. Because in the nature, there is a food web. I told you already. And moreover, sporophytes, they are not considered here in these pyramids. And we know that they are very, very, very important in the ecosystem. In the ecosystem. Okay, so that's it. This is all about this chapter. So let's talk about the what? I told you this chapter will go for 1.5 hour. Even we have started the class around 2:40. You can see it's 4. We have completed the chapter. Okay, so then let's have a 15 minutes ka break before starting the new chapter. So let's have 15-minute break and then let's jump to biodiversity. Or can I start it all together? Can I start it all together? Can we start it? क्या wrong है पीछे मिस्टर हेडमास्टर? कौन सा wrong है? ठीक? चलो 15 मिनट का break even you deserve. So let's have a 15-minute ka break. This time I will not exceed. So then let's continue it, okay? Hi students. Hi, hello. So I think today you are happy with the speed, hai na? Today you are happy with the speed. In 2 hours we have completed 2 chapters, that too in detail. Hello. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Okay, chali. So let's go. Let's talk about the next chapter, and that is if an alien. Next is the biodiversity and conservation. So, bache, this is our next chapter, biodiversity and conservation. Here, two most important topics are loss of biodiversity and the reasons for the loss of biodiversity and the conservation. The conservation of biodiversity. These two are the most important topics. So, let me tell you the syllabus here as well. Just a minute. Let me check it. Let me write it rather. So here concepts of biodiversity, patterns of biodiversity, importance, loss and conservation. These things are important. Okay, these things are important here. Okay, bache. Okay, chaliye. So let's start the biodiversity. So you tell me, what do you understand by the word biodiversity? What you tell me, what do you understand by the word biodiversity? Quick. Quick, bache. What do you understand by the word biodiversity? Anybody here in the class? Anybody here in the class? What do you understand by the word biodiversity? Diversity of living beings. Diversity in the living beings. Obviously baat hai. Right? You know that even if we look around, we know that there are different types of individuals. Just look around. You can see the plants. Right? You can see the plants around. Even if you talk about the animals, we have the different types of animals as well. Right? So even let's consider the example of mammals only. Right? In class Mammalia, you will see the diversity. Right? There is a rat, there is a cat, there is a dog, there is a lion, there are humans as well. So yes, so diversity is that variation. Yes, definitely you are talking about the diversity. So if I talk about the introductory portion from the NCERT only, so they are telling it like that if any alien from the galaxy, right, if they were to visit our planet, they'll be amazed and baffled to see the enormous diversity which is there on this planet. Okay, bache, which is there in this planet. So even for humans, the rich variety of living organisms with which they share the planet never ceases to astonish and fascinate us. So common man would find it hard to believe that there are more than this data, this information is important. So it is my advice, take out a pen and paper, start making these start writing these points, right? Make the short notes here. That's my advice for all of you, right? Kindly make the short notes here. That's my advice for all of you. Take. Chalo. So there are there are 20,000. There are 20,000 species of ants. There are 3 lakh species of beetle. 3 lakh species of beetle. 28,000 species of fishes and 20,000 species of orchids. Please write down these points. Yes, question can come from this part as well. Right, bache? Right? Please make the short notes here. So what are they saying? They are saying there are 20,000 species of ants, 3 lakh species of beetles, right? 28,000 of fishes and nearly 20,000 species of orchids are there. So ecologists and evolutionary biologists, they have been trying to understand the significance of such diversity by asking the important questions. So what are that questions? Simple. Why are there so many species? Did such great diversity exist throughout the Earth history? We know yes. How did this diversification come about, and how and why is this diversity important to the biosphere? And trust me, while reading this chapter, we will answer the question. We will get to know about each and everything here. So when you talk about the biodiversity, this term was popularized by the socio-biologist Edward Wilson. Right? I'm writing the name here. Right? Who popularized this? Edward Wilson. Who popularized this term? Who popularized this term? Edward Wilson. Is that clear? Is that clear? He was the, who was he? He was the, yes bache, he was the sociobiologist, right? He was the one who popularized this term, right? Biodiversity. So Edward Wilson. So yes, you need to remember this. Indeed, you need to remember this. So even it is given in NCERT, but make sure you include it in your short notes. So in our biosphere, immense diversity or heterogeneity exists, not only at the species level, but at the all levels of biological organisms, right? From macromolecules within cell to biomes, we will see the variety is there. We'll see the variety is there. Heterogeneity is there, right? So biodiversity is the term popularized by sociobiologist Edward Wilson. Kindly mark it. Kindly mark it. So to describe the combined diversity at all levels of biological organization. So now I will explain it one by one. So biodiversity is nothing but the totality of genes, species and ecosystem of a region. Right? It is the totality of the genes, species and ecosystem. Right? What's that? It is the totality of the genes, species and ecosystem. Right, bache? And ecosystem of a region. That is what biodiversity is. Is that clear? That is what biodiversity is. And when we talk about the 3 levels of biodiversity, what do we consider? You can write it here. When you consider 3 levels of biodiversity, it is even given in NCERT. I'll explain it and then we will just mark it from the NCERT. So 3 levels mein bache, genetic diversity is there indeed. Genetic diversity is there. Species diversity is there. Genetic diversity is there. Species diversity is there. Or community या फिर ecosystem, or we can also call it as community diversity. Biodiversity is there. These are the 3 levels of biodiversity: genetic, species, community, ecosystem या community diversity. Genetic, species, ecosystem या community diversity. Right, bache? So when it is the genetic diversity, it can also be, you can also call it as intraspecies diversity, right? Because it is at the gene level, right? It is at the gene level. So it is the interspecific diversity. It is the interspecific diversity because it is the diversity at the gene level. You know that even when we talk about the genes, you know about the alleles, right? Alleles, they are result of the mutations, right, bache? Right, bache, that the contrasting form of that, right, the alternative form of a gene, that is the allele, right? So we know that the diversity is also there at the gene level. It is also there at the level of genes, alleles, yeah, even at the level of chromosomes. So when you talk about this intraspecific, right, intra mane within, intraspecific diversity between individuals within a single population, right? Or you can even consider the, right, when you are talking about the genetic diversity, you can even consider the population, right? You can consider the population living at a particular area, right? inhabiting a particular area. That's why we are calling it as population. You can check the genetic diversity among the individuals living there. Even you can also compare it with the individuals of same species that are making the population of a different area. Just let's say we belong to India, we are comparing it with the those who are living in Africa or in America. It's something like that. So genetic diversity, a single species might show high diversity at the genetic level over its distributional range. That's how they are explaining it. So in simple words, if I have to say, it is the variation of genes within the species. It is the variation of genes. It is the variation of genes within the species. Okay, within the species, you can write it. Okay, bache, within the species. So difference could be at the level of allele, gene, or at the level of chromosome, right, bache? So you can check it between individuals within single population of species or between different populations of the same species. So here, what is most important? The example, right? What is the most important thing? The example, if you understand the meaning. So genetic variation shown by the medicinal plant. First of all, it is the medicinal plant. What is the name of this? Revolvia vomitoria. Revolvia vomitoria. Where is it growing? It is growing in the different Himalayan range. Right, bache? So from this particular plant, we are getting an alkaloid. What is the name of that alkaloid? It is reserpine. Reserpine or reserpine, whatever you want to say, it is reserpine. Now, bache, this alkaloid, yes, even if you read about its property, you'll get to know it is used to treat the issues related to the blood pressure and even some regarding when there are some mental disorders. This alkaloid can be used, right? But you can read about it. You should read about it. So now we are talking about this particular alkaloid. We are talking about this particular chemical that we are getting from this part, Revolvia vomitoria. So where are we considering this example? We are considering it under the genetic diversity, right, bache? So we are saying it is it in terms of potency, and basically we will get this active chemical from this plant. Now we'll talk about its potency and concentration, right? Potency, like kind of ability. Just for an example, some solution which are concentrated, even 1 drop can work. If it is little diluted, you might use 3 or 4 drops, right? 3 or 4 drops. Same is the case here. You are talking about a plant. From that particular plant, Revolvia vomitoria it is. Revolvia vomitoria it is. Some plants, let's say if this is the range, some plants are growing here. Just giving you one example. Some plants are growing here. So the plants which are growing here, from them when you are getting this reserpine, you will see that the potency is more. The concentration that you are getting from this plant is more. Even that is more potent. Even that particular chemical is more potent, right? Matlab, even if I'm using the 2 drops of that is better than the 4 drops of this particular plant. That's how you can compare. So in a very simple language, I'm trying to explain you this part. So do not forget the example here. Do not forget the name of the compound here. And as I said, for treating even the blood disorders, blood pressure, even treating the blood pressure, even regarding some mental disorders, this can be used. So Revolvia vomitoria growing in different Himalayan range might be in terms of potency and concentration of the active chemical that the plant produces, right? So India has more than 50,000 genetically different strains of rice and 1,000 varieties of mango. Information is important. Okay. Done. So it is all because of genetic diversity. Now, when it is the species diversity, here you will talk about the species richness and species evenness as well. Next is what? Next is the species diversity. So when you talk about the species diversity, just genetic diversity is intraspecific, right? It is interspecific diversity, interspecies diversity. It is the diversity in variety. It is the diversity, right? It is a variety in the number and richness. It is number and evenness, right? Matlab species richness and evenness. These are the 2 things that we discuss here. So it is variety in number and richness of species of origin, number and richness of species in a region. So what are the two things that we will consider here? We'll take the example of Western Ghats here. So we talk about the species richness and species distribution, yeah, evenness, yeah, their abundance. These are the two things that we need to consider, right? These are the two things that we need to consider, right, bache? So the number one, the number of species per unit area. What is the species richness? Number of species per unit area is the species richness, and number of individuals of different species, number of individuals of different species, they represent what, bache? They represent species evenness, or it is also known as species equitability. So it is regarding the abundance of organisms. Just I'll give you the example. This is a particular area. Let's say here just say for an example, if you look at this, species number 1, 2, 3 and 4. So you can say that in this particular area, 4 different type of species are there. How many? 4. So species richness is there. That particular area is having 4 different type of species. Now let's talk about their evenness or their abundance, right? So if I talk about species 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, approximately 9 members. Species 2, 1, 2, 3 members only. Species 3, 4 members. Species 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So even if I see here, so I'll say that 4 different species are there. This is about the species richness in this particular area when we compare it with something else. Now let's talk about the evenness. So if you will see that, okay, all the individuals, right, they have a good amount there, but the number 1 is too much. Right, so when it is the species evenness, you are just talking about the number of individuals of different species. So it's not like that ki other individuals are very less. Definitely you will compare it with a different area. You will compare it with a different area. So number of species, yeah, individual of different species. Number of individuals of different species, they represent the species evenness or equitability. Okay, so species diversity is the product of both, right? It is the product of both. Clear? So here we have the example. Let's discuss that particular example. So diversity at the species level. So the Western Ghats, they have greater amphibian species diversity than the Eastern Ghats, right? They have greater amphibian species diversity than the Eastern Ghats. Is that clear? Than the Eastern Ghats. Is that clear? Sure? Yes, students, are you sure? Done. Then comes the ecological diversity. As I said, we also call it as community diversity या फिर ecosystem diversity. So बच्चे, no doubt in NCERT it is not given like that, but yes, you should know this, that when you are talking about this this is the ecosystem या community or ecological diversity it is. Okay, so here in this case you also talk about the alpha diversity, beta diversity and gamma diversity. Alpha, beta and gamma. So the word is community diversity या ecosystem या ecological diversity, right? Right, बच्चे. So when you look at this part of NCERT, so Here in NCERT, they have given just one thing, that at the ecosystem level, you are talking about the diversity at ecosystem level. Just for an example, India, it is having deserts, rainforests, mangroves, coral reefs, wetland, estuaries, alpine meadows, and has a greater ecosystem diversity than Scandinavian country like Norway. Right? So they are talking about, they have given us the example of India, that India is having that diversity in the ecosystems as well when we compare it with a different country, right? And otherwise, how can we define it? Just say when you are talking about the ecosystem community or ecological diversity, alpha, beta, and gamma. So alpha diversity is alpha. It is intra-community diversity. Beta, between. That's how you can remember. Right? Just say intra-community, within community. It is intra-community, within community. Right? It is the diversity of organisms sharing same community habitat. It is the diversity among organisms sharing common community habitat. Sharing common community habitat. Is that clear? It is the diversity among organisms that are sharing same community or common community habitat. Clear bache? Clear bache? So it is purely dependent on this alpha diversity, is purely dependent on species richness and species evenness. Now between, right, beta, between. So here you will see the diversity between two different communities, right? That's how you have to remember. So it is in between, right? Your replacement of species. So it is inter-community diversity, right? It is inter-community diversity. So you are talking about the two different communities. We are talking about the two different communities, and then we see this. Is that clear? So it is replacement of species along gradient of habitats or community, right? So gamma means G for geographical. It is the diversity of habitat over the total geographical area. Right, G for gamma, G for geographical. So it is the diversity of habitat. It is the diversity of habitat over. Yes, bache. It is the diversity of habitat over the total geographical area, over the total geographical area. That's what we consider here. And here you have to remember the example of India. Okay, you have to remember the example of India. Is that clear? So diversity at the level of ecosystem. Done, bache? Diversity at the level of ecosystem. Done? Yes, please. Done? 1 minute, please. Done, bache? So it has taken million of years of evolution. So it's not like that ki diversity is a matter of 1 day or 2 days. No, bache. And overall, when you talk about the evolution, you know that even it is also a slow process. It is, as per Darwin, we are talking about the gradual changes, right? What are we talking here? We are talking about the gradual changes, right? It's a slow process. Is that clear? What kind of process it is? It is a slow process. So it has taken million of years of evolution to accumulate this rich diversity in nature. It has taken million of years of evolution, right? Millions of years of evolution to accumulate this rich diversity in nature. But we could lose all that wealth in less than 2 centuries if the present rate of species loss continue, right? So here in this chapter, we will consider everything. We will consider everything possible, right, bache? So biodiversity and its conservation are now the vital important environmental issues, right? And obviously it is important to conserve all this. So that's what we are going to discuss here. I think, yes, that is what we need to discuss here. So up to this part all clear? Up to this part all clear? Yes. Up to this part all clear? Sure. So data. So this chapter is data based. Indeed, this chapter is data based. Okay. Okay. So how many species are there on Earth and how many in India? So now again, scientist name, scientist contribution we are going to discuss here. Just first name is Edward Wilson. So write down Edward Wilson. Then the examples of species diversity, genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity. Then let's move to the next topic. Let's move to the next topic. That is how you guys can make your notes. So here what are they saying? They are saying that there are published records of all the species discovered and named. So we know how many species in all have been recorded so far, but it is not easy to answer the question of how many species there are on Earth. So according to IUCN 2004. So again, this is your homework, students. Again, I'm writing it, and please make sure you take a note of all the things. Right, this is your homework. So it is as per IUCN 2004. So now you have to share the latest data with me. Right, you have to share the latest data with me. I am just here, I'm just helping you out to, decode this NCERT, but this is what you need to discuss with me. You have to tell me the latest data. So it is as per 2004, right? So IUCN, what is it? It is International Union for Conservation of Nature, right? Right, just say as per earlier, once again, let me write it here. It is the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Just before that we used to write it like this: International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. But on the same website, it is only written that it is the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So this is what you need to remember, okay? Right, on its official website, bache, it is written that it is the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and it's a membership union uniquely composed of both government and civil society organization. Done, bache? So this is the full form of IUCN, right? This is the full form of IUCN, okay? And as I said, this data is as per 2004, but you have to share the latest data with me, and you have to mention it in the comment section. So in 2004, the total number of plant and animal species described so far is more than 1.5 million. As per this data, when they talk about the total number of species, 1.5 million means 15 lakhs, right? More than 15 lakhs, but we have no clear idea of how many species are yet to be discovered and described, right? So estimates vary widely, and many of them are just the guesses. So for many taxonomic groups, species inventories are more complete in temperate than in tropical countries. Now, what is the meaning of that? Right, so even in geography, we discussed this now. Let's consider that this is the center, equatorial region. Right, this is this part, right? Let's consider it. Now let's discuss it. You know that we talk about the poles here: North Pole, South Pole. I'm talking about the latitudes or longitudes here. Latitudes now, this is the distance of any place from the equator. Right now, what am I talking about? I will talk about the latitude. I will talk about the latitude. Right, so it is the distance of any place. How do we define it? It is the distance of any place from the equator. So equator is the center part here, right? You can consider this imaginary line here, center. So this is the equator. This is the equator, right? Now, firstly, let me divide it into the zones. Then we will discuss it. This is the North Pole, South Pole, and this part is the equator here. So this is also the tropical region. That's how we discuss it. I'll share the latitudes with you all. So first of all, this is the equator part. One second. Right. So firstly, tropical, subtropical, temperate, and then comes the poles. Tropical. I'm not mentioning subtemperate and all. Take. That's how you can write it. Tropical, subtropical, temperate, and then there are zones. Just this is the Arctic zone, this is the Arctic zone, this is the Antarctic zone. That's how it is. This is the equator part, right? This is the equator, right? So when we talk about the patterns of biodiversity distribution, we'll consider all that points. Just say 22 point. Anybody in the class who can tell me? 22 point. What is it? 22 point something that is given in NCERT. So anybody in the class who can tell me about this? Yes, I don't remember. Is it 22 or something else? It's 23.5 degree N, 23.5 degree S. This is considered as the tropical region. So when you talk about the equator, we say that here at equator, right, or this tropical regions, the sunlight is maximum, right? So the temperature is high, the seasonal fluctuations are not there, right? Because even there is a great exposure to that sunlight here, right? So obviously because of that productivity will be more, seasonal fluctuations are less. So when we move from equator, this is the equator, 0 degree. To 23.5 degree N, 23.5 degree S. This is the tropical region. When it is the North Pole, it is the Arctic zone. When it is the South Pole, it is the Antarctic zone. Right, bache? It is the Antarctic zone. So basically, I'm saying when you talk about the tropical regions, they are the one where you will see the high biodiversity. Why? Because all the time sunlight is there. Sunlight is there. Temperature is also high. Again, I'm saying the seasonal fluctuations are less. So here, if you will see, because the kind of conditions which are present here, and they are stable kind of condition, right? That is something which is required for the speciation, right? For a long period of time, the conditions are going to be same. So that's why the more speciation is there, more species will be there. So tropical regions are species enriched. Species richness and this evenness is more there in the tropical region. But now, when we move from, remember this, from equator towards the poles, right, the seasonal fluctuation increasing, the exposure to sunlight decreases, right, the temperature fluctuations will also be there. Just in temperate region, glaciation, seasonal changes, all that exists. So when you talk about the speciation, yes, formation of species, it's the matter of time, right? For a longer period, same type of conditions are there, right? That's why in the tropical region, more speciation is there. There are other factors which we will discuss. In the temperate region, fluctuations are there. Seasonal fluctuations are there. So temperate region are not that rich with the species. Species are comparatively less there, right, in the temperate regions. So that's why when you talk about the species inventories, right, where we write everything in number of species discovered so far and everything. So obviously in temperate region, because species richness is not that, right, so it's easy. Just let's say you are going to a library where only 100 books are there. You need to find out something. You'll do it immediately, right? It will take less time. Now you are going to a library. It's a very big library. Lakhs of books are there. It will take time for you to get your book now. Same is the thing here. So in the temperate region, comparatively species are less, right? And they are not that dense, right? These regions. So obviously, in the species inventories, we'll take a note of all the species discovered. But in the tropical region, right, even in a, you can say it like this, even in a small region, you will get many species. Right, so in simple words, that's how you can understand. Okay, so now when you talk about this particular line, they are saying that species inventories, they are more complete in temperate than in tropical countries, right? Because in temperate regions, species are even not that much. That's why. So considering that an overwhelming large proportion of the species waiting to be discovered are in tropics, biologists, they make a statistical comparison of the temperate tropical species richness of an exhaustively studied group of insects and extrapolate this ratio to other groups. So basically in simple words, they are saying that there are many species that are yet to be discovered, especially there, right? right? Especially there in the tropical regions. ठीक? Okay, so there are many estimates regarding the number of species which are still present, but see, some extreme estimates range from 20 to 50 million, but a more conservative and scientifically sound estimates made by Robert May. So this is the second scientist name that you need to remember. This is the second scientist name that you need to remember. So places the global species diversity is about 7 million. Now see, देखो, as per this class 12th data, more than 1.5 million species are, right? More than 1.5 million species are present on this planet Earth, right? More than 1.5 million species. And here, let me tell you, we are only talking about the eukaryotes. You are not even talking about the prokaryotes. You know that? You are only talking about the eukaryotes, right? You are not even talking about the prokaryotes here, because we are not well equipped to grow all the prokaryotes and to check their diversity. So here we are saying, as per this book, and even if you read the chapter Living World, in the Living World it is given as 1.7 to 1.8 million species. So do not get confused while answering the question in the paper, if you get it, that see, more than 1.5 million species, matlab somewhere in between 1.7 to 1.8. This is what we can consider. This is what we can consider. Are you getting my point? Right. So this is what we have on this planet. And here, as I said, we are only talking about the eukaryotes. But as per the estimate of Robert May, about 7 million species are present globally. Matlab, we have to do more work, right? There are many species which are still, right, which are yet to be discovered. So let us look at some interesting aspect about Earth's biodiversity on the currently available species inventory. So they are saying that more than 70% of all the species recorded are animals. And when you talk about these animals enough, right, when you talk about these animals enough, you can say that out of 10 animals, 7 are insects. Out of 10 animals, 7 are insects. Out of 10 animals, 7 are insects. Right, bache? So let's again mark it. So what are they saying? They are saying that more than 70% of all the species recorded are animals. Number one, wild plants, which include algae, fungi, brio, gymno, and ingeo. Wild plants, which include algae, fungi, brio, gymno, and ingeo. They are no more than 22% of the total. So I don't know why, right here, algae, fungi, plants and fungus is mentioned all together. So you can remember it like this. More than 70%. So make sure you make the short notes. Animals. So around 22%. Plants plus fungi. That's how you can write. Right? Around 22% plants plus fungi. That's how you people can write. Is that clear? Is that clear? Are you sure? So among animals, insects are the most species-rich taxonomic group, right? Among animals, insects are the most species-rich taxonomic group. What are they? They are the most species-rich taxonomic group, making up more than 70% of the total. So out of every 10 animal on this planet, 7 are insects, right? Right. And you know that in the case of insects, the exoskeleton, right? They have the exoskeleton. Yes, bache, they have the exoskeleton made up of chitin. That's how you can revise it. Okay, so that is providing the protection to them. So number of fungi species in the world is more than the combined total of species of fish, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. So again, let me help you to decode this line. So I'll remember this line. I remember it like this: fungi farm. That's my way to remember. That's my way to remember. Fungi farm. What is the meaning of fungi farm? F stands for fishes here. A stands for amphibians. R stands for reptiles here. M stands for mammals here. M stands for mammals here, right? So fish, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. Fish, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals, right, bache? So fungi farm, from this trick you can remember that in the word, right, the species of fungi is more than the combined species of fishes, amphibian, reptiles, and mammals. Again, it is a PYQ. Okay, again it is a PYQ. Done. So this is the table here. So look at the insect, too much. Comparatively, you have other animal group than mollusca and crustacean. So plants में fungi here. They are not showing that fungi farm thing. No, they are not showing the fungi farm thing here, right? They are simply, yes bache, they are not showing the fungi farm thing here. They are simply showing this part. Here dekho, you have fungi, then mosses, algae, look at the lichens, angiosperms, ferns and allies, mosses. So out of this, you will see maximum is fungi. Then we have the angiosperms. Understood? Okay. Okay. Any doubt? Sure? Oh, done. Chaliye. So it should be noted that these estimates do not give any figures for the prokaryotes. I told you already, because we are not, biologists are not sure how many prokaryotic species there might be, and that conventional taxonomic method, right, the normally used taxonomic methods are not suitable for identifying microbial species, and many species are simply not culturable under lab condition. Okay, so if we accept biochemical or molecular criteria for delineating species for this group, then their diversity along might run into millions. Matlab in the case of prokaryotes, so right now the estimate that I'm giving you, just say we are talking about more than 1.5 million species. Right, just say we are talking about more than 1.5 million species. What are we talking about, students? We are talking about more than 1.5 million species. Is that clear? More than 1.5 million species. So here you are only talking about the eukaryotes. You are not talking about the prokaryotes here. And if, let's say, we will consider the molecular, right, if we consider the molecular, biochemical or molecular criteria for, this taxonomy. So in the case of prokaryotes alone, you will see too much of biodiversity. That's what I'm saying. So it is for the eukaryotes. This is important. Okay, this is important. Done, bache? So now let's talk about the India. Again, important it is. So India is having only 2.5% of world's land area. India has only 2.5% of world's land area, but when it comes to the biodiversity, that's quite impressive, right? It is 8.1%. It is 8.1%, and you know that we have the ecosystem diversity, right? That is also the reason. So this makes our country one of the 12 mega diversity countries of the world. Again, this data, because, right, bache, we have to follow the NCERT, but, right, this is a very old data. Changes are there. Okay, right, changes are there. Yes. So total mega diversity countries in world, just say here it is given 12, but now it is 17, right? Now it is 17. Is India the part? Definitely India is the part. Okay, definitely it is India is the part. So now it is 12 mega diversity as per NCERT, but if you will check the latest data, it shows 17. It shows 17, but still India is the part here. Okay, okay, right? So WC, World Conservation Monitoring Center of United Nations Environmental Program, has identified a total of 7 mega diverse countries, right? Okay, yes bache. So in 2002 it was 12, right? But now it is 17. So I'm sharing the latest data with you all as well. Fine, right? And as per that latest data, obviously these figures, they will also change. So when you read, like let's say if you will get any such question in your paper, read the statement. If it is as per NCERT, you have to answer accordingly. Okay, you have to answer accordingly. But right now in your notes, this is what you can mention. As per old data, it was 12, latest pay, it is 17. You can mention it in your notes as well. Okay, just say even it is also regarding the hotspots which are given in our book, right? That is also updated. Okay, chalo. So near, and obviously even these figures can also change, but I really don't think that NT is going to ask the question on the basis of that, or they'll expect the latest figures to mention, because it is not even updated in the NCERT. Okay, bache. So nearly 45,000 species of plant. Yes, nearly 45,000 species of plant and twice as many of animals have been recorded from India. Imagine 45,000 species of plant and twice as many. So this is as per this thing that more than 1.5 million species are discovered. If we apply the Roberts May estimate over it, so we can say that there are near about 90,000, right? More than 90,000 of species of plants here in India and around 3 lakh in the case of animals. So here nearly 45,000 species of plants and twice as many of animals have been recorded from India. So how many living species are actually there waiting to be discovered and named? So if we accept Robert May's global estimate, only 20% of the total species have been discovered so far. Just imagine. This is what we have discovered so far, right? So if we apply the same to India, more than 1 lakh plant species and more than 3 lakh animal species yet to be discovered and described, right? It is yet to be discovered and described. So because this chapter is data loaded, okay? So it's important to decode it, and we have the time. See, after finishing these marathons now, we will again go for the short marathons, full syllabus marathons. There I'm not going to discuss the things in that detail. We will just pick up the important points, and accordingly we are going to frame our, right? Accordingly, what are we going to do? Accordingly, we are going to mention everything. Are you getting my point? Accordingly, we are going to mention everything. So try to understand that. So now still you have the time, right? You can utilize it wisely. Last time, if we have completed 2 chapters, we have discussed that in detail, right? Right, only DNA fingerprinting was left. That is what I have realized later. But okay, I'll put a recorded video for the DNA fingerprinting also, right? Other than that, biotechnology applications mein, the recorded video was there. Now today we are about to finish the ecology next 1 hour, right? 1 or 1.5 hour. Then we will go for the POIV or microbes in human welfare. Let's see what we are going to proceed with. So if you people, right, if you people seriously want to complete your syllabus, and even if you are in if you are preparing for the board exams, these marathons are more than sufficient for you, right? See, if at this point of time, if you are thinking ki yaar nahi, I just want to feel, yeah, I just want to get that, I just want to feel it ki haan, my syllabus has been completed, right? And okay, fine, I have prepared for the examination. This is not going to help you. This is literally not going to help you. You have to complete your syllabus. You have to sit. You have to devote your time. Okay, then only you will be able to master your syllabus. So try to understand these things. Okay, don't be like this, "Arey yaar, complete the syllabus." And honestly speaking, I'm not the one who can say ki, "Arey, within 3 hours I'll complete this chapter and you will not get anything beyond it." I can only do it if I'll target the MCQs, right? Then only I can complete the chapter. Otherwise, it's not possible for me to justify that chapter in 3 hours. Yeah, to justify, like, for in 3 hours we can complete biotechnology applications. But if you will ask me to complete MBOI in 3 hours, no, I have to be very fast. I have to discuss the important points only. In detail, we cannot complete it. So you decide what you want, right? You decide what do you want. You actually want to complete your syllabus, or you just want to have that feeling, yeah, I'm done. You decide. Okay. So applying this proportion to Indian diversity figures, we estimate there are probably more than 1 lakh plant species and 3 lakh animal species yet to be discovered and described. So would we ever be able to complete the inventory of the biological wealth? Obviously, we will be, but we really need to work in that direction, because there are species which are getting extinct, and maybe there are and yes, this is also the possibility that many species which we even don't know, they are extinct, right? Yes. So now focus here. So consider the immense trained manpower, yet taxonomist, and the time required to complete the job. The situation appears more hopeless when we realize that large fraction of these species faces the threat of becoming extinct even before we discovered them. So nature's biological library is burning even before we catalog the titles of all the books stocked there. I like the language of this chapter. I like it. So from this particular paragraph, this is the information that you need to mark. Now let's move to the next part, patterns of biodiversity. Yes, important question it is. Now we are talking about the latitudinal gradients. Dekho bache, we are not going to consider the longitudinal gradients here. We'll go for the latitudinal. Because why? When we move from equator to poles, the biodiversity decreases. When we move from equator to poles, biodiversity decreases. Temperature fluctuation, they increases. Right, the constant conditions are not there, right? So when you consider the equator and when we move like this to the poles, it is decreasing. But let's say if you are going for latitudinal gradients, you will not be able to see the major change. That's why we prefer the latitudinal pattern here, latitudinal gradient here. So patterns of biodiversity में latitudinal gradients and species area relationship. These are the two things that are going to be, that we have to discuss here, right? Latitudinal gradients and this species area relationship, that is something we need to discuss here. Okay? So the diversity of plants and animals is not uniform throughout the world. The diversity of plants and animals, it's not uniform throughout the world, but shows a rather uneven distribution. Of course it is. Of course it is, because conditions, they vary. So for many group of animals or plants, there are interesting patterns in diversity. Just most well-known being the latitudinal gradient in diversity. So in general, species diversity decreases. This is the line that you need to mark here. This is the line that you... So first of all, distribution is not uniform. Distribution is not uniform. That's the word that you need to mark. Now, in general, so species diversity, it decreases as we move away from the equator towards the pole, right? Species diversity decreases when we move away from the equator towards the pole, with a very few exceptions. Tropics, latitudinal ranges 23.5 degree, it is towards the north and south pole, so it harbor more species than temperate or polar areas. Matlab in the tropical regions you will see more species in comparison to the temperate area, right, in comparison to the temperate area. Right, bache? Right, bache? So now here they are giving us the examples. So the point is, question can come from examples. Yes, it can. Right? It can. We cannot miss the NCERT part here. Okay. So Colombia, located near the equator, has nearly 1400 species of birds. Right? Colombia, because it is located near the equator. So look at the number of species of birds, 1400. Right now we are talking about the birds only, 1400. New York, which is at 41 degree N, it is having 105 species only. Greenland, 71 degree N, right? Only 56 species. Matlab basically you have to see the latitudes here, this distribution here, because it is in equator, 1400 species. It is in temperate region, 105 species, 56 species. So India, when you talk about our country, India, right, with much of its land area in the tropical latitudes. Our land area is there in the tropical latitudes. Much, not all the, much is the word that they have used. With much of its land area in the tropical latitudes, they have more than 1200 species of birds. A forest in the tropical region like equator, you can relate. It is having up to 10 times as many species of vascular plants, such as forests of equal area in the temperate region like Midwest. So now I hope you guys can understand this line, that why species inventories are more full for the temperate region in comparison to the tropical region. Because of forest, when you compare the area, it's same. But in the tropical region, look at the number of species, 1200 species. Look at the number of species, sorry. Number of species is not given. Look at this word, Ecuador, right? It is in equatorial, near to the equator. So it is having 10 times more number of species than to a forest which is there in the tropical temperate region. Are you getting my point? So tropical Amazonian rainforest, the lungs of the planet Earth, right? It is in South America. They has the greatest biodiversity on Earth. It is the home to more than 40,000 species of plant. 3,000, they are the species, they are not the individual species. More than 40,000 species of plant, 3,000 of fishes, 1,300 of birds, 427 of mammals and amphibians, 378 of reptiles, and of more than 1,25,000 invertebrates. 1,25,000 invertebrates, right? 1,25,000 invertebrates, right, bache? Right, bache? Done, bache? Done. So this, again, note down this data. Make sure you write the points now, right? Make sure you write the points now. Note down this. So scientists estimate that in these rainforests, there might be at least 2 million insect species waiting to be discovered and named. So they are waiting for you, that one day you people will come there, you'll be the taxonomist, you'll come there and you will discover them and name them, right? So make sure you write the points here. Okay, this is about the latitudinal gradients. Do not forget about the tropical region. So why in tropical regions the diversity is there? The reasons. Ecologists and evolutionary biologists, they have proposed various hypotheses. Number one is speciation. Speciation means formation of species. So I told you it's a function of time. It needs time. It needs time. So in temperate regions, they are subjected to frequent glaciations in the past. Frequent glaciation is there in the temperate region. Seasonal fluctuations are there. But in the tropical region, as I said earlier, the conditions are constant, right? They have relatively undisturbed for millions of years, thus had a long evolutionary time for species diversification. This is the first reason. Second is tropical environments, unlike temperate one, they are less seasonal. They are less seasonal. Seasonal fluctuations are not there. They are more constant and predictable. So such constant environment promote niche specialization, and that will result in the greater species diversity. So niche, जैसे functional role, जैसे habitat is the address, so niche is the profession. That's how we define it. Habitat is the address. What's your address? This. Profession. This profession is niche, that ecological role of that particular species or particular organism there, right, bache? Right. So because of these constant condition and because of this a constant and predictable conditions, the niche specialization is there, bache, and that is also responsible for the greater species diversity, right? And in the tropical region, more solar energy is available that contributes to higher productivity, and more diversity will be there. More diversity will be there. So that's the point that we have. Okay, that's the point that we have. So next thing is the species area relationship. Now I'll speed up, and within next 1 hour we'll finish it. Okay, then we will move to the next chapter. But trust me, we will discuss everything in detail. Content wise, I'm not going to compromise anything. So allow me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Then we will continue. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, so next is the species area relationship, right? So here we are going to talk about Alexander von Humboldt, right? This is what we have to discuss here. So now what is the point here, bache? That during his species area relationship. So we will here see that how the species distribution and area is related, right, bache? These are the factors that we need to discuss here. Now what's the point here? That during his pioneering and extensive explorations in the wilderness of South American jungles, the great German naturalist Edward Wilson, Robert May, the third scientist name here is the German naturalist and geographer Alexander von Humboldt. Alexander Humboldt. Right, bache? So when it comes to species area relationship, this is the name that you need to remember, that because he was just exploring the South American jungles, he observed that within a region, species richness increased with increasing explored area. This point is important. Matlab, as per him, let's say if you are standing here, you are increasing the area that you are exploring. So with that increase, you will see the species richness is also increasing. Let's say you are at A, you come at B, species richness increases. At C, it increases, but only up to a. This is the most important point here. Only up to a limit. Only up to a limit you will see an increase. Later on, it is not like that. That is important. This is what he observed, and it is not related to only one species or only one taxa. No, it is applicable to all. Let's discuss it. So here what is written, that Alexander von Humboldt observed that within a region, species richness increased with increasing explored area, but only up to a limit. So in fact, the relation between species richness and area for a wide variety of taxa, you know, this is a technical term, right? The category, the rank, for that we are using the word taxa. So it can be angiospermic plant, it can be bird, bat or freshwater fishes, right? It can be bird, bat or freshwater fishes. It turns out to be rectangular hyperbola. Again, important it is. So first of all, what they said, that when there is an increase, right? When we increase the area that we are exploring, right, the species richness will increase, but only up to a limit. And when we see this relationship, right, the relationship between the species richness and the area, right, for wide variety of taxa, what are we going to observe? That it is rectangular hyperbola. What are we going to observe? That it is rectangular hyperbola. Right, bache? So on a logarithmic scale, the relationship is a straight line described by the equation. Look at this. So remember, x-axis is showing area, y-axis is showing species richness. So it is a rectangular hyperbola. S is equals to CAZ. So that, what is this A here? What is this C here? See, S is species richness, A is area, this Z is here, the slope of the line, it is the regression coefficient, and C is the intercept. Y-intercept, you understand now? The point at which it cuts the Y, right? I think I'm not the right person to explain the technicalities here, but still, as per my knowledge, I'm telling you the things. Okay? Okay? Yes, bache? Yes. Is it clear? Is it clear? Right? So, y-intercept clear, the point where a line, the point there on the, you can say that where a line is crossing the y-axis. Right, bache? Right. Okay. So see this vertical line here, it is crossing, right? The point where, so x will be 0 here, na? So the vertical line, basically the vertical line, it in the middle of the graph where x is equals to 0, that is also the y-intercept, that is what they are talking about. So when we talk about this relationship, it is not. It is the hyperbola. Which hyperbola? Rectangular hyperbola. So on a logarithmic scale, the relationship is a straight line described by the equation. So log s is equals to, see, it is a rectangular hyperbola. So if we see, if you consider the area here and the species richness, chalo, this is the area species richness, you will not get a true value. You will not get an actual value here. Because of this, na, because it is rectangular hyperbola, you're not going to get the actual value. That is why on the logarithm scale we check it and we get a straight line so that we can get the actual value. So it is S is equals to C as in Z. It is important to know. Then on the log scale, it is what? It's a straight line. So it is log S is equals to log C plus Z log A. Do remember it. It is telling us about the species area relationship. Right? Right? So Z is that slope of the line. It is the regression coefficient. It is the slope of that line. It is the regression coefficient there, right? And C is the y-intercept. So ecologists, they have discovered that value of this Z, of the slope. Yeah, you can say that this regression coefficient, right? What is the word here, bache? What is the word here, bache? The word here is regression coefficient. What is the word here, bache? The word here is regression coefficient. So what is the meaning of regression coefficient? It's a value. It will measure the relationship, right? 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 What is this regression coefficient, bache? It's a kind of parameter, na? It will tell us about the change. What kind of change? Or you can say that about the variable, it will tell you a regression coefficient it is. So again, I'll say that let's not discuss that part mathematically, but yes, do remember the equation here. Okay? Right? Yes? Yes, bache? So it will help us to measure the functional relationship between the variables. It will help us to measure the functional relationship between the variables, right? So variables, if I'm talking about, we are talking about the species richness and area here. So it will measure, right? It will help us to measure the average functional relationship between that variable, right? Okay, so that's it. So value of Z, it lies in the range 0.1 to 0.2 regardless of the taxonomic group or the region, right? Regardless of the taxonomic group or the region. It can be birds in California, mollusca in New York State. The slopes of regression line are amazingly similar. They are similar. This value is similar. But now, let's say you are saying you are increasing the area, species richness is increasing, but only up to a certain limit, right? But only up to a certain limit. This is the point that we have. Yes, this is the point that we have. Yes or no? This is the point that we have. But the point is, if let's say you will consider a very large area means if you will consider the entire continent, right? Then to obviously you will see the species richness. Then to definitely the value will change. Am I right or wrong? Then to definitely the value will change, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? जैसे यहाँ see, but if you analyze the species area relationship among very large area, when you analyze this relationship among very large area like the entire continents, you will find the slope of the line to be much steeper. The slope of the line will be much steeper and the Z value will be in the range of 0.6 to 1.2. It will be in the range of 0.6 to 1.2. 0.6 to 1.2. For an example, for frugivorous means fruit-eating birds and mammals in the tropical forest of different continents, the slope is there to be 1.15. So what is the meaning of steeper slope? What does it signify? If the slope is steeper, so what does it signify? Anybody? Yes? Anybody here in the class? What is the meaning of this steeper slope? The slope is steeper. It signifies that number of species found increases, right? It signifies that number of species found increases. The area increases faster than the area explored. You can write down, right? It signifies that number of species found increases faster than the area explored. Faster than the area explode, right? Because here you are talking about the continent, right, bache? Right? Right. Here you are talking about the continent. Slope is steeper because the number of species that are found, they increases faster than the area explode, bache, in very large area, and this will happen in very large areas like continents. So in the case of continents, the regression coefficient value, the z value will change. Otherwise, it lies in 0.1 to 0.2, right? And when this is the continent, large continent, they say here they are giving us one example, so it is 1.15. Okay, so steeper slope, simple, the area is too large, just like the continent it is. So the importance of species diversity to the ecosystem. Why it is important to have the ecosystem where there is the species diversity? See, bache. See, okay, for many decades, ecologists believe that communities with more species, generally they tend to be more stable than with the less species. Means if there is a community where number of species are more, they are more stable than the other one. Why is it so? And what is the meaning of this stability? So stable community, a stable community should not show too much variation in productivity from year to year. What is the meaning of stable community? The stable community, it doesn't show too much variation in the productivity. Because imagine, there is a community, different species are there, right? Even if seasonal fluctuations are there, in one season, one species, another species is growing. So productivity is going to be same. So stable community should not show too much variation in productivity from year to year. It must either resistant or resilient to occasional disturbances, right? It will be resistant or resilience. Resilience matlab, let's say some issue is there, but resilience is like the ability to bounce back, right? It is the ability to bounce back. Are you getting my point? So just focus on this point here. So they are saying that a stable community should not show too much variation in productivity from year to year. It must be either resistant or resilient to occasional disturbances, right? That occasional disturbances can be natural, it can be man-made, or it must also be resistant to invasion by alien species. Just take the example. Just say, let's say if you are in a joint family, right? Forget about the other things. But if it is a joint family, if there is a problem, all the people, they are going to be together. They'll be together, they'll fight back. Let's say if one is facing something, the other person is there to support. If let's say the whole family is getting affected, they all will support each other and they will bounce back. That's how you can consider the example of what? The example of resilience. Plus, if there will be any intruder, right? Those who are trying to affect that family, if people are together, if they are, right? If it is the love that is connecting them, it's not possible for the intruders to cause any harm. This is the case here. That is how you can remember this. So stable community will not show the difference in productivity from year to year. It must be either resistant or resilience to that occasional disturbances, right? And it is resistant to invasion by the alien species. That's how you can remember this, right, bache? So now there is an experiment. This is another name that you have to remember here. So David Tillman's experiment, right? David Tillman's experiment, long-term. So it is basically long-term ecosystem experiment using outdoor plots provide some tentative answer ki why that diversity is important. So when he experimented, he found that the plots where the more species, they showed less year-to-year variation in total biomass. Total biomass was almost same. It was less variations were there, and increased biodiversity contributed to the higher productivity, right? So David Tillman's experiment answer these questions, right? They answer this question. Okay. So although we may not understand completely how this richness contributes to the well-being of ecosystem, but we know enough to realize that rich biodiversity is not only essential for ecosystem health, but imperative for the very survival of the human race. Okay, it is for us as well. Okay, it is for us as well. Okay. So at a time when we are losing species at an alarming pace, one might ask, does it really matter if few species become extinct? We'll discuss another analogy here. So would Western Ghats ecosystem be less functional if one of its tree frog species is lost? How is our quality of life affected if instead of 20,000 we will have 15,000 species of ants on earth? Now there is another analogy, very important, very simple it is. So Okay, so this analogy is the Rivet-Popper hypothesis. It is Rivet-Popper hypothesis. What's that? It is Rivet-Popper hypothesis. Rivet, you can consider them as screw, right? So Rivet-Popper hypothesis, it is used by Stanford ecologist Paul Ehrlich, right? So Edward Wilson, Robert May, Alexander von Humboldt, David Tillman, and then you have Stanford ecologist Paul Ehrlich. Make sure you write down these names. Okay, so Stanford ecologist Paul Ehrlich, in an airplane or ecosystem, all parts are joined together using thousands of rivets. All parts are joined together using thousands of rivets, right? These rivets, consider them as species. So if every passenger traveling in it will start popping a rivet to take home, matlab, when we are saying popping of a rivet, we are talking about a species that will be extinct then. It may not affect flight safety. Yes, you are right. It may not affect flight safety or proper functioning of the ecosystem initially, but as more and more rivets are removed, the plane will become dangerously weak over the time. So let's say first time, if anybody is removing that rivets, okay, it's not causing any harm. Second time is also not causing any harm. But with the time, if the same thing will happen again and again, you know that that plane will not be good, right? It will be, obviously, you can say that this plane will not be good, right? The plane will not be good. Why? Why, bache? Why, bache? Because it's, what will happen to it? This plane will become weak over the time, right? The quality will not be there. The quality issues can also arise, yes or no? So furthermore, which rivet is removed may also be critical. So loss of rivets on the wings, just let's say wings mane wings. So imagine when airplane is not having, the wings are not connected properly. You know how can it affect the passengers that are traveling there, right? It can even result in the crash of that plane. So loss of rivets on the wings, let's say key species that drive major ecosystem function, is a more serious threat to flight safety than loss of few rivets on the seats or window. So basically, fine. If we are saying ki initially if somebody is removing that, you're popping that rivets, it's not affecting, okay, fine. And even if they're affecting the rivets of the seats, window, it is manageable. But what if one day somebody removed the rivets from the wings? Then what about that? And how we are going to realize that this one is the key species or not, right? So basically, whatever our actions are, because of that, if we are affecting the environment, right, maybe that condition will not be good for that key species, and maybe if it will get extinct, then how are we going to survive? So that balance will be disturbed, right? So that balance will be disturbed. So this is what we need to understand, bache, right? This is what we need to understand, okay, right? So it is important to have all the species together if nature has created them, and still we don't know all the species, right? They are yet to be discovered. Okay, they are yet to be discovered. Chalo. Now, loss of biodiversity. HOAC. This is the trick that you need to remember here, right? This is the trick that you need to remember here. HOAC. What is the meaning of this HOAC? What is the meaning of this HOAC? Habitat loss and fragmentation, overexploitation, alien species invasion, and co-extinction, right? So now again, data is given there. Then while it is doubtful if any species are being added into the Earth's treasury of species, there is no doubt about their continuing losses. Means species are becoming extinct, right? We don't know new species are added or not, but yeah, already existing one, though definitely they are extincting, right? So biological wealth of our planet has been declining rapidly, and the accusing finger is clearly pointing to the human activities. So they are saying the colonization, the colonization of tropical Pacific island by human. This example, colonization of tropical Pacific island by human is said to have led to the extinction of more than 2,000 species of native birds. Just imagine. The colonization of tropical Pacific island by human is said to have led to the extinction of more than 2,000 species of native birds. Just imagine. So IUCN Red List, right? What's the point here? IUCN Red List. Again, it's the old data. right? It documents the extinction of 784 species, including 338 vertebrates, 359 invertebrates, and 87 plants. Again, that's your homework. You have to check it. Now, the number is not this. It has increased. It has increased. Okay. So, you will share this information with me, or else, yeah, even I will put it, but I'll put it later. Firstly, you have to mention it in the comment section. Take. So, I'll make a short video about it, right? About the changes that we need to consider from this chapter. I'll make a short video of 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. So, my bad. So, IUCN Red List. IUCN Red List, right, documents the extinction of 784 species, including 338 vertebrates, 359 invertebrates, and 87 plants in the last 500 years. So some examples of recent extinctions, it include the dodo from Mauritius, quagga, Africa, this thylacine, Australia, Steller's sea cow, Russia. That is and 3 subspecies of tiger, Bali, Javan, and Caspian. You have to remember this. Dodo, Mauritius, right? Quagga is from Africa, thylacine, Australia, Steller's sea cow, Russia. And let me tell you, the Steller's sea cow is also the result of, overexploitation. We'll come to this. And 3 subspecies of tiger. They are not species, but the subspecies, Bali, Javan, and Caspian. Okay, bache? Right, bache? Right. So the last 20 years alone have witnessed the disappearance of 27 species. Last 20 years, they alone have witnessed the disappearance of 27 species. So careful analysis of record shows that the extinction across texts are not random. Some groups like amphibian, they appear to be more vulnerable. Just previously we discussed the number of species of amphibian and mammals. It was same. But when it comes to the extinction threat, it is more on amphibians. It is more on amphibians. Right, bache? Adding to the grim scenario of extinctions is the fact that more than 50,500 species worldwide are facing the threat of extinction. Right? And 12% of all bird species. So see, maximum here is for amphibians, 32. Opposite to it, 23 is for mammals. But that's how you can remember. Just say a frog is jumping towards the conifer, right? It is jumping towards a conifer where a monkey is sitting and a bird is there with it. So frog, amphibian, maximum threat, then this conifer, gymnosperm, then monkey, mammal, then bird. So this we'll start with 32, 31, 23 or 12. 32, 31, 23 and 12. That's how you can remember. That's how you can remember. For me, it works. So imagine. So they are saying more than 15,500 species are facing the risk of extinction. And again, as I said, it's the old data. It is just the NCERT highlight going on. So you have to find out the actual data from their website and you will mention it in the comment section. Then I will make a video. I'm making it very clear for you. So from a study of the history of life on Earth through fossil records, it learns that large-scale loss of species like one we are currently witnessing have also happened earlier. Matlab, it is not like that ki earlier the extinction was not there, it was. But this one is major. The 6th extinction is the major one because it is because of us. It is because of humans. It is because of a species that is inhabiting on this planet. And that species is dangerous for other species. Right, bache? Right. So during the long period, since the origin and diversification of life on Earth, 5 episodes of mass extinction of species are there. Just say we talk about the dinosaurs, right? Due to this mass extinction, they got eliminated from our planet Earth. Okay, so this 6th extinction, which is presently in progress, it is different from the previous episodes. Why? Because the rate of this extinction, the differences in the rates. The current species extinction rates are estimated to be 100 to 1,000 times faster than the pre-human times, and our activities are responsible for this faster rate. Okay, bache? Okay. Right? Are you getting my point? Right? So if there will be the biodiversity loss, how can it affect? There will be decline in plant production, lowered resistance to environmental perturbations, and the drought, and increased variability in certain ecosystem processes like plant productivity, water use, pest and disease cycle. Right, bache? Right. So what are the causes of biodiversity loss? I told you it is what? These are the four major reasons, and this is known as evil quartet. Right? Habitat loss and fragmentation, it is the major one. That's also PYQ. Then over exploitation, alien species invasion and co-extinction. So let's start with the habitat loss and the fragmentation. So it is the most important cause driving animals and plants to extinction. It is the most important cause driving animals and plants to extinction. Take, so here we have the examples. From the tropical rainforest. So once it was covering more than 40% of Earth's land surface. Imagine, more than 14% of Earth's land surface. Now they are no more than 6%. Even now, though, it is lesser than that. No more than 6%. So they are being destroyed fast, right? So when I was in class 12th, I have read the same line that by the time you finish reading this chapter, 100 more hectares of rainforest would have been lost, right? So Amazon rainforest, you know that they are the lungs of the planet. They are contributing 25% of the oxygen, right? So they are harboring probably million of species is being cut and cleared for cultivating soya beans or for the conversion to grasslands for raising beef cattle. So basically Amazon rainforest, lung of forest, lung of the earth, people are basically doing what? Deforestation here. Why? Because they want to cultivate soya bean, or they want to use that land so that they can domesticate the animals, right? Because obviously we have our own benefit for our survival also, right? So besides total loss, the degradation of many habitat by pollution also threaten the survival of many species. Just imagine, let's say this is a jungle area. If there is a fragmentation there, maybe there are some species which then get exposed to their predators, they'll die. That is also the reason. Some species, they need that habitat because of this fragmentation, because of this deforestation, maybe their habitat get lost. They will not get any place to live. That's why they will undergo the extinction, and they get exposed to their predators, or maybe they are not getting the proper conditions for their survival. Any factor can be there. So many species, they are getting affected. So when large habitats are broken up into smaller fragments due to the human activities, mammals and birds, which require large territories, and certain animals with migratory habits, they will get affected. Again, their population decline will be there. Next is overexploitation. So you know that humans have always depended on nature for food and shelter, but when need turns to greed, it leads to overexploitation of natural resources. Matlab, nature is having everything for our needs, but not for our greed, right? So I told you, I like the language of this book, of this chapter basically. So many species extinction in last 500 years. Just as I told you, stellar sea cow, passenger pigeon, they are all because of our activity, because of human activities. So many marine fish populations around the world are over-harvested. They are also over-harvested, endangering the continued existence of some commercially important species, right? So basically it's all about our benefit. If we need something, we will propagate that. If we don't, we will destroy it. That is happening, right? And that is the reason for the extinction of many species as well. Okay. Okay, chaliye next. So next is the alien species invasion. Next is what? Next is the alien species invasion. So when alien species are introduced unintentionally or even deliberately, intentionally or unintentionally, when they are introduced for whatever purpose, right, some of them turn invasive because they don't have their natural predators there, right bache? That can also be the reason. So they are basically damaging the one, they are basically destroying the one which are already present there, which are indigenous species, right? Just we have the examples here. Example here are important. Nile perch introduced into Lake Victoria in East Africa. Nile perch introduced in Lake Victoria in East Africa led eventually to the extinction of ecologically unique assemblage of more than 200 species of cichlid fish. Right, the cichlid fish is no more because of this Nile perch, right? Yes, bache. Yes. Now, carrot grass parthenium, I told you about it. Lantana, water hyacinth ecornia, which is also known as terror of Bengal. Terror of Bengal. We discuss about it in sexual reproduction and flowering plant. It is the terror of Bengal. Yeah, water hyacinth. Water hyacinth. You know, it is having beautifully shaped leaves and flower, beautifully colored flower. So they propagate at a very fast rate, right? And wherever this plant grows, it acquires the complete water body. It utilizes the dissolved oxygen. It makes, and the other species which live there, other aquatic species, they die because the oxygen is not available to them. The oxygen is not available to them. Right, bache? Right, bache? So the recent illegal introduction of the African catfish, the recent illegal introduction of African catfish, Clarius garipinus, for aquaculture purposes posing a threat to the indigenous catfish in our rivers. Right, this is the alien species invasion. Then comes the co-extinction. Simple bache, those who co-evolve, those who are dependent on each other, if one species will get destroyed, another will also get destroyed. Right. So those plants or animals, whosoever they are, those who are showing the obligatory relationship, if one will get extinct, another will also get. Right. That's the point. So next is the biodiversity conservation. First of all, needs for biodiversity conservation, then there is the how to go for this biodiversity conservation. So after that, we will go for POIV, that is principles of inheritance and variation. Take after that is the chapter we are going to start. Take. So why should we conserve biodiversity? 1 minute. So biodiversity conservation, देखो, first of all, it is, I'll start with the ethical region. It's our duty to conserve it, right? If we are considered as the most important or the most advanced species, so it's our duty, right? It's our duty to conserve the other species as well. Okay, so why should we conserve biodiversity? The first thing is narrowly utilitarian arguments for conserving biodiversity are obvious, that we derive countless direct economic benefits from the nature, right? We are getting the food, cereal, pulses and fruits, firewood, fiber, construction and all, right? And the products of medicinal importance. So more than 25% of drugs currently sold in the market are derived from the plants, and 25,000 of plants contribute to these medicines by the native peoples around the world. So nobody knows how many more medicinally useful plants there are in tropical rainforest waiting to be explored. So with increasing resource put into bioprospecting, focus on this term, important, bioprospecting, exploring molecular, genetic and species level diversity for products of economic importance. So bioprospecting, prospect, right? This is a very commonly used word, prospect. What is the benefit that we are getting from something? Bioprospecting means from the living organism. We are exploring the living organism, that what are the, in simple language if I have to explain, that what are the benefits we can derive from it. Right? So here they are saying exploring molecular, genetic and species level diversity, right? Exploring molecular, genetic and species level diversity for the products of economic importance, right? For the products of economic importance. Clear bache? For the products of economic importance. Clear? Clear. So that's why these are the narrowly utilitarian, right? What is it? It is the, yes bache, what is it? It is the narrowly utilitarian benefits. Yeah, direct use it is. You can also write it ki these are the direct benefits that we are getting. Right? These are the direct benefits that we are getting. Take. Next is broadly utilitarian. So they say that biodiversity play a major role in many ecosystem services, right? They say the biodiversity plays a very important role in many ecosystem services that nature provides. They say fast dwindling Amazon rainforest. It produces through photosynthesis 20%. I think I have said 21% earlier. So it is 20% of the total oxygen. Maybe by mistake I said 21%. So it is 20% of the total oxygen in Earth's atmosphere. Important is this. Right? Right. So let's say 20% of the oxygen is contributed by these foresters. Let's say if we have to manage it by ourselves, if we have to buy the oxygen cylinders for that oxygen, right? Don't you think it will be a problem? Just say you can get idea by finding out how much your neighborhood hospital spends on a cylinder of oxygen. Pollination, without which plants cannot give us fruits or seeds. These are the indirect use. Okay, it is another service. Ecosystem provide through pollinator layers. Right, we are again, right, other species are there, they are helping in pollination, we are getting benefited out of it now. And aesthetic value is also there, right? That's the point. And ethical arguments though, it's simple. It's very simple when it comes to the ethical arguments for conserving biodiversity relates to what we owe to millions of plant, animal and microbe species with whom we share this planet. So philosophically or spiritually, we need to realize that every species has an intrinsic value, even if may not be of current or any economic value to us. We have a moral duty to care for their well-being and pass on our biological legacy in good order to future generations. Okay? So last and the most important topic again, conservation. Dekho, there are two words that we are going to use here: in-situ conservation and ex-situ conservation. In-situ conservation and ex-situ conservation. These are the words that we have. In-situ conservation and ex-situ conservation. These are the words that we have. In-situ, on the spot, right? Basically, let's say there is a plant at a particular place or an animal is there at a place. We are conserving them. They have the threat of extinction. We are conserving them in the areas where they are living, right? Where they are living. Just we have the wildlife sanctuaries, right? We have the wildlife sanctuaries. This is the one example. Are you getting my point? When it is the ex-situ, we know that a particular plant or animal inhabiting a particular area is not good for them. They cannot survive here. We have to move them to a place where we can conserve it. Just we have the botanical gardens also, right? Zoo is also the example here. So that will come under the ex-situ conservation. It is the need. We have to conserve it. So let's move it to a place where we can provide them the food, where we can provide them the protection. So in-situ conservation, ex-situ conservation. That is the meaning here. Okay, that is the meaning here. So let's discuss about that. So one is on the spot, or you can say that on site. This is, and this one is the off site conservation, right? On site and off site. Take on site and off site. Okay, chaliye, let's discuss this now. Ki what do we have in on site and off site conservations? Chalo. So biodiversity conservation. In situ, and then you have ex situ. Okay, okay. In the case of Ex-situ, you have zoological park, botanical gardens, aquaria, cryopreservation. Cryopreservation. Do you know cryopreservation? Do you understand what cryopreservation is? Do you remember that? At minus 190 degrees Celsius in liquid nitrogen, we can conserve the pollen grains, even it can be used for the gametes, right? Or you can, so this is the most advanced way, right? This is the most advanced way. We can also talk about the seed banks, right? Seed banks, etc. Pollen grains and all that can be conserved. Ex-situ mode. Right, Ex-situ. When it is the in-situ conservation, right, then we will go for the, first of all, sacred forests, sacred lakes, right? Yes, bache. Biosphere reserve. I'll add 2 or 3 other things there also. Biosphere reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuary, and let me tell you, that wildlife safari, wildlife sanctuary is in situ, but wildlife safari is ex-situ conservation. It is ex-situ conservation. Take, and other than that, hotspots, very important it is, very important it is. Clear bache? Very important it is. Okay, take, so in situ and ex-situ conservation, in situ and ex-situ conservation. So let's start with the in situ one, which will include national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, right, biosphere reserves, even the sacred groves, sacred forests, all of it. Take, let's talk about that. So biosphere, that's hotspots. Hotspots are very important. So faced with the conflict between development and conservation, many natures find it unrealistic and economically not feasible to conserve all their biological wealth. We don't have that much resources that we can conserve all the, right, that we can conserve all the organisms. 1 minute, bache. Okay, 1 minute. So it's not possible for us. We don't have that much resources that we can provide protection to all the organisms, right? So invariably, the number of species waiting to be saved from extinction, they are far exceeds the conservation resources available, right? So on global basis, it is not a country specific issue. Okay, this is the problem of India, right? So Indians, they need to conserve their biodiversity. No, it is at the national level. It is at the national level. It is a national, sorry, it is at the international level, at the global level. Right, we need to conserve this. We need to conserve this. It's not like that if extinction is going on in one country, it is not going to affect us. One day it will. It will, right? So we all need to be together as a human being so that we can do something to conserve the biodiversity, right? So now the point is, obviously the eminent conservationists, what they did, they were like, okay, we cannot protect all the organisms around us. So they identified for maximum protection certain biodiversity hotspots, regions with very high levels of species richness and high degree of endemism. Now, the word here is biodiversity hotspot. So first of all, key criteria for the determination of biodiversity hotspot, that this is the biodiversity hotspot. So the very first thing is bache, high degree of endemism. What is the meaning of endemism? Bache, endemic species, they are localized to a particular area only. You will not get it anywhere else. What is the meaning of endemic species here? What is this endemism? Right, bache, what is this endemism? So basically they are localized to one area only. Right, they are localized to one particular area only, that these species are confined to that region only, and you will not get it anywhere else. Right, you will not get it anywhere else. Right, bache. Plus in that regions there is accelerated habitat loss. Matlab that so what are the biodiversity hotspots? First of all, endemism, you are getting the species that are existing there only, then habitat loss is there, and plus high level of species richness is there. So these three conditions will be checked if we have to declare something as biodiversity hotspot. And it is said even if we conserve these regions now, we can reduce the risk of extinction by many %. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, so endemism, accelerated habitat loss, high level of species richness. That's what we have to consider here. Okay, so they are saying that initially 25 biodiversity hotspots were identified, but subsequently 9 more have been added to the list, and that is not good. If there is an increase in the biodiversity hotspots, literally that is not good. Why it is not good? Why it is not good? It's simple. If biodiversity hotspots are increasing, means there are more areas where there is a threat of extinction. It is again not good. So now they are saying 25, now, then 9 more were added, it has become 34, but now it is not 34. Now at this time it is 36. As per latest data, right? As per latest data, there are 36, right? There are 36 biodiversity hotspots, and out of that, not 3, 4 are in India. Do you know that? Out of that, 4 are in India. How many are in India? 4 are in India. Just say here they are saying total 34, and 3 of these hotspots, Western Ghat, Sri Lanka, Indo-Burma, and they are bringing the, these are the, yes, Western Ghat, Sri Lanka, Indo-Burma, and Himalaya. They cover our country's exceptionally high biodiversity regions. But in India, we have 4 now. It's not 3, it's 4 now. Okay, right? So this Western Ghats are there. Yes, bache, your Sri Lankan region. ठीक, ओके, सो इंडिया में वेस्टर्न घाट, हिमालयस भी है हमारे पास, इंडोबर्मा, and other than that the Sunderland region is also there, बच्चे, right? Sunderland region is also there. You can write it about it. Okay, you can write about it. So now it is not 3, they are 4. Okay, they are 4 in number. Understood? Sure. Any doubt? Any doubt? So Himalaya, Indo-Burma, Western Ghats and Sri Lanka, and Sunderland is also there. You can write it. Done? Any doubt? Yes, bache, any doubt? So although all the biodiversity hotspots they put together cover less than 2% of the Earth's land area, the number of species, right? The number of species they collectively harbor is extremely high, and strict protection to these hotspots can even reduce the mass extinction by almost 30%. Just imagine if we protect them only, right? So other than that, bache, biosphere reserves are also there. Again, the number has been changed. Yes, the number has been changed. So I'll request you to check the latest data as well. I'll put a short video, but still I want you people to check it. Okay. Okay. Right? जैसे in India, ecologically unique and biodiversity rich regions are legally protected as biosphere reserve, national parks and sanctuary. जैसे here it is written ना 14 biospheres are there, now it is 18. So there is a change. There is a change here, and yes, you need to focus there, right? So 90 national parks, 448 wildlife sanctuaries. So India has also a history of religious and cultural traditions, right, that emphasize the protection of nature. So the sacred groves, we worship them basically. So in that regions, basically the wildlife and the trees are protected there, right? So in many cultures, tracts of forest were set aside, and all the trees and wildlife within were venerated and given total protection. So such sacred groves are found in Khasi and Janshia hills in Meghalaya, Aravalli hills of Rajasthan, Western Ghat regions of Karnataka and Maharashtra, and the Sarguja, Chandra and Bastar areas of Madhya Pradesh. So in Meghalaya, the sacred groves are the last refuge for a number of rare and the threatened plants. So yes, this information is important. So 14, now it's not 18, we have the, now it's not 14, we have the 18 biosphere reserve, right? Okay. Okay. So do check the details about it. Do check the details about it. Sometimes they even ask the largest national park, yeah, this and that of our country. Sometimes that type of questions can also come in your exam. Then comes the bache ex-situ conservation. So obviously threatened animals and plants are taken out from their natural habitat. They are placed in special settings. So zoo, botanical garden, wildlife safari parks, they serve this purpose, right? So there are many animals that have become extinct in the wild, but still they are in the zoological parks, right? So when you talk about the advanced way of this ex-situ conservation, so here it includes the gametes of threatened species can be preserved in viable and fertile conditions for long periods using cryopreservation. So at minus 196 degrees Celsius, right, in liquid nitrogen, they can be preserved. Eggs can be fertilized in vitro and plants can be propagated using tissue culture method. This is what we can do. Okay, so as we talk about the biodiversity, it knows no political boundaries and its conservation is a collective responsibility of all the nations. So historic convention on biological diversity, it is the historic convention on biological diversity, the Earth Summit. It held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. It is called upon all the nations to take appropriate measures for the conservation of biodiversity and the sustainable utilization. And in a follow-up, the World Summit on Sustainable Development held in 2002 in Johannesburg, that is in South Africa. So 190 countries pledged their commitment to achieve by 2010 significantly reduction in the current state of biodiversity loss. But obviously you know that we are trying our best to achieve it, but still, right, it's a long way to go. And even at individual level, we can contribute a lot. We waste the electricity a lot. We can reduce that things, right? We can reduce the use of AC, right? We can, we can develop the more sustainable ways. If we are talking about the use of the polythene, we can reduce that. And we can, whatever polythene is available, we can reuse it, right? And let's not create more demand for that. So these are the things which we can also do at individual level, right? Just say, do not waste paper. Okay, do not waste paper, do not waste resources. These are the things that we can do. So basically when there is a break time, even I should switch off the light. That is also a way. Right? That is also a kind of service. It's not like that I'm saving my electricity bill, but overall, right? We consider that these changes, they don't matter, but they do. They do. And we can do things like that. So now, as I said, the data has been changed. It is not the updated one, right? So you are going to write a short note on that, and then I will share a video regarding the same. So next chapter is the POIV, Principles of Inheritance and Variation. So let's have a break and then let's discuss that. So it's 6:22. So break time, then there will be a dinner break later. Break time till 6:40. 45. Okay, done. Yes, am I audible? Hi everybody, am I audible? Okay, so students, now we are going to start principles of inheritance and variation. Okay, what are we going to start now? We are going to start principles of inheritance and variation. Ready for it? Yes. Are you ready for it? So I hope you don't have any doubt from the ecology. I hope you have no doubt from the ecology. Yes, Shakila, what's your doubt? Yes, please tell me what's your doubt. So guys, tell me about your doubts, please. Now we are going to start the principles of inheritance and variation. So tell me the topics that are difficult for you from this chapter, because this chapter is also easy, right? And it is also one of the most important chapters. So when you talk about this chapter, the chromosomal disorders, this is the topic which you are not allowed to miss at any cost, because chromosomal disorders is from chromosomal disorders, one or even two questions can come. Not just one, two questions can also come from chromosomal disorders. Keep it in your mind. Okay, keep it in your mind. So no doubt in this chapter, we start with the Grieger-Mendel, we start with the Mendel's law, right? Then we talk about the post-Mendelian inheritance, right? Then after completing that, we even talk about the chromosomal theory of inheritance, chromosomal theory of linkage, and then sex determination, mutation, and finally we discuss the chromosomal disorders, right, bache? Okay. So let's start this chapter. Let's start with this chapter with the basic introduction part. Okay, let's start this chapter with the basic introduction part. So what is the chapter name? It is the principles. Okay. Principles of inheritance and variation. What is the name of the chapter? The name of the chapter is Principles of Inheritance and Variation. Is that clear? So the word inheritance is given there and the word is variation here. These are the two words that we have here. These are the two words that we have here. Chalo, let's discuss about it. So, first of all, obviously, here you are talking about the genetics. So even in the molecular basis of inheritance, I told you about this, that when you talk about the genetics, who gave the term genetics? This term was given by William Whitson. This term was given by William Whitson, right, bache? So when you talk about the genetics here, what do you include? Yes, students, what do you include? You discuss about the heredity and variation. Here we are going to talk about the heredity as well as the variation. That is what we have to study. So basically genetics is basically the collective study. Genetics is basically the collective study of heredity and variation. It is the collective study of heredity and variation. Now, bache, when you talk about this part, see, father of genetics, you know that when you talk about the father of genetics, Grieger John Mendel, right? Grieger John Mendel. Then father of experimental genetics. Yes, father of experimental genetics. Anybody here in the class? T.H. Morgan. Thomas Hunt Morgan. Thomas Hunt Morgan. Right, bache? And the father of modern genetics is again William Whitson. This is the name, William Whitson. Okay? So Heredity plus variation, and this is about the details. Yes, even this information is important. You cannot skip this information. So, bache, the first word is heredity. So, you know one thing, right? You know one thing, that a elephant is going to give birth to an elephant only. A human is going to give birth to the human only, right? You can talk about any of the organisms. They give the birth to the same kind of organisms. Why is it so? Of course, it is because of the genetic information that they have, right? So, that genetic information is there in their nucleus. It is there in the DNA, right? The DNA is basically the storing all the genetic information. We are well aware of it. Now, here we are talking about the rules here. In the molecular basis of inheritance, the chapter that we have already covered in our last marathon, right? We talk about the molecular basis. Matlab at molecular basis, at the level of molecule, at molecular level, what is passing from one generation to another, right? When we discuss MBOI, this is what we discuss. Now here in this chapter, we talk about the rules. We talk about the rules. Okay, what do we discuss here in this chapter? We talk about the rules. So now what is the word here? The word here is heredity. Yes, bache, what is the word here? The word here is heredity. The heredity means the transmission of characters. What is the meaning of that? It is the transmission of characters from parents to offspring. Transmission of characters from parents to offsprings. That is what heredity is. Are you getting my point? Transmission of characters from parents to offsprings, that is what heredity is. And now, bache, when we talk about the inheritance, so it is the process of that, right? It is the process of transmission of characters. But in simple words, when you are saying characters are passing from one generation to another, it is the heredity. Yes, sometimes we say this is a heritable character. Inheritable character means it can pass from one generation to another. So now when you talk about the process of transmission of characters from parents to offsprings, when you talk about the process of transmission of characters, okay, then we say that it is the inheritance. We use the term inheritance. Now here we have one more term, that is variation. What is the meaning of variation, right? What is the meaning of variation? What is the meaning of variation? It is the degree of the difference that we all share. Just say we are the individuals of same species, isn't it? Isn't it? We are the individuals of same species, right? Right. We still share some differences. That degree of difference is basically the variation. That degree of difference is basically the variation. So how do you define it? Ki individuals of same species, they have some differences, and these are the variations, right? Individuals of same species. So individuals of same species, they have some differences. They have some differences. They are called variations. What do we call them? Variations. So when you talk about the variations, what is responsible for that variation? What is responsible for that variations? When you talk about the variations, obviously, bache, recombination, crossing over that we discuss, and along with that crossing over, the mutations, they are the one that are responsible for variations, and variations are also important to survive in the changing environment. Is that clear? Is that clear? So these are the things that you need to remember, right? These are the words that you need to understand, right? I'll discuss few more things, then I'll directly come to the point only, right? Let's not waste the time. Let's and discuss it quickly. Okay, so this part clear, this part clear, this part clear. I hope this part is clear to all of you. I hope this part is clear to all of you. So here mainly we talk about the Mendel, right? So bache, when Mendel, he was alive, he didn't get the recognition for his work. Posthumously, after his death, right, he got the recognition. And when three scientists, what is the name of that scientist? Hugo de Vries. And if you want to read this chapter in more detail, you can follow the one-shots of this particular chapter. So Hugo de Vries, Carl Correns, and Erich von Schirmack. Erich von Schirmack. These are the three scientists who independently rediscovered the Mendel's work. They rediscovered Mendel's work. What they did, bache? They rediscovered the Mendel's work, and they all worked independently. It's not like that they worked together and then they discovered the Mendel's work. No, they were working independently and they got to know about it. So when you talk about this, right, we are going to discuss some genetical terms here. Just in the case of like when you talk about the Mendel has used the word factors. Right? Today we call these factors as genes. Just say you know about the term gene, right? Or the genes. We know that it is the basic unit of heredity. Let's take the conversation to the NCERT only here. So the discussion to the NCERT only here. So it is the basic unit of heredity. What is this? It is the basic unit of heredity, right? No doubt here in this chapter, when we read this chapter, we get to know that how, basically we talk about the rules. Then again, we talk about the chromosomes, right? We relate these rules with the chromosomes as well, right? We relate these things, okay? And then we got to know that there is something that is passing from one generation to another is at the chromosome level only, right? That's how we discuss the things. But overall, you people already know about it, right? Overall, you people already know about it. You know that we have the genetic material, DNA. Right, the DNA, it is because we have to pack it within the nucleus, which is again very small. So you know that when you talk about the DNA, it will coil over the histone proteins. I'm talking about the eukaryotes here. It will coil over the histone proteins. It will form the nucleosomes. They'll further coil. They'll form the solenoid, right? They will form the solenoid. That will further coil. That will form the radial loops. Are you getting my point? That will form the radial loops. Are you getting my point? So we are talking about the genes here, basic unit of heredity. When you talk about the DNA, DNA is having this basic unit of heredity. And this term gene was given by Jonathan, right? This term gene, it was given by Jonathan, right, bache? But Mendel, he didn't use the term gene. Instead of that, for genes, he used the word factor. Matlab, factors are what we call genes today, right? So factors, he was like, factors are the one. Factors are the basic unit of heredity. They are the one that will pass the information from one generation to another, right? So they are the unit of heredity. They are responsible for the inheritance and appearance of characters, right? So Jonathan, he gave the term genes. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? Is that clear? So instead of that, Mendel used the term factor, right? That factors are present, paired factors, right? They'll not, under the Mendel's law, we'll discuss about the factors. This is the first thing. This is the first thing, right, that you need to know here. Secondly, you know that there is another term that is known as allele. Just if we talk about the term gene, we talk about the term allele. What is it? What is it? Let's discuss that. Gene, basic unit of heredity. It is the one that is controlling a character. That's what we say. They are responsible for particular characters, right? But you see, the way we have gene and allele term, we have one more term that is character or the trait. That is also the term that we use. That is also the term that we use. When we define allele, we say it is the alternative form of a gene. Focus on the concept here, right? It is the alternative form of a gene. That's how we define it. Yes or no? It is the alternative form of a gene which are located on the same position on the homologous chromosome, right? It is the alternative form of a gene which is located on the same position, or you can say that locus or loci is plural in the homologous chromosome. Now, what is the meaning of that? It is the alternative form of a gene which is located on the same position in the homologous chromosome. That is basically the allele. Let me define it. Okay, let me explain it, right? Let me explain it. So it is located on what? Yes, bache. It is located on the same position on the homologous chromosome. It is located on the same position on the homologous chromosome. That is what we know. So you already know the concept of these chromosomes. Firstly, discuss that, right? Firstly, let's discuss that. In context of that, let's discuss this because that will make your topic easy, right, bache? It's simple. Just say we know that we humans, how many pairs of chromosomes do we have? We have 23 pairs. How many pairs of chromosomes do we have? We have 23 pairs. One chromosome is from mother's side, one chromosome is from father's side, right? So when we say homologous pair of chromosome, when we use this word homologous pair of chromosomes, what do we say? That they have the same centromere position, they have the same shape, same size, right? Same genes are present. That's what we say. Now let's say this is the point where a gene is present. So when So this, for this you use the word locus, and singular is locus, plural is loci, right? Locus, it is the position of that gene on chromosome. Yeah, it is the basically the home of that gene on chromosome is known as locus, right? That's how we define it. Now when you talk about the homologous pair of chromosome having same centromere position, same shape, same size, right? We also say they have the same gene. Let's say I'm just giving you random example, do not relate it with the humans only, right? I'm just giving you example to make this topic clear. Let's say here there is a gene for height. You know that in our case height is, right, in our case height is the result of polygenic interaction. But again, as I said, I am just trying to simplify this topic for you. That's why I'm explaining it, right? I'm just giving you one example. Try to focus here. Let's say this is the homologous pair of chromosome. This is the homologous pair of chromosome. Here you have the gene for height. So here also, let's say if it is maternal chromosome, if it is a paternal chromosome, it will also contain the gene for height only. It will also contain the gene for height only, right? But maybe here you have capital T and here you can have small t, right? So this is the alternating form of a gene now. This is the alternating form of a gene now, which is located on same position or locus on the homologous chromosome, right? On this homologous chromosome, right? So, and it's not mandatory it will have small t only. It can have capital T also. But I am talking about the alleles. I am saying it is the alternative form of a gene. So what do I want to explain from this part? Just say, when you talk about I'll give you the example I'll give you another example here. Right, this is regarding its position, but I will give you one more example here. Just say height. Height is what? Height is a character, and we know that genes are responsible for a particular character. Height is a character. But when you talk about the height of an individual, that individual can be tall, it can be dwarf. Right, just say let's consider the example of plants, right? A plant can be tall, a plant can be dwarf. So tallness, it's a dominant character. What is the meaning of, that plant can be tall, that plant can be dwarf, that plant can be tall, that plant can be dwarf. So when I'm saying this tall and dwarf thing, what am I talking about? I am talking about the contrasting form of character. I am talking about the contrasting form of a character, right? Height is a character, but right, height is what? Height is a character, but tallness and dwarfness, what is it? This is a trait. This is a trait. So height is a character and its contrasting form of a character. For that we use the word trait. It's the variant form of a character. It is the variant form of a character. We use the word trait. So, जैसे gene. Gene is responsible for controlling the character height. So alleles, right? Its alternative forms, they are responsible for these traits. They are responsible for these traits. They are alternative forms. And how do these alleles form? Obviously, the answer here is mutation, right? That mutations are responsible for the contrasting form of these characters here, for these traits here. Are you getting my point? So when it is the tallness, in the case of plant, it is considered as the dominant character. What is the meaning of, right? It is considered as a dominant trait. What is the meaning of being dominant? It is expressive. It is expressing itself a lot. Right, if you will observe a population, you will see more plants are tall. You will see more plants are tall. So it's a dominant trait, right? So when you talk about a dominant trait, we use the capital letters to express it, right? And dwarf, it is recessive. Means in a population, you will see more tall plants rather than the dwarf plants. So for recessive, you will use the small t. Right, so gene is basically responsible for controlling a character. And here, when we relate it in terms, when you see this, just say we are also having the homologous pair of chromosome. So we will have the contrasting forms here now. So just say, let's say if it is capital T, small t. So gene is a pair of alleles. That is also the way to define it. Okay? The gene, we say that it is a pair of alleles. It is basically a pair of alleles. So that alleles can be same, they can be different. That alleles can be same, they can be different. You know that even in our case, even the chromosomes are also paired. We are the diploid individuals, even our chromosomes are also paired, right? We have that homologous chromosomes. So that's how these alternative forms are present, and these alternative forms are the result of mutations only. Is that clear? Speed is fine. Speed is fine. Is that clear? So these are the result of alternating forms only, right? These are the results of alternative forms only. So up to this part all clear, guys? Up to this part all clear? Up to this part all clear? So this is just to explain you the things, okay? So now you know that on the basis of that, what do we have? We have homozygous, we have homozygous. These are the two words that you need to understand, homozygous or heterozygous. See bache, understand one thing, we are the diploid individuals, right? Our zygote is diploid 2n. It contains 23 chromosomes from mother, 23 chromosomes from father. There is a pair here, there is a pair here. So that's why even when we say gene, we say it's a pair of allele. One is on the maternal chromosome, one is on the paternal chromosome. So homo means same. When you use the word homo, homo means same. And when you use the word hetero, hetero means different. Hetero means different. Right? Hetero means what? Hetero means different. So homozygous and heterozygous is the word. So homo means same. Just let's say if it is capital T, both the alleles are same. They can be small t, small t. So if it is capital T means both are dominant. Both are dominant, homozygous dominant. If small t, it's simple. Both are recessive. So homozygous recessive it is because both are same. So hetero itself means different. One is capital T, another is small t. Matlab one chromosome is having capital T, another, that homologous pair, is having small t. Right? So hetero means what? Hetero means different. Hetero means what? Hetero means different. Different. So look at this. This one, this capital T is showing us a dominant trait, that is tallness. Right, that the individual will be tall. So it is dominant, means it will express itself. In the population mainly you will see this. So bache, whenever the condition is heterozygous, always remember, whenever a dominant trait is present, it will express itself. It doesn't matter that it has to be in homozygous state to express. No, no. If only a single allele is present which is dominant, right, then definitely that character will appear. So heterozygous are always dominant. Heterozygous are always dominant, right? But homozygous, they can be homozygous dominant, they can be homozygous recessive, but heterozygous is always dominant. Any doubt here? Heterozygous is always dominant. Any doubt here? Yes, please. Heterozygous is always dominant. Any doubt here? Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please tell me if there is any doubt. Right, homozygous, heterozygous. Another thing is the phenotype and the genotype. I'm explaining you a few terms here, then we'll move to the actual part. That another term is phenotype and genotype, and I believe, because it's a marathon, I believe you know that much. Phenotype. From this phenotype, you can remember one thing, PH, physical appearance. Right, physical appearance. So when you talk about the physical appearance, you are talking about the external characters, you're talking about the external features. Yes or no? You're talking about the external characters, you're talking about the external features. So it is the external and morphological appearance of an organism for a particular trait. It is external and morphological appearance. Morphological appearance. It is external and morphological appearance of an individual for a particular trait, right? For a particular trait, that is the phenotype. Phenotype, physical appearance, right? That is the physical appearance, phenotype. Genotype is the genetic makeup of an organism for a particular character. What is it? It is the genetic makeup or genetic constitution of an organism for a particular trait. Yes, for a particular trait. Are you getting my point? Now understand one thing, pH, physical appearance, genotype, genes. It's simple. Just say you are looking at this plant. You are looking at this plant. By looking at it, you can say now the plant is tall or dwarf. The plant is tall or dwarf. By looking at it, you can comment over it now that whether it is tall or it is dwarf. Yes or no? That whether it is tall or it is dwarf. Yes? है ना? So it is the external and morphological appearance of an individual for a particular trait, and genotype is the genetic makeup of an organism for a particular trait. That is what we know. So it is the phenotype and the genotype. So you are looking at a plant, you can say whether it is tall or dwarf. So when you are talking about these external characters, you are talking about the phenotype here. But and when I'm saying, okay, I know it's tall, but when I'll talk about whether it is heterozygous tall or homozygous tall, means I'm talking about its genetic makeup. That will be the genotype. That will be the genotype. So, bache, phenotype is no doubt. It is the phenotype, no doubt. It is the result. It is the result of. It is the result of genotype, and environment also play the role. And environmental interaction is also there. You cannot say that it is only the genotype. No, even the environment plays the role here, right? Even the environmental interaction is there. Yes, yes. Yes, done. Done. So, external and morphological appearance of an individual for a particular trait, right? And genetic makeup of an organism for a particular trait it is. So, this is the phenotype and the genotype. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Yes? Done. So that's what you need to know. Homozygous, heterozygous and all. So now let's talk about the Mendel and his experiment, right? Let's talk about the Mendel. Clear, bache? Chalo, let's start. So when you talk about the Mendel or Mendelism, so the name is Gregor. So the name is what? The name is Gregor John Mendel. What's the word here? What's the name here? Gregor John Mendel. But I'm not talking about, I'm not going to talk about his journey, that is the priest, how he got the title and all. I'm not going to talk about it. Very simple it is. You should know the name. He's the father of genetics. And we have to talk about his historical experiment on the pea plant. Right, bache? We need to talk about his historical experiment on the pea plant. So, pea plant, when I'm saying, I'm just giving you the bullet points here. I'm talking about the Pisum sativum. Yes, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the Pisum sativum, and I'm talking about its hybridization experiment, its historical hybridization experiment that he started somewhere around 1856 or 57, and for 7 years he conducted the experiment. Then he gave this Mendelian law of inheritance. Right, bache? Yes. Yes or no? Yes or no? So he started his experiment, right, somewhere around 1856 or 1857. He continued it for 7 years. He published his work. When it comes to his data, he published his work in 1865, right? But again, as I said, he didn't get recognition for his work. His work was rediscovered by 3 scientists, Carl Correns, Hugo de Vries, Carl Correns and Eric von Schemack. That's what you have to remember, okay? That is what you have to remember, okay, bache? Okay. So he published his work in 1865, okay? So let's talk about the Mendel and his experiment. So 1856 to 1863. So yes, write it low. 1856 to 1863. for 7 years. That's important. He experimented on pea plant. What he selected? He selected 7 characters. He selected 7 characters. So if I'm saying 7 characters, can I say that 14 traits? If I'm saying 7 characters, because he selected 7 contrasting characters. He selected 7 contrasting characters. जैसे कि for an example, if I talk about the flower color, violet or white. If I talk about the pod shape, inflated and constricted, it is like that. So 7 contrasting characters is the word here. What is the word here? 7 contrasting characters is the word here. Done? Okay, so 7 contrasting characters means we are talking about the 14 traits here. Do not make the mistake. 7 contrasting characters means 14 traits here. 7 contrasting characters means 14 traits here. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? 14 traits. So he selected 14 true breeding plants. 14 true breeding plants. So what is the meaning of true breeding plants? True breeding plants means pure lines, means homozygous for a trait. And how he achieved that? With continuous self-pollination. How he achieved that? Yes, bache. How he achieved that? With continuous self-pollination. Is that clear? How he achieved that? With continuous self-pollination. Is that clear? Right? So Gregor John Mendel experimented on pea plant for around 7 years, published his work in 1865. He selected 7 contrasting characters, means total 14 traits. So for that, obviously he selected 14 true breeding plants, means pure lines. How we obtained pure line? With continuous self-pollination. With continuous self-pollination. Is that clear? Is that clear? So the 7 characters that he selected, simple: seed shape, seed color, flower position, pod shape, pod color. Is that clear? These are the characters that he selected. So dominant one, round seed shape, dominant, wrinkled is recessive, yellow seed color, green, right, violet, white, right. So these are the alphabets, right. You can use these letters, right, to denote this is the dominant or this is the recessive character. So uppercase is for the dominant and for the recessive it will be small case, right bache. So even when you talk about this now, when you talk about the Mendel's work, even when you talk about the characters that he has selected, right, they were also present on the different chromosomes. Matlab genes for that characters, they were also present on the different chromosomes. Jaise for an example, right, stem height, flower position or shape. Yes, stem height, flower position be, what is it? Where is it? That tallness and dwarfness thing. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more character is there, na? That is on the next slide. Yeah, this one. Chalo, let me write it here only. So, chromosome number 4. Right, firstly, let's write chromosome number 4. So, stem height, flower position, yes please, stem height, flower position and even the shape of pod. That is these 3 characters, matlab the genes for these 3 characters, it was there on chromosome number 4. It was there on chromosome number 4. So seed color and flower color. Then it is about the color. Seed color and flower color. It was on chromosome number 7. Please write down. So chromosome 4, 7, 1 and 5. Right, chromosome 4, 7, 1 and 5. Right, bache. So the genes for these 7 characters, it was present on them. Jaise ki seed shape. Yes, bache. Your seed shape, it was on chromosome number 7. Chromosome number 7. right bache? It was on chromosome number 7. So chromosome 5, chromosome 7, chromosome 1, chromosome 4, right bache? So seed shape was on chromosome number 7, and even pod color was also there, but it was on chromosome number 5. It was on chromosome number 5. Is that clear? Chromosome number 5, chromosome number 7, and seed color and flower color was on chromosome number 7 again. Right bache? So that's what you need to write. Nahi, 7 ke liye nahi. Seed shape was on 7. Seed shape was on 7. Seed color and flower color was on. Seed color and flower color was on first. By mistake. Said 7. So this is on chromosome number 1. So 1, 7, 5, and you know that the rest is for chromosome number, yes bache, 4. Is that clear? Rest is for chromosome number 4. Is that clear? So this is what you need to know. This is what you need to know. So now let's talk about the Mendel's laws. So again, the important lines are already highlighted, bache. I have shared the bullet points with you all. So Gregor Mendel conducted hybridization experiment on garden pea, that is your Pisum sativum, for 7 years. Even that is also PYQ, right? And he proposed the laws of inheritance. Clear, bache? So during his investigation, it was the first time that statistical analysis and mathematical logics were applied to the problems in biology. That's why many people, they were not able to understand his work, right? People were not ready to accept that how can somebody apply mathematics to the biology, right? That is also, yes bache, that is also the reason for his failure. Okay, so if I talk about his failures, though there are reasons, jaise ki let's say if I need to discuss the first reason here. So he didn't, like, overall, if I have to tell you, he didn't get the publicity at that time. The data was not publicized at that level, right? People were not ready to accept that how somebody can apply the mathematics to the biology, right bache? Right bache? These two are the major reasons. So communication was not easy and his work could not widely publicized. First reason. Yes, bache. What is the second reason then? This is the first reason. Second reason is, bache, his concept of factors as stable and discrete units that control the characters and the alleles. They do not blend. It was not clear to everybody. So again, I'm writing the bullet points here. So the concept of factors. This line is again in NCERT. I'll mark it. Okay, this line is again in NCERT. I'll mark it. This is the second reason. This concept of factors, right? The third reason is, bache, right, using the mathematical approach, yeah, statistical analysis here. Using mathematical approach, or you can say that the statistical analysis here. And last is, bache, the factors were discrete unit, but he could not provide any physical proof for their existence. So these are the reasons for his failure, right? These are the reasons for his failure. Is that clear? Now, if I talk about the reasons for his success as well, even after the death, 3 scientists, they rediscovered his work. So obviously there are reasons for that now. So he studied the inheritance of one character, right? The first is he studied the inheritance of 1 or 2 characters at a time, but not like characters at a time, but not like other scientists who studied the inheritance of many characters at a time. Is that clear? Is that clear? Secondly, the selection of material. Okay, right. Secondly, the selection of material. But before that, I'll mention that he maintained the statistical records of all the experiments, right? Firstly, his sampling size was large. His sampling size was large. He maintained the statistical record of his experiments, right बच्चे? Experiments, and above all, right, he quantitatively analyzed the inheritance of qualitative character. He quantitatively analyze the inheritance of qualitative characters. Please write down. These are the reasons for his success, right? These are the reasons for his success. Then the selection of material, that is pea plant, right? Then selection of material, that is pea plant. So you tell me why this pea plant is important. Why? Bache, because this pea plant, right, its lifespan within 2 to 3 months, we'll see the next generation. Number of seeds that it is producing, it is also very large. Contrasting characters can be seen very easily. It is very easily to cultivate, right? The self-pollination and the cross-pollination, both are favorable here. Are you getting my point? Both are favorable here. So do I need to write it? Do I need to write it? Do I need to write it? Yes. Yes. Done, bache? So selection of material में pea plant it was, right? So pea plant easy to cultivate. Yes. Easy to cultivate, right bache? It is an annual plant with a short life cycle of 2 to 3 months. Large number of seeds are produced, right? Self-pollination is there. We can also perform the cross-pollination. Easy to cultivate. Seeds are large. Okay. Okay. Done. So that is also a plus point for him. That was also a plus point for him. So these are the reasons for his success. These are the reasons for his failure. Okay. Okay, so do not forget which traits are dominating and which are not. So question can come from the this part. What do we say? Question can come from what do we call it? Yes, they can also ask you the number of characters and which characters, which characters he studied or which characters he ignored. The chromosome thing is also important. Okay? Chalo. So now let's discuss about the Punnett square. I hope you know what Punnett square is. I hope you all know what Punnett square is. Yes. I hope you know what Punnett square is. Anybody? Anybody here in the class? Anybody here in the class? So it was used by Reginald Punnett. First time it was used by Reginald Punnett. Okay. Right. So it is a representation of generation to analyze, right? It is the representation of generations to analyze in the form of symbol square, and male gametes are written bache horizontally and female gametes are written vertically, right? So again, the symbols will be used and we are going to check the probability here. Okay, we have to check that probability here. So of course, when you talk about this Mendel's law. So firstly, we need to know about the inheritance of one gene. Then we will talk about the inheritance of two genes, right? What we need to discuss? Inheritance of one gene. Right? Inheritance of one gene, and the another is the inheritance of two genes. Is that clear? Okay. So see, as I said that he selected the 14 true breeding plants. 14 true breeding plants means 7 contrasting traits, or you can say that 14 true breeding plants. So let's pick up one character. Just say, let's say parents, right? This is the parent generation, parents, P1. One is homozygous tall, another is heterozygous tall. One is homozygous tall, another is homozygous recessive. So in F1, what will you see? Heterozygous dominant individuals. What will you see? You will see heterozygous dominant individual. Are you getting my point? So one is homozygous tall and another is homozygous recessive. So in the F1, what will you see? Heterozygous dominant. So basically for these crosses, we go for the F2. There is a reason behind it. Right, there is a reason behind it. Why do we select the F2? Right, whenever we write the ratios in the monohybrid cross, I believe you all know we talk about the phenotypic ratio as 3:1 and the genotypic ratio as 1:2:1. This is what we discuss. 1:2:1. This is what we discuss. Yes, bache. This is what we discuss. So of course, here we go for the F2, right? We do not just settle on the basis of F1, we go for the F2. The reason is that in the F2, if there is any recessive trait, it will appear. It will appear, right, bache? There is a reason, as I said, we'll talk about it. So when you talk about the Punnett square, even, because now we know it. So even you can take it like this. One side you have to write the gametes of one parent, the gamete of another parent. That's what you are going to get. All will be tall. So when homozygous dominant, when it hybridizes with homozygous recessive, so you will get the heterozygous dominant individual only in the F1. Keep it in your mind always, whether it is the monohybrid cross or the dihybrid cross. So to get the F2, this is what we have to do. We have to do the selfing. We have to do the selfing of F1 individuals. What we have to do? We have to do the selfing of F1 individuals. Take. So it is capital T, small t, capital T, small t, capital T, capital T, capital T, small t, capital T, small t, small t, small t. That's what we have. That's what we have. So it is the homozygous tall, right? So basically here, you have homozygous tall, these two, heterozygous dominant, and this one is homozygous recessive. That's what we have. So if I talk about the phenotypic ratio, if I only consider the phenotype here, so can I say that 3 are tall and 1 is dwarf? Yes. Can I say that? I'm talking about the F2 individuals here. Yes, I'm talking about the F2 individuals here. So can I say that 3 tall, 1 dwarf? And now when we have to talk about the genotypic ratio, so it will be 1:2:1. Why? Because one is homozygous dominant. Heterozygous dominant means heterozygous tall. And this one is homozygous dwarf or homozygous recessive it is. Right, so this is the inheritance of what? It is the inheritance of one character. So when we are saying inheritance of one character, we are going to select the parent plants which are having same characters, which are having all the things are same except one character. Right, that one character is showing the contrasting trait. That one character is showing the contrasting trait. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. So what is the conclusion of this monohybrid cross? That first conclusion gives us tell us about the postulates of paired factors. One second. So F1 is first filial generation, F2 is second filial generation and parent individuals. I told you about the ratios. These are the things which are given here. So parental tall, dwarf, then selfing, and that's what you are going to get. Okay. So based on these observations, Mendel proposed that something was being stably passed down unchanged from parents to offspring. So as per Mendel, something which is stable, this is the important word, something which is stable, it is passing from one generation to another. It is going from one generation to another. Are you getting my point? Yes. Yes, so Mendel proposed that something was being stably passed down unchanged from parents to offspring through the gametes over successive generation. He called these genes as factors. Now we call them as genes. So that's why they are the units of inheritance, and they contain the information that is required to express a particular trait. So genes which code for a pair of contrasting traits, they are alleles or allelomorphs. They are slightly different form of a gene. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure. So genotype, phenotype, all the words are clear. Take. So now I'll okay. Done, bache. So again in the F1 he has simply mentioned TT is exactly like, matlab heterozygous dominant is same like the homozygous dominant parental in appearance, right? So he gave the fact, he also tell us about the dominant factor and the recessive factor. So capital and small thing, whatever I have discussed so far, he has mentioned that, right? He has mentioned that. So from the observation that recessive parental trait is expressed without any blending in the F2 generation, we can infer that when the tall and the dwarf plant, they produce gamete by meiosis, of course, the alleles of the parental pair segregate. So actually, whatever information is given here, it will tell us more about the laws, right? So I'll directly discuss that with you all. Just see, there are three laws that we discussed: law of dominance, law of segregation, also known as law of purity of gametes, and the law of independent assortment. That is what we discuss here. So let's start with the law of dominance. So these all are the on the basis of the conclusion of monohybrid cross, right? They all are the conclusion of the monohybrid cross. Just according to Mendel, characters are controlled by discrete unit. Discrete means separate, right? So that characters are controlled by discrete units called factors, right? Characters are controlled by discrete unit called factors. What is the word here, bache? The word here is simple, that characters, when you talk about the characters, they are controlled by discrete units called factors. This is the first conclusion, right? This is the first conclusion, all right? And these factors, they occur in pairs. So this conclusion tells us about the law of paired factors, that these factors, they occur in pairs. Matlab, when you read these 2 points, it clearly indicates that it tells us about the It tells us about what? It tells us about the law of paired factors, that the factors, they are present in pair. And you know that when they are in pair, in a dissimilar pair of factors, one member dominates, dominant one, other is recessive. Other is recessive. Is that clear? So law of dominance is on the basis of these 3 points, right? In the law of dominance, this is what we have. Right, this is the first conclusion, this is the second conclusion, and collectively they gave us law of dominance, that characters are controlled by the paired, characters are controlled by the discrete unit called factors, factors occur in pairs. Or simply you can say that characters are controlled by the paired discrete unit called factors, right bache? And in a dissimilar pair of factors, one member of the pair dominates the other. The one that is dominating, it is the dominant factor, yeah, and another is the recessive factor. Is that clear? Is that clear? So this law of dominance it explains why in the F1 generation only one character was there, only tallness was there, because it was the heterozygous dominant, it was the dissimilar pair, but because the dominant factor was present there, it has expressed, right? And expression of both were obtained in F2. Expression of both were obtained in F2. Is that clear? Expression of both is expressed in F2. Right? So in the presence of dominant factor, recessive will not express itself. Right? In the presence of dominant factor, the recessive will not express itself. Is that clear? In the presence of dominant factor, the recessive will not express itself. 1 second. So ye dekho. This line is also very important, that from the observation that recessive trait is expressed without any blending in F2. Now in F2, we have one recessive plant as well. So focus on this line, that they are saying that recessive parental trait is expressed without any blending or mixing in F2 generation. So that tells us, right, that the alleles of parental pair, they separate or segregate from each other and only one allele is transmitted to a gamete. So this segregation is a random process. So 50% chance of gamete containing either allele has been verified by the result of crossing. Now this part given in the NCERT is explaining the next law, that is the law of segregation, and this is the law that we are going to discuss now. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? So firstly tell me, law of dominance clear? Law of dominance clear? Law of dominance clear that first of all factors, they are discrete units, right? They occur in pairs. If there is a dissimilar pair of factors, if there is a dissimilar pair, so the one will express itself, it will not allow the other to express, the other will not express in the presence of that one, that is the dominant and the recessive. Any doubt? Yes. Do you have any doubt? So next is the law of segregation, which is also considered as the law of purity of gametes. What's that? It is also the law of purity of gametes. What is it? It is the law of purity of gametes. And bache, it is considered as the universal law because it has no exception. It will be followed. Let's say if there is any mutation, when there is mutation, right? Mutation mane sudden changes. Mutation mane sudden changes, right, bache? So when there is the mutation and because of some mutation, sometimes what happen, the non-disjunction is there. Matlab, you can relate this part with the cell cycle and division. You know, in the anaphase, right? When you talk about a chromosome, right? The chromatids, they separate during anaphase 2 of meiosis, or even in meiosis 1, you know that the bivalent is there. So in the anaphase, the bivalent, it separates. In the anaphase 2, basically the chromatids, they separate. So if there is non-disjunction, right? If there is non-disjunction, that too also a mutation, right? That too also an error. So non-disjunction, right? If there is any non-disjunction, so that non-disjunction, when this non-disjunction is there, then bache, law of segregation will not be followed. Otherwise, it is a universal law. It will always be followed. Okay, it will always be followed. It is also known as the law of purity of gamete. So this law is on the fact that, based on the fact that the alleles, जैसे capital T, small t, they do not show any blending. They do not show any blending, mane mixing, and that both the characters are recovered as such in F2 generation, though one of these is not seen in F1. So the parents contain two alleles during gamete formation. The factor or alleles of a pair segregate from each other such that a gamete receives only one of the two factors, of course. So let me explain it in the simple language. Just say, even when you talk about the homozygous parent, right, they will form same type of gamete. All the gametes will have capital T only. All the gametes will have small t. And when the parent is heterozygous dominant, 50% of the gametes will have capital T, 50% of the gamete will have small t. So basically at the time of gamete formation, the point here is, bache, that at the time of what? At the time of gamete formation, right? At the time of what? At the time of gamete formation, alleles, right? What is going to happen at the time of, yes, at the time of gamete formation, these alleles from a pair, they segregate randomly, right? Alleles from this pair segregate means separate randomly, right? They segregate randomly. How do they segregate? They segregate randomly. So at the time of gamete formations, alleles from a pair, they segregate randomly and transfer inside different gametes. They transfer inside different gametes, means each gamete is pure for a character. You can write it down. What is the meaning here? That when there is a gamete formation, at the time of gamete formation, alleles from a pair, they segregate randomly and transfer inside different gametes. Is that clear? So each gamete will receive only one allele, or you can say that only one factor of a pair, right? So each allele receive only one allele, or sometimes you can write or factor of a pair, only one allele. So we can say, so the gamete is pure for a character. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Right? Just say, let's say if there is a gamete formation, not just capital T small t, if this is the case, this is the case, so 50% of the gametes will receive capital W, small w, 50% of the receive will get capital Y or small y. But the point is you are not going to see any gamete, you're not going to see any gamete where capital Y and small y both are there. No, it's not possible. So as per the law of segregation, whenever there is the gamete formation, at the time of gamete formation, from that pair of alleles, from that pair of factors, if you use the term factor, if you use the word term factor, so that factors, they will separate from each other. They will go to different gametes. They will never pass to the same gametes. Capital T or small t will not go towards the same gamete. Capital T or capital T will not pass to the same gamete. They will pass to the different gametes, right? So now let's say if you are talking about a gamete, let's say if this is a sperm, because this, right, there is a segregation at the time of gamete formation, so this sperm will have capital T, there might be another sperm having small t, but it is not possible that a sperm will have capital T and small t both. No, this is against the law of segregation. So law of segregation says that gametes, they are pure. The gametes, they are pure for a character. If this is a sperm, it doesn't know about the small t. It doesn't know about the dwarf character. It only knows about what? It is know about the capital character. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Right? Sure? So that is something you need to keep in your mind. Okay, that is something you need to keep in your mind. Okay, so gametes are pure for a character. So that's why it is also known as law of purity of gametes. That's why it is also known as law of purity of gametes. Law of purity of gametes. So if you talk about the gametes, if it is written like this, they are having capital T, capital Y, small y, capital W, it is incorrect. Why? Capital Y and small y is given. If it is like this, capital T, small t, W, Y, A, B, is it correct? No. Again, capital T and small t same in a gamete? No. If it is like this, capital T, Y, W, A, it's correct. It's a gamete because it is having only one allele for a particular character. Is that clear? Is that clear? So here you have to write this. This law is based on the fact that alleles, they do not show any blending. That alleles, they do not show any blending and obtained as such in the F2 generation. So what is the point here? What is the point here? Yes, bache. Yes, bache. So this law is based on the fact that alleles, they do not show any blending and both the characters are recovered. Yes, please. And both the characters are recovered as such in the F2 generation. Both the characters are recovered as such in the F2 generation. Is that clear? Yes, please. Okay. So alleles, they do not show any blending and both the characters are recovered as such in the F2 generation. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So this point is also important, right? This is something that I have highlighted earlier. Okay, right? Right? So if a parent is homozygous, so all the gametes will be similar, right? Because if a parent is having capital T, all the gametes will have single capital T, na? But if it is heterozygous, right, two types of gamete will be there. For 50% will have capital T, 50% will have small t. So these alleles, they do not show any blending, and we can recover them as such in the F2 generation. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chaliye, so this is the inheritance of one gene, right? Now we will talk about the inheritance of two genes, right? Now what we need to discuss, we will talk about the inheritance of two genes. So when I'm saying we are talking about the inheritance of two genes, we are taking the plants which are having the same characters, but only two characters, yeah, two traits are different, which are having all the same traits, but two traits, they are different. Jaise ki see, this plant is having round seed shape and yellow seed color, but this one is having wrinkled seed shape and the green color, right? So because this is the parent plant, homozygous dominant, homozygous recessive, so F1 will always show you heterozygous dominant, right? And obviously the dominant traits will express round and yellow. So if we want to get F2, we have to do the selfing. We have to do the selfing of F1. So now to understand this, see, the gamete formation is very important, right? The gamete formation here is very important. Try to understand that. What is very important here, bache? The gamete formation is very, very, very important here. Matlab, if you will make mistake in the gamete formation, there will be a mistake in the Punnett square then. Now, for the gamete formation, if you don't have any idea, one thing you have to remember, that whenever you are making the gametes, you cannot write it like this. It is incorrect. Yeah, you cannot write it. Can you write it like this? Yes. But can you, one second. So you cannot write it like this, capital R, yeah, capital R, capital Y. No, this is incorrect, right? Even if it is like this, it is incorrect. This is correct. Okay, even this is also correct, right? This is also correct. But remember, gametes will not have the same allele. Is that clear? Chaliye. So for the gamete formation here, you can focus on the Fock method. Jaise capital R, small r. That's how you can write. Right, then I will explain capital Y, small y. Here also, capital Y, small y. So the gametes that you are going to get, this is what you are going to get. Okay, so capital R, capital Y, capital R, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. These are the gametes that we are going to get, right? So because both the parents are having same genotype, so here capital R, capital Y, capital R, small y, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. Here also capital R, capital Y, capital R, small y, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. That's how you can write it. That's how you can write it. And now you can make the Punnett square here, right? Now you can make the Punnett square here. Capital R, capital Y, capital R, small y, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. Capital R, capital Y, capital R, small y, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. So obviously here it will be capital R, small y, small y. Here it will be capital R, small r, capital Y, small y. Capital R, small r, small y, small y. So randomly you can fill it, right? I just want you people to have the clarity that how to make it, how to write it. How to make it, how to write it. So what are you discussing here? You are discussing the inheritance of the, right? What are we discussing here? We are talking about the inheritance of the two genes. What are we talking here? We are talking about the inheritance of two genes. We are basically discussing the inheritance of more than one character here. Okay? Okay. So firstly make it please. Then we will discuss it further. Yes, then we will discuss it further. So see, this is the kind of table that we have here, So when you look at this, round yellow, round yellow, round yellow, no doubt it is a parental like character, but this character that it is wrinkled and yellow, don't you think it is non-parental type character? Wrinkled and yellow, non-parental type character, plus bache, round and yellow also, sorry, round and green also, it is also non-parental type character. Matlab when we hybridize the parents were round yellow only, right? And even in the F1 it was wrinkled green. But when you see in the case of inheritance of two characters, when you see the F2 individuals, what are you going to find? You will see the wrinkled yellow individual, which is again a non-parental character, right? And you will see round green. You will see round green, that is again a non-parental character. That is again a non-parental character. So before discussing it, we have to make another table. Okay? We will make another table. Okay? Okay? Yes, we have to make another table. So जैसे we have the monohybrid cross, dihybrid cross, or you can also consider trihybrid cross. ठीक, चलो firstly let's consider monohybrid and dihybrid or trihybrid cross, right? Monohybrid, dihybrid and trihybrid cross. So if you have to check types of gametes, right, the formula will be 2n. The formula will be 2n. N is the number of character here. Jैसे here it will be 2:1, that will be 2. It will be 2:2, 2 multiplied 2, it will be 4, right? 2:3, 2 into 2 into 2, 8. So even in the dihybrid cross, if you remember the gametes that we form, capital R, capital Y, capital R, small y, small r, capital Y, small r, small y. What was that? Total 4 gametes were there. Now if you have to check number of zygotes, yeah, number of offsprings, right? If you have to check number of zygotes, yeah, number of offsprings, so what is it, right? What is it? Gametes square, right? It will be gametes ka square. That is also the formula that you can use. So gametes are 2, 4, number of offsprings 16, 64, right? 64 here. Is that clear? It is 64 here. Is that clear? Sure? Sure? And now if we have to check the number of phenotypes, if we have to check number of phenotypic ratios, it will be 2n. 2n means 2 only. Just in the case of monohybrid cross, it is 3:1. In the case of dihybrid cross, 2 into 2, 4. Dihybrid cross में it will be 9:3:1. It's like that. Same for the trihybrid cross. Same for the trihybrid cross. So for the monophenotypic ratio, it will be 2:1, and for the genotypic ratio, number of genotype 3:n. 3 मतलब 1:2:1. Here also 3:2. 3 3s are 9. It will be 9. It's like that, right? It is like that. Is that clear? So number of phenotypes, number of genotypes, clear? So meanwhile I have explained you the phenotypic and the genotypic ratio. Now bache, I will tell you about the product rule. I will tell you about the product rule. Just for an example, in the case of monohybrid cross, when you people talk about, right, in the case of monohybrid cross, when you people talk about what? The phenotypic ratio. The phenotypic ratio, it will be 3:1. So same if you have to check for the dihybrid cross. Same if you have to check for the dihybrid cross. So what will you do? 3:1 multiply 3:1. This is the product rule. You have to multiply it twice and the condition should be same, huh? Right? So it will be like this. So there is no need to cram the ratio. You can simply understand that 3 3s are 9, 3 1s are 3, 3 1s are 3, 1 1s are 1. That will be the ratio. Same for the genotypic ratio. 1:2:1. So apply the product rule, right? You have to multiply it twice when it is the dihybrid cross. So it will be 1 1s are 1, 2 1s are 2, 1 1s are 1. 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, 2 1s are 2. 1 1s are 1, 2 1s are 2, 1 1s are 1. That is the ratio. That is the ratio. So no need to cram it, right? You can simply apply the formula and you can understand this, right? You can simply apply the formula. You can understand this. And but same is for the trihybrid cross as well, right? Same is for the trihybrid cross as well. For trihybrid cross, you can do this 9:3:3:1. Multiply it with 3:1. You'll get the trihybrid ratio, and same for this one. Okay, same for this one. I hope these two things are helpful, right? I hope these two things are helpful. So here, yes, you are right, because it is a dihybrid cross. It is the dihybrid cross. So the ratio is 9:3:3:1. So they are parental type, round and yellow, of course the dominant one. This one is wrinkled and green. This one is wrinkled and green. This 3 is for wrinkled yellow. This is for round green. So these two are non-parental type. These are the new combinations, right? These are the new combinations. What are they? These are the new combinations. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? And if you want to check the number of zygotes, gamete square and 4n can also be applied as a formula, right? 4n can also be applied as a formula. Theek? So now let's understand what is it. First of all, it was the dihybrid cross, and here we have seen what? We have seen the non-parental types. We have seen the non-parental types. So if you will see the parental types, 9 plus 1 is 10. 9 plus 1 is 10. Non-parental type, 3 plus 3, 6. Right? So it's 6. Right? And I hope the genotypic ratio is also clear. So when you talk about the independent assortment, how can we define it? Let's focus here. And yes, linkage. Whenever there is a linkage, there is no independent assortment, and whenever there is an independent assortment, there is no linkage. Again, I'm repeating. When there is a linkage, there is no independent assortment, and when there is independent assortment, there is no linkage. That's what you need to keep in your mind. Is that clear? Chalo, let's discuss this part. So, the law states that when two pairs of a character, when two pairs of a trait are combined in a hybrid, segregation of one pair of character is independent of the other pair of characters. Segregation of one pair of character is independent of the other pair of characters. Just this is the case that we have. We have two characters here. We have two characters here. The seed shape and the seed color. Right? Now, when you talk about the F2, we have seen that it's not mandatory that if parents are having round yellow, the next generation will also have round yellow. No, we have seen that this round color can even go with the right. It can even round seed shape can also go with the green color. So basically we are saying that when we talk about the inheritance of two genes, basically we are saying that when we talk about the inheritance of two genes, right, the segregation of this, right, the segregation of one character is independent of segregation of another. Right, bache? Right, bache? So what are we saying here? That when two pairs of two different characters are combined, here we have considered the two different characters. So segregation of one pair of character is independent of another pair of characters. Right? Matlab, the seed shape segregation is not affecting the seed colors segregation. So segregation or separation of the one pair of character is independent of segregation of another pair of character. Is that clear? It is independent of segregation of another pair of character. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? And you know that then at the time of fertilization, they also unite randomly, right? Independently, right? Just say it's not mandatory if it is round, it will go for the yellow color only. It can even go for the green color, and if it is wrinkled, it's not mandatory that it will go for the green color only. It will go for the yellow, right? So independent assortment is there. Independent assortment is there. So when there is the independent assortment, so it tells us that non-parental combination, or you can say that new combinations are also possible. Because there is the independent assortment, that's why new combinations are possible. New combination means I'm talking about the non-parental one. I'm talking about the non-parental one. New combination means, bache, I am talking about the, right? Yes, bache, I am talking about the, what am I talking? I am talking about the, yes, non-parental combinations, new combinations. Okay, so when two pairs of traits, you can say that when two characters are combined in a hybrid, segregation of one pair of character is independent of another pair of characters. So in law of segregation, you are considering only one character, and there you are talking about the alleles. Right, there you are talking about the alleles of that particular gene only. You are talking about the segregation of that alleles of that particular gene only, that they will segregate randomly, and then they will segregate and they pass randomly to the different gametes. They will pass to the different gametes, right? But here what are we talking? We are considering the segregation or the separation of two characters. We are considering the segregation of two characters. We are saying that when two pairs of characters are combined in a hybrid, their segregation is independent of each other. Okay, their segregation is independent of each other. Is that clear? Is that clear? So before starting the non-Mendelian inheritance, let's talk about the test cross, which is a type of back cross. So dekho, when you are using the word back cross, kindly pay attention. When you are using the word back cross, what is the word that we are using? When we are using the word back cross, matlab you are hybridizing F1 individual with one of its parent, with one of its parents. That is the back cross. So back cross is having two types. One is your, yes, back cross is having two types. Right, one is your out cross, another is your test cross. One is your out cross and another is your test cross. So basically, what is the meaning of back cross first? So back cross means F1 individuals, they are crossed with any of their parent. It can be any parent. Now you have two types here, out cross and test cross. So out cross mein F1 individual, they are crossed with their homozygous dominant parent. Homozygous dominant parent. And when it is the test cross, always remember F1 individuals, they are crossed with their homozygous recessive parent. So this particular cross is used to know unknown genotype. We can use it to know unknown genotype. We can use it to know unknown genotype. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Sure? Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Any doubt, बच्चे? Chaliye, let's move to the next topic. So it is to know the unknown genotype. So let's discuss it. That how is it possible? See, if it is the plant, by looking at this plant, I can say it is tall. But, so basically I can comment on its phenotype. I can comment on its external appearance. Right? When I look at this plant, I can just look at it and I can say, okay, theek hai, this is your phenotype, you are tall. But what about the genotype? That is unknown now. That is unknown. I cannot say that whether it is homozygous tall or it is heterozygous tall. Now to know this, we will go for the test cross. So when you talk about the test cross, what you have to consider? Number one, right? Let's assume that unknown genotype is. Let's assume that unknown genotype is. Capital T, capital T. So one thing is for sure that we have to hybridize it with homozygous recessive parent. It's a type of backcross. So we have to hybridize it with homozygous recessive parent, small t, small t. Now draw the Punnett square. What you people will get? All tall, all tall. Matlab it's like that ki you have a plant, you are crossing it with its homozygous recessive parent, and the next generation that you are getting, if you will see that all are dominant, if you see that all are dominant, all are showing that dominant trait, then you will say that unknown genotype is what? What will you say? You will say that unknown genotype is what? It is homozygous dominant. Unknown genotype is what? Unknown genotype is homozygous dominant. Unknown genotype is homozygous dominant. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now let's assume that unknown genotype is this. Unknown genotype is this. Then what will you get? 50% will be tall. Look at this. 50% tall and 50% dwarf means it is 1:1. So if the test cross ratio obtained as 1:1, it indicates that unknown genotype is heterozygous dominant, right? So basically, when you hybridize a plant of unknown genotype with its homozygous recessive parents, the seeds that you will get, the seeds when you will sow them, what will you get? You will get that 50% are tall, 50% are dwarf. That clearly indicates that you are crossing heterozygous dominant with the homozygous recessive parent. It is 1:1. It is 1:1. This is the test cross, bache. Okay, this is the test cross. And same way here, if you are considering the example of the dihybrid cross. If that is the case, obviously bache, all will be tall, and let's say all will be round and yellow. If this is the case, right, if this is the case, then what will you see? The ratio will be 1:1, 1:1, 1. This, right, 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. So it is for the dihybrid test cross when the unknown genotype is the heterozygous dominant, right? Right? Any doubt? Yes. Do you have any doubt here? Yes, please. Do you have any doubt here? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? So this is about the test cross. So it will help us to find out the unknown genotype. So now we will go for the gene interactions, right? Or you can say that non-Mendelian inheritance. So Mendel was, I won't say lucky, he worked so hard, so some things favored for him. Jaise ki he selected the characters he selected, they were present on the different chromosomes, and those who were at the same chromosomes, they were not very close, that genes were not linked, right? So he didn't get some other these interaction between the genes. Here you can say that some other deviations that we are going to discuss now. So when we talk about the gene interactions, we talk about the intragenic interaction, we talk about the intragenic interaction, and we talk about the intergenic interaction. Right? So the words are simple here. Intra means within a genes. Intra means within a genes. Means you are talking about the alleles here. So it is also known as allelic interaction. It is also known as allelic interaction. Now bache, intergenic. Inter mane in between two different genes. It is in between two different genes. So when you discuss the two different genes, so it will be complementary. Right? So these are the non-allelic interactions, right? Because they are not the alleles of same gene. So this is the non-allelic interactions. What are they, students? They are non-allelic interactions. What are they? They are non-allelic interactions. So here you talk about the incomplete dominance. We talk about the codominance. Multiple alleles, even the Pleiotropy also we will discuss here. Here you talk about the epistasis, complementary genes, not just the complementary genes, supplementary genes, right bache, complementary genes, supplementary genes, and yes, other than that, additive genes and all. But we need to focus on this part. We need to focus on this part. And when you talk about this part, the main thing is the examples. Just say the word here is incomplete dominance. Means that dominant allele is not able to express itself fully. Just say for an example. Here, as I said, examples are important. Just say here, you will have flower color in, examples are important, students. Flower color in Mirabilis gellipa. Flower color in Mirabilis gellipa. That is also known as 4 o'clock plant. And why do we call it as a 4 o'clock plant? There is a reason behind it. Do check it. Then flower color in Antirrhinum. Yes, that is snapdragon. Right? That is snapdragon. Antirrhinum measure. That is snapdragon, or it is also known as dog flower. So as I said, examples are important, right? Examples are important. Okay, bache? Okay, then there will be the size of starch grain. Again, a very important example, size of starch grain in pea plant. What's that? It is the size of starch grain in pea plant. So 1, 2, 3, And even you can also consider the feather color in fowls. Yes, bache, it is the feather color in Andalusian fowls. Take examples are important. And another thing here is, I'm telling you the key points, then I'll explain. The genotypic and phenotypic ratio is same. The genotypic and phenotypic ratio is same. That is 1:2, 2:1. That is 1:2, 2:1. So these are the bullet points. Now the explanation. Just see. Take the example of that Mirabilis jalapenon, red flower, white flower. So normally F1, if this is the case, if we follow the Mendel's law, then we will say na, the F1 should be red here, but it is pink. It is not red. It is pink. Now, when you draw this Punnett square, that's what you are going to see. Capital R, capital R, capital R, small r, capital R, small r, small r, small r. So 1 is red, 2 pink, 1 white. 1 is red, 2 pink, 1 white. So look at the phenotypic and the genotypic ratio here. 1:2:1 it is. 1:2:1 it is. So it is the incomplete dominance, right? It is the post-Mendelian inheritance or deviation from the Mendel's law. It is the incomplete dominance. So of course there are reasons for it, right? Maybe that enzyme product is not sufficient, right? So basically this is what we have. The dominant allele is not able to express itself fully, right? It is not able to express itself fully. So when you talk about the explanation of the concept of dominance, so what are they saying? Ki what exactly is dominance? Why are some allele dominant and some are recessive? To tackle these questions, we must understand what a gene does. Every gene, as you know, contains the information to express a particular trait. So in a diploid organism, there are 2 copies of each gene as a pair of allele. We know that if the organism is diploid, there will be 2 copies. What will be there? There will be 2 copies of each gene. Now these 2 alleles need not always be identical. They are heterozygotes also, capital T and small t. So one of them may be different due to some changes, due to some mutations, which modifies the information that particular allele contains. So now, if you are saying that if you take the example of a gene that contains the information for producing an enzyme, we know the central dogma of information, right? DNA, mRNA, and then protein. DNA, mRNA, and then protein. That's what we have. So now there are 2 copies of this gene, the 2 allelic forms. Let us assume that normal allele produces the normal enzyme. Right? So normal doesn't mean always the dominant only, but normally a gene which is, see, if it is dominant means it is forming the enzyme, means it is expressing itself. That gene is, allele is expressing itself, right? So let's say if a normal allele produces the normal enzyme that is needed for the transformation of substrate S. There is a substrate on which an enzyme has to act, and then you will see the product. Okay, so we are saying there is a normal allele that produces the normal enzyme that is needed for the transformation of the substrate S. So theoretically, if let's say that allele get modified, so what are the possibility? It is not forming any enzyme at all. Just a recessive one. That's why maybe it is not able to express itself. Yeah, it is having a non-functional enzyme. So that's why that enzyme cannot act on substrate. Or the enzyme is normal or less efficient. That can also be the case. So enzyme is if the modification is there in the allele, but still you are getting the enzyme, right? If the modification is there in the gene, but still you are getting the enzyme, right? Obviously you won't see any change. But if the enzyme is non-functional, right, then obviously the result will be different. Yeah, no enzyme at all will be there. Then you will not see that particular result. So in the first case, the modified allele is equivalent to the unmodified allele because it is showing the same phenotype, right? When we are saying that allele is modified, but still it is producing the normal enzyme. So it will show the same phenotype just like the normal allele, right? So such equivalent allele pairs are very common. But if the allele produces a non-functional enzyme or no enzyme, the phenotype may be affected. It is dependent on the functioning of that unmodified allele. So unmodified functioning allele which represents the original phenotype is the dominant. So one which is showing the original phenotype is the dominant, and the modified allele is generally the recessive allele. It is the recessive one. Okay, it is the recessive one. So in the example above, the recessive trait is seen due to the non-functional enzyme or no enzyme is produced. Understood? This is about the incomplete dominance. This is the diagram here. Okay, even for the starch grains, we consider the same story. If large starch grains, small, you will get an intermediate size. So starch grain in the pea plant. जैसे ये देखो question, try to solve it. Large starch grain size producing pea plant with a small, right? What proportion of progeny will show large size starch grain out of 200 seeds obtained in? So apply this ratio, you'll get your answer. Take, you will get your answer. So when I'll share the PDF in our official Telegram group, then you people can see it and follow it. Okay. Done. Take. Okay. Chalo. So do you need break or we can continue? Do you need break or can we continue? Let's continue it till this polygenic inheritance part. Then we can take a break, right? We can have the dinner break. Then we will discuss the chromosomal theory of inheritance and everything. Take? Okay? Okay? Okay, chaliye, let's continue the codominance part. So you read it, I'll be back in a minute. So let's start again. So let's talk about the codominance, okay? Let's talk about what? Let's talk about the codominance. Co means together. So here you are talking about the two alleles that are expressing itself simultaneously, right? That are expressing itself simultaneously. So again, I'll start with the bullet points. I'll start with the examples of codominance here. How will it start? I will start with the examples of codominance. How will I start? I'll start with the examples of codominance. So yes, you will talk about the AB blood group inheritance, very common example. right? The coat color in cattle, right? Coat color in cattle, right? And there is the carrier of sickle cell anemia. Carrier of sickle cell anemia. So it is HBA, normal allele, sickle cell wala allele. Okay, sickle cell wala allele. This is the example that we have. Just see, in the multiple alleles also we will discuss this. Remember, when you talk about the blood group, there is a gene I that is going to control it. So IA, IB, chalo. So that's the point. I'll show you the coat color thing here. Just this is the pure red, pure white. You are getting the RON here, which is showing red and white color as well. So when it is the codominance, again the ratio is 1:2, 1:2:1. This is the genotypic and phenotypic ratio. Both are same. Are you getting my point? Both are same, right? 1:2:1, right, bache? 1:2:1. So both the phenotypic ratio and the genotypic ratio, it will be same. Right? Both the phenotypic ratio and the genotypic ratio, it will be same. Is that clear? Is that clear? Phenotypic and genotypic ratio, both are same. 1:2:1. So I'll explain the same thing with the context of blood group as well. Okay? But that I will explain under the ratios you can write. So even in incomplete dominance, even in codominance, it's same. So next is the multiple alleles. As per Mendel, factors, they occur in pair. As per him, a character is controlled by alleles, right? A character is controlled by factors, and that factors, they occur in pairs. It is as per Mendel. Yes, bache, it is as per Mendel. But right, when you talk about the post-Mendelian inheritance, you will see that more than 2 alleles can also control one particular character. So more than 2 alternative form of a gene are called as multiple alleles. More than 2 alternative forms of a gene are called as multiple alleles. So obviously the name itself is explaining it, right? The name itself is explaining it. What is it? That there are more than 2 alternative forms. What is there? There are more than 2 alternative forms. There are more than 2 alternative forms. More than 2 alternative forms means that character will not be controlled by 2 alleles, but more than 2 alleles will be there. So these multiple alleles, they are located on the same locus. These multiple alleles, they are located on the same locus of homologous chromosome. This information is important to answer statement-based question, true-false kind of questions. So please pay attention. So if I'm talking about the multiple alleles, that doesn't mean one character is here, one is at another chromosome also. No. These multiple alleles, they are located on the same chromosome. They are located on the same locus of the homologous chromosome. Right, bache? Right. Yes. So if n is the number of alleles, then the possible number of genotype will be n plus 1 over 2. n plus 1 over 2. It will be n plus 1 over 2. Possible genotype will be n plus 1 over 2. One more thing I would like to mention, when you are talking about the multiple alleles, they say blood group is the example of multiple alleles, right? Blood group is the example of multiple alleles. What is the example of multiple alleles? Blood group is the example of multiple alleles. So in that case, it's not like that one individual will have more than 2 blood group. No. So a single individual will have 2 alleles only. But in population, you will see multiple allele for a character. Let me explain you. Just say blood group. Take the example of blood group. So when you take the example of blood group, it is the gene I, right? It is the gene I that is controlling that. So here it is having 3 alleles, IA, IB, or this. This one is recessive, right? This one is recessive. So how many alleles are there? 3 alleles are there. So if I have to apply, if I apply this formula, then it will be matlab total 6 possible genotypes. Total 6 possible genotypes. So how is it possible? Dekho, this I hope you remember. I hope you remember that if a person, if an individual is having blood group A, matlab RBCs will have, if an individual's RBCs will show antigen A, matlab that person is having A blood group, and in the plasma antibody against B. So anti-B is present. Remember? Anti-B is present. Remember? Yes. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Sure? Chaliye. So that's the case. So I'll tell you the possible genotypes here. Homozygous dominant, heterozygous dominant. Homozygous dominant, heterozygous dominant. And we know that codominance is also there. And this homozygous recessive. So phenotype will be A blood group, B blood group, B blood group, AB blood group, and here you will have O. So how many genotypes are possible? 6. How many phenotypes are possible? 4. How many genotypes are possible? 6. How many phenotypes are possible? 4. Multiple allelism, right? So if you talk about a single individual, even if that character is controlled by more than 2 alleles, that single individual will have only 2 alleles for that character. But in the population, you will see all the possible alleles, right? All the possible alleles. Is that clear? Hope this part is clear. Chaliye. So next example is of pleiotropy that we need to discuss. Take. Right? So next example is of the pleiotropic gene. Yeah, pleiotropy. See, as per Mendel, a single gene is controlling one character. A single gene is controlling one character. This is as per Mendel, that a single gene is controlling one character. But sometimes a gene, it shows multiple phenotypic effect. It is not just controlling one character, but it is controlling other characters as well. Matlab, it is like one single individual. Just we have seen one teacher is teaching physics, chemistry, or biology. Let's say a teacher is teaching physics and maths both. But maybe for that, just specialization is physics, but that teacher is also capable of teaching the maths, right? But when you talk about its main subject, that will be physics. But yes, if required, that teacher can also teach the maths. Same is the case here. Okay, same is the case here. So when you people talk about the pleiotropy, it is the multiple phenotypic effects of a single gene. When you people talk about the pleiotropy, so it is the multiple phenotypic effects of a single gene. What's that? It is the multiple phenotypic effects of a single gene. It is the multiple phenotypic effects of a single gene. So we will discuss the examples here, right? So let's start with the example of pea plant. Okay. So there are many examples. So let's start with the example of pea plant. This one is also given in NCERT. So seed shape and size of starch grain. Size of starch grain and seed shape. What is the point here? Size of starch grain and seed shape. It is controlled by same gene. Same gene located on chromosome number 7. ठीक. So even the size of that starch grain, even the seed shape. But बच्चे, the point here is this seed shape. It shows, मतलब single gene is controlling both the characters. Single gene is controlling both the characters. But in the case of seed shape, it shows dominant recessive relationship, right? It shows. And size of starch grain, as I said earlier, it shows incomplete dominance, right? It shows incomplete dominance, right? Right? Just say, what is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that? Just say, let's say, if it is BB, BB and BB. So if you talk about the shape, round, round, wrinkled, right? Homozygous, sorry, dominant recessive relationship. If you talk about the size of starch grain, if you talk about the size of starch grain, so it will be large, it will be small, and this one is going to be intermediate. So basically, when a plant is having this genotype, the seed shape will be round, right? And the size of that starch grain will be intermediate. It will be out intermediate. Okay, done. Sure. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Sure. Next is sickle cell anemia. That is also the example of not just sickle cell anemia, even PKU, that is phenylketonuria. That is phenylketonuria. They all are the example of this pleiotropy, multiple phenotypic effects of a gene, right? Multiple phenotypic effects of a gene. So I will start with BB things clear. So take BB, seeds are wrinkled, round seeds, B seems to be dominant, done. So dominance is not an autonomous feature of a gene or the product that it has information for. It depends upon much of the gene product, right? And the production of a particular phenotype from this product, as it does on the particular phenotype that we choose to examine, in case more than one phenotype. So they are saying that dominance is not an autonomous feature of a gene, right? Or the product that it has information for. So this dominance, it depends as much on gene product and the production of a particular phenotype from this product as it does on the particular phenotype that we choose to examine, right? So it is not just the gene product, hanji bhai, it will show the dominance only. It depends upon this. So this paragraph is important. Make sure you read it. Okay? So when you read this part from the NCERT, in the NCERT also this pleiotropy thing is given, na? It's not something that I'm just explaining to you, right? I'm just explaining to you. So this pleiotropy, multiple phenotypic effects of a gene. So here, as I said, they have explained one disease, that is phenylketonuria, right? What they have explained here, they have explained a disease here, that is phenylketonuria, and even we are also going to discuss about it. So do you have any doubt? Yes. Do you have any doubt up to this part? Then let's talk about the PKU. So firstly, tell me, any doubt? Yes, bache, any doubt? Sure? Arey, type something. If interaction will be there, I'll feel motivated. Otherwise, I'll end the class. Right? You can watch the recorded video or I'll end the class. Chalo. So when you talk about the phenylketonuria, PKU, I'll discuss the sickle cell anemia as well, because both the disorders are important. Okay, both the disorders are important. See, so bache, it is an inborn error in metabolism. This disorder is an inborn error in metabolism. What's that? It is an inborn error in metabolism, and it is basically an autosomal recessive disorder. So if it is a recessive, both the alleles need to be in recessive format, then only they can express na. Chalo, I'll discuss it under the pedigree analysis topic. So let's say, because it is autosomal recessive disorder, so the affected individual lacks an enzyme. What is the name of enzyme? It is, yes, PAH. It is PAH, that is phenylalanine. What is phenylalanine? Amino acid hydrolase. Yes or no? The enzyme name is PAH na. Phenylalanine hydrolase. Yes or no? Yes or no? Dikshita, please tell me. You're talking about the phenylketonuria, right? We are talking about the phenylketonuria. Yes, bache. So we are saying that it is an autosomal recessive disorder, right? So there is a mutation, right? And we will not get this particular gene, right? That will form the enzyme PAH. What is this PAH? It is phenylalanine hydroxylase. What's that? It is phenylalanine hydroxylase. What is that? Oh, hydrolase. Phenylalanine hydroxylase, that's the name of the enzyme. So what is the function of this enzyme? This enzyme, ultimately this phenylalanine, this is an amino acid. So ultimately we convert it into tyrosine. This is another important amino acid. So when you talk about the tyrosine, if you remember, it is required for the melanin formation. The tyrosine is having different roles. You know that in our body. So in our body, there is an amino acid which is present. We call it as phenylalanine, right? So there is an enzyme PAH that converts that amino acid into the tyrosine. And this tyrosine, you know that even it plays the important role for the melanin synthesis, that is our skin pigment. And there are other roles of tyrosine. You can recall it that they help in the synthesis of a hormone. Do check it which one. So if PAH is not there, no PAH means no conversion. So this phenylalanine will accumulate. This phenylalanine will accumulate, right? So accumulation of this phenylalanine will be there. Tyrosine is also not available. So if tyrosine is not available, the issues with the skin pigmentation will come, and this phenylalanine accumulation can also result in the mental retardation. So one gene is defected, but it is controlling other characters also, right? So phenylalanine is accumulated, and this will be because it is accumulated, so then it will be converted into phenylpyruvic acid and other derivatives also. But yes, you are not getting what? What are you not getting? You are not getting tyrosine. So skin pigmentation related issues will also be there. So these accumulations can result in mental retardation, right? And they are also excreted through urine because of the poor absorption by kidney. Okay. So yes. So too much of phenylalanine is there in the body. So musty odor can also be there in our breath, from skin, or in the urine as well. Okay. Right. So PAH enzyme is not available. Done? Please write down. And this bache gene, where is it located? You should know about it. This gene is on chromosome number 12. You can write down. It is on chromosome number 12. You can write down. Take chromosome number 12. Okay. Doubt? So this is about the phenylketonuria. I'll also give you the example of, under this topic, I'll also give you the example of sickle cell anemia. Bache, what do you know about sickle cell anemia? Sickle cell anemia is not going to leave you people. It's something very, very, very important. Dekho, you know that when you talk about our hemoglobin, you know that it is a quaternary protein, right? It is having 2 alpha chains and it is having 2 beta chains. Am I right? It is having 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains. So in the beta chain, basically these are the polypeptide chains, right? Basically these are the polypeptide chains, nothing else. These are the polypeptide chains, nothing else. So in beta chain at 6th position, mutation is there. Point mutation will occur. What is the meaning of point mutation? There is a change in the single, right? At a single nitrogenous base, there is a change. So at 6th position, what will happen? GAG. Now we have already completed the molecular basis of inheritance. So I believe you understand this part. So this is a triplet based codon for an amino acid, right? Which amino acid it is? It is the glutamic acid. But mutation will occur at the place of A, U will come. At the place of A, U will come. So glutamic acid will become valine. So you can remember the trick here, good villain. You can remember the trick here, good villain. Right? Which trick you people can remember here? You can remember the trick, good villain. Good villain. So GD, good villain. Glutamic acid. It's not glutamin. Don't make this mistake. It is the glutamic acid. That will become valine. GAG will become GOG. And because of that, what is going to happen? At 6th position means this amino acid will be replaced. So RBCs, they will become sickle shaped. RBCs, they will become sickle shaped. So it is a kind, and overall it is also autosomal recessive disorder. Right? It is also autosomal recessive disorder. So, bache, it is also a blessing in disguise. Yes, it is also a blessing in disguise. The individuals having sickle-shaped RBC, they don't get affected. They don't get the infection from malarial parasite because that parasite will not be able to survive here in the sickle-shaped RBCs. And that is not the only point. That is not the only thing here. Yes. That is not the only thing here. That issues will be related to the oxygen tension as well. Right. So basically mutant hemoglobin will undergo polymerization when there is the low oxygen tension. So RBC shape will change. So how is it going to happen? The hemoglobin is mutant. It will undergo polymerization. This hemoglobin will undergo polymerization because there is low oxygen tension. So RBC instead of biconcave, it will become sickle shape. So individuals will not get malaria. That's the blessing in disguise. But ultimately, that is how it is. That is how it is. So individual who is a carrier of sickle cell anemia, still this can survive, right? But if somebody is having this homozygous recessive condition, that individual will die, right? Right. Is that clear? So here, because see, now you will ask me that, ma'am, how is it related to sickle cell anemia? How is it related to sickle cell anemia? How is it the example of sickle cell anemia? But it's simple. It's simple. See, because now the RBC shape has been changed, right? The oxygen transporting ability will also change, right? That will also change and it will affect the other body organs as well. It's not going to leave it. Right? So here, the sickle cell anemia topic is given. You people should know this and you need to remember this. Okay? Okay? Right? So, this is going to happen. So, normal hemoglobin mein, that is HbA, GAG, CTC. So when mRNA will form after transcription, it will be GAG. So it should give us the glutamin. So even you need to remember this: valine, histidine, leucine, threonine, proline, then glutamic acid. But here at the place of glutamic acid, valine will come. So imagine there is a change in one base and that's how it is going to affect us. So this sickle cell anemia will be there when there is a mutation in HBB gene. This is the gene that is giving us the beta chain of hemoglobin. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? right? So it is the HBB gene where the mutation will occur. Any doubt? Any doubt? So it is the hemoglobin beta gene, or it is found on chromosome 11, right? And that too P arm. Okay. Yes. That too P arm. So if it is the P arm of chromosome, it is the long arm or short arm? Is it the long arm or short arm? Right? If it is the P arm, definitely it is the short arm, bache. It is not the long arm, it is the short arm. Okay? Doubt? Yes? Any doubt here? Kindly write down. Yes, please. So do not miss this. Okay, so see here also it is given. I will not discuss it here, and it is the autosomal recessive disorder, right? So when I'll discuss the pedigree analysis topic, we will discuss it, but make sure you know the chromosome number, even it is important. And here you can see homozygous individual, they show the diseased phenotype. Heterozygous, they appear apparently unaffected, but they are the carrier of the disease, right? That's why we say it shows the codominance, right? Both the alleles are expressing itself, so it is the carrier. It is the carrier. Okay, it is the carrier here. Chalo. So phenylketonuria is also discussed. Okay, chromosome number again, it is important. Take. So this is the Pleiotropy. Now let's talk about the polygenic inheritance. So as the name is suggesting, bache, what are we talking about? We are going to talk about the polygenic inheritance. Okay, let me write it. So next is the polygenic inheritance that we need to discuss. Okay, chalo. So polygenic, many genes, simple it is, right? And see, no doubt, epistasis, complementary genes, they are not given in your syllabus, but still I'll discuss it, right? We'll talk about it. So up to this part all clear? Up to this part all clear? Up to this part all clear? So what's the word? Poly means many. Genic word is related to genes. So here it is the polygenic inheritance. So what is the meaning of that polygenic inheritance? That it is not one gene that is controlling a single character. Many genes, they are controlling one character. So again I am telling you, bache, do not confuse it with multiple allelism. Do not confuse it with pleiotropy. In the multiple allelism, single gene is having many alleles. Different, more than 2 alleles are there for a single character. But here we are saying that there are many genes that are controlling one character. And when it is the pleiotropy, that is the multiple phenotypic effects of a gene. Matlab single gene is controlling. When a single gene, many phenotypic effect, single gene, many phenotypic effects, that is your pleiotropy. That is your pleiotropy. But when it is many genes are controlling one character, then it is polygenic inheritance. Then it is polygenic inheritance. Here each allele will have the additive effect. Each allele will have the additive effect. And here, this is also known as quantitative inheritance. This is also known as quantitative inheritance. Are you getting my point? So here the trick is 2n plus 1. to check the number of phenotype. But this is not for genotype. In multiple alleles, it was for genotypes. It is for phenotype. And n is equals to number of genes here. Number of genes here. Is that clear? It is for the number of genes here. Right? So polygenic traits may phenotype reflects the contribution of each allele. Right? Here, phenotype reflects the contribution. It reflects the contribution of each allele. Matlab each allele is having additive effect here. I'll explain you in context of skin color. Just say in the case of humans, I'll give you the example. Our height, our skin color, they are the examples, right? They are the examples of polygenic inheritance. They are the examples of what? They are the examples of polygenic inheritance. Yes, bache, they are the examples of what? They are the examples of polygenic inheritance. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? They are the examples of polygenic inheritance there. ठीक, right? So, जैसे skin color, 3 genes are controlling this character. I'll give you the example here. I'll explain you the additive effect here. Plus, I'll tell you that here what are the different things that we are going to see. Okay, right? So even if it is the multiple genes now, that doesn't mean the environment is not playing the role, right? Right? No doubt here you have more than one gene, but environment is also playing the role here. Right, bache? Environment is also an important factor here. Environment is also playing the role here. Right? We cannot say that environment is having no role here. Definitely environment is having the role here. Chalo. So let's discuss this part. Okay? Let's discuss this part. This is human skin color. Human skin color. 3 genes. One individual is this. All are dominant. When you talk about the skin color, right? When you discuss about the complexion of an individual, na, if it is very fair, matlab that individual is having more recessive allele. If it is very dark, matlab that individual is having more dominant allele, right? That individual is having more dominant allele. Is that clear? Is that clear? So if it is AA, BB, CC, Negro black it is. Negro black it is. The individual is very dark, and here it will be white. It will be white. Now when you talk about the F1 individuals, they'll be this now. Homozygous dominant, homozygous recessive. That will be the genotype here. But what about the phenotype? Is it going to be parent-like? Just say it is not going to be like the one parent or the another parent. It will be intermediate. The skin color here will be intermediate. It will be mulatto. Right? It will be intermediate. It will be mulatto. It will be intermediate brown or mulatto. So if we want to get the F2, so that's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. We have to hybridize it. We have to hybridize it. So again, bache, here also you can apply the fork method. You can apply the fork method. Because A can go with capital Y or capital B or small b, capital C, small c. That's how you can make the gametes without any confusion. So it's simple, right? You can even apply the formula 4n you can do, right? So it will be 4 into 4 into 4, right? So, for number of gametes, basically for the number of zygote, it will be gametes ka double no, and for number of zygote, it will be 4n, right? But now here, we need to count the number of gametes. We need to count the number of gametes. So how can we do it? What is the formula there? It's a trihybrid cross. See, that's how first of all you can make the gametes. So one individual will make 8 gametes here. 8 different types of gametes here actually. Yes, please try to understand this. Try to understand this. Yes, please try to understand this. Yes, please go for it. Try to understand it. If there is any doubt, do let me know. But kindly check it properly. So types of gametes, you know that it will be 2 raised to power n. Okay. So 8 gametes by one individual. That's what you need to understand here. That's what you need to understand here. Okay. So F1 is having what? F1 is having the intermediate mulatto. So these are the gametes. Total 64 zygotes are there. And because you are considering the example of the skin color here, 1 second, might be, no. No worry, I'll explain it. Take. So these are the gametes. So total 64 zygotes are there. Right. So accordingly, you can make the trihybrid cross if you want to. And if you ask me about the ratios, so it will be 1:6:15:20, 15, 6 and 1. Yes. So it will be 1, it will be 6, it will be 15, it will be 20, it will be 15, it will be 6, it will be 1. So total 64 zygotes are there, and that's what you are going to get. So 1 and 1, what are they? They are basically very dark, very light, isn't it? So each allele is having the additive effect. More number of dominant allele, you will see the complexion will be dark. Right, so very, you can say negro black or white, yeah, very dark or very white. So then very dark brown, very dark brown it is, right, very dark brown it is, dark brown it is, mulatto it is, right. Now because it is very light, so here it will be light brown, dark brown hai, so here it will be light brown and very light brown it is. So you can apply the formula. It is 2n plus 1. Number of polygene are 3. So it will be 7. So possible number of phenotypes. Yes. For possible phenotypes. That's what you have. 2n plus 1. So total 7. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So polygenic inheritance, right? It is the polygenic inheritance. Is that clear? Is that clear? So when you draw the curve or the histogram now, which shows the distribution of the skin color, right? So you'll see something like that. I hope you have seen that light, dark and then intermediate. And here basically you will see that there will be the additive effect. Take, let's read it from the NCERT. So Mendel's studies mainly describe those traits that have distinct alternative forms, जैसे कि flower color, which are either purple or white. But if you look around, you will find that there are many traits, right? What will you see? You will see that there are many traits which are not so distinct in their occurrence and they spread across a gradient. Matlab, it's not like that either it will be black or white, right? The gradient is there. You will see the different colors. You cannot say that, okay, this individual is negro black, or this individual is very white. You'll see the different shades there when it comes to skin color. And same is for the height as well. So in humans, we don't just have tall or short people as two distinct alternatives, but a whole range of possible heights are there. Some people are 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, right? 6, 6.1, 6.2. It's like that. So such traits are generally controlled by 3 or more genes and are thus called as polygenic traits. So what do we call them? They are known as polygenic traits. So besides the involvement of multiple genes, as I said, the influence of environment is still there, that we cannot ignore, right? Environment is still playing the role here. So human skin color is another example where the phenotype reflects the contribution of each allele, the additive effect, right? Okay. So darkest skin color will have all the dominant allele, light skin color will have all the recessive allele. So as expected, the genotype with 3 dominant alleles and their recessive alleles will have an intermediate skin color. Okay. Okay. So this is all about the polygenic inheritance, right? This is all about the polygenic inheritance. So here, when you talk about the epistasis and the complementary genes, they come under non-allelic interactions, right, bache? They come under non-allelic interaction. Just complementary genes mein, I don't know whether you know this example or not, right? I'll just give you the example here, and that is of your sweet pea. That is of your sweet pea. Sweet pea is what? It is Lathyrus odoratus. It is Lathyrus odoratus. The ratio is 9:7. So basically here the point is, I'm not going to draw the cross, I'm not going to draw the table. I'll just give you the example. This I'm telling you about the complementary gene. So if in simple words I have to explain, just let's say here you have Chintu and Pintu. So when Chintu and Pintu, when they study together, they are getting 100% marks. But when they are studying separately, they are not getting 50% or 20%. They both are getting 0 marks or 0 here, right? So when they are studying together, they are getting 100% marks. But when they are studying separately, they are getting 0 marks. So we have the same case here. They say we have one gene C, we have one gene P. When both are present together in their dominant forms, just say that can be the case, that can be the case, that can be the case, that can be the case. So basically when both the alleles, both the genes, they are present together in the dominant form, then only the flower color is purple. Then only the flower color is purple. If that's the case, flower color is white. If that's the case, still flower color is white. Matlab, they need to be in the dominant form if we need to see the flower as a colored one. Okay? Why is it so? Because there is some raw material. Your gene C, your product of gene C will act on it. It will form chromogen, color producing substance. And when the gene P, the product of gene P acts on it, we see the color, we see the pigment, we see the anthocyanin, right? We see the anthocyanin, we see the pigment. So that is why when you take the cross, capital C, PP, when you cross it with this one is colored, this one is colorless. F1 will be colored, right? But when you talk about the F2, it will be 9:7, right? So whenever they both are present in the dominant form, then only the flower will be colored. So that's your homework. You will draw it. That's your homework. You will make this table, this Punnett square. Then epistasis. It's simple. Yeah, sometimes it happens now in front of some family members, we are not able to express what we want to say. This is some kids in front of their parents, they are not in front of their father, they are not able to express. They are like, yeah, in front of their mother. So same is the case here. Epistasis. One gene, it is having the ability to mask the expression of another gene. Just let's say if there is a gene A, it will not allow the gene B to express in front of it. It will mask the expression of gene B. In the presence of it, gene B will not be able to express itself. Right? So this is the epistasis. So this gene, which is masking the expression of another gene, this gene is the epistatic gene, right? And the gene whose expression has been masked, this one is the hypostatic gene. This one is the hypostatic gene. So we have two things here. Dominant epistasis, or we have the recessive epistasis here. We have the dominant epistasis, we have the recessive epistasis here. So dominant epistasis, let's say if epistatic gene is A, if it in its dominant form, this, it will be epistatic. Right, if it is the recessive epistasis, so let's say this is the gene. So if it is in this form, it will suppress the expression of another gene. So we discussed the example in the case of summer squash. Yes, the example, the fruit color in summer squash. The fruit color in summer squash, that shows the epistasis. Okay, the fruit color in summer squash. Summer squash is your cucurbita. What is this summer squash here? What is this summer squash here? So summer squash is the cucurbita pepo. It is the example of dominant epistasis. So it is the example of dominant epistasis that we are going to discuss now. Okay. Okay, so that is also the type of interaction. Just let's say कि Y is the dominant color, and it is for color yellow. Small y is for green. It is recessive and it is for green color of the fruit. And you have capital W, that is basically epistatic over capital Y and small y, right? And Y, and because of it your fruit is white, or you can say colorless. It is colorless. Okay? So if this is the case, what will be the color of fruit? Tell me. If parents are having this genotype, what will be the color of fruit? Quickly tell me. Quickly tell me. Yes, please. Quickly tell me. Yes, please. Bache, capital W is there. Definitely fruit will be white. But here capital W is not there. It is the example of dominant epistasis. So you will see green color. Now F1 individual will be again white because epistatic gene is there. So what about the F2? What about the F2 here? So I'm not going to make the gametes here. I will directly write it. Hope this part is clear, right? That how this gamete formation occur. We have discussed it multiple times. Dekho, it's simple. Capital W, capital W, capital Y, the fruit is going to be colorless, right? Now, if this is the case, small w, sorry, but here again it is capital W, small w, capital Y, small y. So again, small w, capital Y, small y, small w, small y, small y, small w, capital Y, small y, small w, capital Y, capital Y. So it will be, yes, yellow fruit. It will be again yellow, and it will be green. So it will be 12:3:1. What will be the ratio? 12:3:1. 12 white due to this epistasis. 3 yellow. Why yellow? Because here small w is present and capital Y is there. Small w means it is not epistatic. Why? Because only the dominant form of the allele is epistatic. And here one, that will be your green. So this is the epistasis. This is all about the non-allelic interaction, right bache? So polygenic interaction, pleiotropy, it's all clear. So now when you talk about the chromosomal theory of inheritance, which is given by Sutton and Vovry, so here you have the postulate there. So I will share the notes with you all, right? I'm going to share the notes with you all in our official Telegram group, that is Unacademy NEET English, and you will have the access of this PDF. Pedigree analysis, all the points related to it, they are mentioned. So you can watch the recorded lecture for this remaining topic, right, bache? There are one shots of genetics, there are yes, one detailed one shot is also there, right? This chapter has also, in the parts also, you will get the lectures on Unacademy NEET English. You guys can check it, right? And there will be the part 3 of the marathon part. Then there we will discuss human reproduction, reproductive health, human reproduction, reproductive health, sexual reproduction in flowering plants, human health and disease. That will be the 4 main chapters, and evolution, 5 main chapters that we have to complete, right? So we have already completed the major part of this chapter. The individual videos are there, bache, right? All the things that I need to explain, I have done it. Rest everything is like sex determination basic topic, mutation basic topic, and from the disorders part also we have completed the Pleiotropy, PKU as well. Take, so you guys can check it, you guys can check the lectures for that. So stay tuned to our channel. You will soon you will get the 3rd marathon also. Okay, so for the batch, for the proper revision, for the proper mentorship sessions, you guys can join our batch, and for that the link is there in the description box. So guys, speed up, right? Don't waste your time. Trust me, don't waste your time. Just give your best. You still have time left for the proper revision and the proper practice. If you think that you can complete your syllabus from scratch, so scratch for me, scratch is not like, yes, you are starting from the zero. It's like you know a lot of things, but your preparation is not systematic, right? This is, some days you were studying, some days you are not studying, right? That is why. Okay, so that is why if you want a proper revision plan, proper batch, so this batch is for all of you. Take, this batch is for all of you. So this is all about today's chapter. Tripti, see, here I'm interacting with the students, I'm not getting any response. Okay, students, they do not take part in the discussion. So from last 9+ hours I'm teaching, and I'm not getting the responses. I'm not getting the response of my questions. So that also demotivates a teacher. Okay, so for the rest of the chapter, you can follow the recorded portion. Okay, and you can just increase the speed. If there will be any doubt, put that in the comment section. Okay, put that in the comment section. Okay, so take care.